All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is not me wanting to take a victory lap at the cost of Intrepid Studios. I deliberately chose not to stream yesterday in the, let's call it, the initial stages of the fallout after the bomb went off. And I chose not to stream yesterday for two reasons. One, although I have all the ducks in the yard, I didn't have all the ducks in a row. I do want to give a particular shout out to Kira. Well, more specifically, Kira's source. There's at least one person inside Intrepid Studios that has a conscience and a soul and integrity and knows how to be a man or a woman of caliber. Because when you're operating inside of a ship that's sinking, it's really important for the customers to know what's going on. And I'm going to put a disclaimer out because I have been advised by counsel to not do the show. This is the type of show that I could very easily walk myself into some ass pain by speaking out of turn. So if I say it, I have a source for it. If you say it, it'll go up on the screen as if you've said it, and then I'm going to ask you your source for it. There is a lot of people who are not understanding a lot of things, a lot of forms, a lot of documents, and they're saying this form specifically shows that this person initiated a hostile takeover of Intrepid Studios. And the truth of the matter is, no, that's not what that form says. We're going to start with this particular form. Everybody seems to be losing their mind about, and that is, get rid of this shit. Now where did my show prep notes go? So everybody is freaking out about this form. And what they're saying is this form represents a hostile takeover. Well, that's not in the slightest what this form is. This is a UCC1 in California. This is a UCC1. It's a financial statement. What this is a lien. And you're going to notice that in the bottom of it says, all assets of the debtor, which now owned or hereafter acquired, and whatever located, including without limitation, all tangible and intangible personal property, including all inventory equipment, servers, computers, hardware, source code, object code, development tools, databases, digital assets, content libraries, websites, domain names, user accounts, application data, technical documentation, and all other technology used or in related to any online games or platform operated or developed by the debtor. Let me stop that comment right there. This is going to be the first of the comments I'm going to stop because this is inaccurate information. Oh, why the hell did that not pop up? Somebody just said Steam is refunding everybody. This is not true. Steam is not refunding everybody unless you send me something that Steam has opened the door for full refunds. But Steam can only refund Steam purchases. For the people that are not aware of how that particular piece works. And I've seen so much bad information go out. Ashes of Creation launched 11 December. I'll just change this. 11 December. The way Steam operates is that in your release month, you go from the 1st to the 31st of that calendar month. At the end of that calendar month, on the last day, and this is going to be a distinction, on the last day of the month, what Steam will do is Steam figures out what you're owed. And then that money is held, essentially, I'm going to say the money is held in escrow, but I don't know if they put it in an actual escrow account, because normally if it's only going to be a 1 month transition, they don't hold it. Yet nobody who bought it as a pre-order with included in comments will get anything back. That is correct. You're trying to he barely spent 2 hours on it. You gifted a friend Ashes for Christmas. He barely spent 2 hours on it. And since I'm on my third refund request, trying to get through, been rejected twice. Right. Because what happened is you bought it for Christmas, which means it was purchased in that December 1 through 31 window. Although it launched on the 11th, the window is still the December 1 through 31 window. The last day, right? The last day of the month is when they're going to do the calculations for what is owed. And then in the following calendar month, on the last business day, and this is the important distinction, they do your payout for your first month. Now, the problem is, it is very, 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 don't use a bad word here. It is very, very strange. I'm just going to go with strange, because strange is a safe word. January 29th happens to be Friday. It happens to be the last business day of January. So unless something changed, Steam would have paid Intrepid approximately $8 million. And I have a audio recording of a developer. And I will state when I play that recording later, I did not make the recording. It was made by another creator. And it doesn't matter who made the recording. I am operating in the Free Press. I'm operating as a member of the Free Press today. I do have a media division. I have a Free Press division. So what I'm going to play is from Iron Anvil Gaming. He's the one that created it, so he's responsible for sourcing it. To the best of my knowledge, it is a valid recording. And in that recording, that developer says that Intrepid received or would have received or should have received $8 million from their sales. Now, this is another, oh, really? But it is what it is. All of the people who bought in December, your money is gone. Because if all $8 million worth of sales are attempted to be refunded in January, well, what Steam will do, and what I'm going to say what Valve will do, is there is a pile of money on hold until 27 Feb, because that is the last business day of this month. Steam would have to eat that loss. That's exactly it. Steam would have to eat the loss if Steam attempted to do, or if Steam did refunds, because they've already paid. Now, I did see early on some people that have Wells Fargo as a bank, and that is probably what is more likely going to happen. And I would have gotten there, but you got there. It is more likely that if Valve is going to attempt to make the situation right, Valve will not give a cash refund. Valve will give credit, because then Valve can eat that without hurting another developer. And Valve can do that. I mean, Valve will probably look at all their options to try to put a lien against Intrepid, to say, hey, we had to give credit in your name. You now owe us for that, because we've taken a demonstrative loss. We can articulate where our loss is. Like the 15th lien. Join the line on liens and Intrepid. Now, I'm glad that you said join the line on liens. I saw a lot of bullshit this weekend about this particular phrase. Now, as it is right now, there is 0 point in a class action lawsuit against Intrepid Studios. There's 0 point. Here's Intrepid Studios. And I saw Karen. Now, Karen doesn't own AOC. I have searched all weekend. I know an equity firm allegedly owns owns Intrepid Studios now. I have not been shown a document of transfer of ownership. This document that people keep referencing, this is not a transfer of ownership document. There are actually 6 of these filed against Intrepid. That in and of itself does not transfer ownership. And I wish people, and like everything you guys hear me say quite often, and what I will say is everybody suddenly becomes a subject matter expert on the topic of the moment. When the topic of the moment is immigration, everybody is a subject matter expert on immigration. When it's election law, everybody is a fucking PhD scholar. What people aren't understanding or realizing is that if you go, and I've been bringing this stuff up for years, and I was laughed at, I was mocked, I was shut down, I was told I'm a loser, I'm a terrible content creator. Yeah, I understand, I'm very academic in nature. I'm about as entertaining as watching paint dry when I give information, because it's very difficult to educate people who aren't on a level. So here are people were like, all these, they're like, oh, this Karen person owns Ashes of Creation. Some people have gotten refunds on Steam if they purchased in January. Those are the only people that I've heard of. Same thing with people saying there is no board because the filing didn't list one. However, that filing is at the end be all. We're going a lot of directions at one time. Let me do this one. So you'll notice that there is a Robert Dawson of Longwood, Florida. He has a UCC against them. You'll notice that the Employment Development Department had one against them, had one against them, had one against them, and they have one against them. So you've got a State Department has a lien against them, Commerce West of Irvine, the Small Business Administration, Robert Dawson, the Yaya Legacy Trust has one, and another one of theirs just fell off. Now, so that people understand what the UCC is. So you understand what this document actually is. What this document is it's getting in line. This is you establishing your place in line because you are a debtor. I'm sorry. You are the creditor. This is your debtor. And all you're doing is getting in line outside the building, virtually, saying, if the company sells, you have to pay me. Well, and Steven is always the very last person to get paid in a sale. Or John. I think John Moore actually is the on-paper owner of all the shares of stock. So you, this is just the state always goes first. And then you've got Robert. I think Roberts was the 24th. Yeah, 2004. So you got Robert Dawson in line. Then you Yaya Trust. And then Karen, which, yes, is hilarious as shit. And then everybody's just in line. Now, in the situation that is Intrepid, to the best of my knowledge, from what I've been told, Intrepid received $8 million in assets on Friday. They had $4 million in payable expenses in the terms of payroll and benefits, leaving $4 million. Now, at that point, $4 million starts to go into the waterfall. It would go to the state first because state agencies and federal agencies always jump to the front of the line. They don't, because they're a higher priority of creditor to begin with. So it's not like you can set up some shenanigans where, and I'll use myself, it's not like Steven could say, hey, Jay, put $1 million, the work you did for us years ago, I value at $1 million. Put $1 million lien against my company today, so that if I go bankrupt, $1 million will be my parachute. It'll go to you, and then you can wink, wink, nudge, nudge, take care of me. No, it doesn't work like that. State and federal agencies always jump to the head of the line. So now people are talking about a class action lawsuit. Why? First and foremost, A class action lawsuit lawyer is going to take 40 cents off the dollar just to take the case. Second of all, you're talking about $4 million is all they have left at the top of the waterfall. And there's all these people in line, plus there's an $80,000 California lawsuit and an $800,000 New York lawsuit. So all these people screaming, class action lawsuit, class action lawsuit. All I will say to you is you can go ahead and do that, but there's nothing there. Now, do I believe what Steven, okay, first of all, just so we're aware, Steven, out of respect for the man, Steven's name is spelled with a V, not a PH. Let's use his name properly. Just, we don't have to respect the man, but we can be respectful. Let's make sure we're at least, you know, let's at least be respectful to his name. Do I believe what Steven said? He is stepping down because he lost control of a board. Did anyone know a board existed? I've been trying to tell people since I did that video last year that something's not right. And it's on my YouTube channel. And I've been desperately trying to tell people something isn't right because Steven claimed that he had 100% ownership in his company, but he didn't. Terrell Marshall Law Group did the Arcade lawsuit. Would be kind of fun if they did one against Ashes. Terrell Marshall Law Group was only able to do a lawsuit because Van Fleet et al. Had cracked open the door on that. And why would it be kind of fun if they did one against Ashes? The only reason, your law, the Van Fleet et al. Versus Tryon Worlds, I always respected that lawsuit. In fact, I covered it several times because it was a company basically saying, we don't have to worry about being sued. It sucked I watched that lawsuit make its way through for 4 years and watched every ruling come down as the judge basically slapped Tryon Worlds. But without your lawsuit, there would have been no money for that class action lawsuit. Have ended up being what? People got like 4 cents on the dollar. Without your lawsuit, Tryon would have been able to completely liquidate with no scrutiny. Like I remember, and I don't know if this is true, but on the last court date you had, the Tryon trial attorneys, or I won't say trial attorneys, I'll say courtroom attorneys, showed up and they were like, we literally had no idea that they were liquidating assets in a consignment of debt to Gamigo. Like the lawyers that were had no idea what had just happened. And I was like, okay, but that's what people have to understand. There's no money left. People in Ashes of Creation Discord said, according to a 2026 filing, John and Steven are the only board members. Did you look into this at all? I did. Here, and I have it up. I already have the document ready for that one. Here's where people have to understand the difference between board members and corporate officers. It's this one, right? Yep. There is a difference between board members and corporate officers, and people also have to understand California law is unique to California. But here is another troubling document in the slew of troubling documents. This is your statement of information that you are required to file in every state that you have a C Corp. What people are confusing is they're confusing this section right here, which is the officers of the agency, with this section right here, which are the members of your board. Now, what people are not understanding is California has a specific set of laws, like every state does. And I spent yesterday making sure I was up to date on California's. My corporation is incorporated in Illinois. So I have different rules. I have different rules I have to state. Now, directors, board, only Stephen dated back. No, that's not what this says. It first of all, there would be an additional sheet of paper. Because to the best of my knowledge, this form only has room for one director on the front page, and then you attach all the other directors. But also, California, hold on, that's not the beginning of my notes. California Corporation Code 211B has an explicit exception that overrides the default rule in 212. The minimum director role, if you have more than 2 shareholders, you must have 3 directors. But if all the shareholders enter into a written shareholder agreement, you may have fewer directors, including 1 single director, regardless of the shareholder count. Now, there is a difference about a mile wide between your shareholders and your board of directors. And Stephen has always played loose and fast with definitions. Nice work from Brazil. Hey, from Brazil. Nice to see you. Stephen has always played loose and fast with words. He may have a board of shareholders. And again, I don't think anybody has all over. I don't think everybody has all of the shareholder agreements. I don't think anybody has the shareholder agreement out of Intrepid Studios. I certainly have not seen it. I've seen parts of their shareholder sales to the Yaya Legacy Trust with Karamanis as the trustee because I have the lawsuit paperwork. I don't know if their shareholder agreement has been written so that they'll only have 1 director. I don't know that it hasn't. I do know that if they improperly filed the statement of information, that is one of the things that I had said after Stephen's statements yesterday. I had said your best course of action right now is to consult a lawyer, because there is no easy road for Stephen from this point on. And if you aren't on Twitter, you wouldn't have seen it. Stephen called me a jackass, which doesn't hurt my feelings at all because I don't care what other people think about me. But what bothered me was that you called me a jackass. Wait, there was a statement made by Stephen? There's lots of statements made by Stephen. Stephen made a lot of statements. Well, I shouldn't say a lot. He made 3 statements. Since all this happened, he made 3 statements. Let's start with why this is so sad for him. And it really is. This is sad for him. Sorry, I have notes all the hell over the place. All right. Let's... What Stephen had shared with the community on the 31st. I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue the WARN Act notices and proceed with mass layoff. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to the ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can say is that the developers and staff acted in good faith and deserved better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I am incredibly dismayed by the situation. Well, no, you don't get to make that statement because you've been lying this whole time, but you accused me of masquerading the truth. I did 4 videos at the end of last year digging into things that I said other people need to dig into. Now, I am quoting Kira here, and if you haven't looked at Kira TV's most recent video on Ashes of Creation, go look at it because he breaks it down. But apparently, I'm going to say January 30th. No, was that Thursday? January 29th, there was a plan that they were going to lay off approximately 70-ish people. They were going to take the studio size down considerably because they have an $800,000, which is a $41 million a year burn rate. They were going to get rid of 70 people. From what Kira has reported, this is the action that Steven couldn't condone. So Steven resigns, and then the board immediately goes to 100% layoff, total plant closure. And there's a rumor, and I haven't seen anything. Kira says it, but right, they're going to take the product overseas. Now, how can the board say something he doesn't like? The board is just him and his husband. The board isn't him and his husband. The board, again, because people don't know how to read, the board isn't just him and his husband. The piece of paper that everyone is saying, well, the board says it's just him and his husband. That's because people are dumb. And I'm sorry to say it this way, but people are looking at files that they don't understand. John and Steven are the 2 officers of the corporation that you are legally required to list. You are only required to list on this form 3 specific officers. You are required to list your chief executive. That is the person whose desk the buck stops on. That is it. You are required to list the treasurer. This is the person with the fiduciary obligation and responsibility. And you are required to list the secretary. The secretary is the person with the legal authority or the legal responsibility to be in possession of all of the necessary legal corporate documentation. You do not have to list all of your vice presidents. You could have 7 vice presidents. You don't have to list them. You can, but you're not responsible. John, the CFO changed, wasn't that John? John was the CFO, and up until this filing, Ryan Ogden of Genus Global was operating as their CFO. Now, that second section I have down there with the blue arrow, that lists the board members. 2 problems with this. Number 1, I'm 95% or more certain that this form only has space for 1 director on the front page, and all other directors are listed on a subsequent page. Now, I did look, there is no subsequent page. There are no addendum pages. Second of all, even if Steven is the only board member listed, you can have a board of directors, or you can have a board of investors, i.e. shareholders. The shareholders, just because we've made you the CEO doesn't mean we can't be calling continual board meetings and giving you direction. And I don't think Steven understands, and this is where my heart goes out to Steven, because I've been in a position where your whole world falls apart. I don't have sympathy or empathy for Steven, the creative director. I don't have empathy or sympathy for Steven Sharif, the businessman. But I have empathy and sympathy for him as a human because he got fucked. And there's nothing he can do. So that people aren't, because not everybody understands. You can own 49.9% of something and make $0. Because unless your agreement as a shareholder says there must be quarterly dividends, there must be payouts, I must be employed my shareholder says if I own more than 40% of the company, I am in guaranteed employment with these responsibilities and this level of compensation. Unless your shareholder agreement says that, your owner's agreement says that, if you sold off for 51.1% of your company, the board can look at you and say, that's great, you own that, but you don't have the paperwork in place to do anything. That's it. You're owning almost half of a company that you will never see a penny from. As long as they never do a dividend, you never see a penny. Period. And I know a lot of people want to respond to that. Well, the way it works, folks, I own a C corporation. I know exactly how it works. My rights and privileges as the founder of PGN and PGN Music, I wrote in my documentation, it's absolutely his fault that he sold 51%. It's absolutely his fault he diluted. That's why I said I don't have sympathy or empathy for him as a businessman, because he's not a very good one. I don't have sympathy and empathy for him as a businessman because he lies. Period. Dot. He lies out his ass. But I have sympathy and empathy for the man because I've been there. I've been in that soul-crushing depression that happens when you lose something you built. And I don't think there's anything wrong with having empathy. I'm not sure what this means exactly. And it says their status as a limited liability company and stock corporation has been terminated. You're reading it incorrectly. And again, there's a lot of things that are going on this particular page. Let me try to make some sense of this page for people. Because there's a lot going on here. So if you go to that link that Salty Bread posted, first thing we need to do is we need to sort these by filing date. Intrepid Studios, the limited liability company, is terminated, and this right here is when GigaBear stole their company name. If you're not aware of this, I've zero sympathy or empathy, not a single iota. He lied about external investors continually since 2017, when Yaya invested and subsequently converted that loan into preferred shares. Right. Also, it's a deal of keep everyone employed with the money. We will invest for over 50% or cancel everything now and fire everyone sooner with 0% chance of completing the project. That over on YouTube, that's not correct. Steven's problem is he didn't know. Steven didn't know what he was doing. And he allowed the train to get away from him. All of this starts with the idea that Steven made $2 point some million on Kickstarter and had $1 million outstanding loan for the Yaya Legacy Trust. What he should have done is either A, wiped that initial startup debt gone and operated with the money he had, or two, he should have set aside the 2.25 million and paid off worked off the $1 million loan. Or I'm sorry, not the 2.25 million, it's the wrong one. He should have put the 1.25 million, 1.0225 million off into an account, operated off of the money, but paid the intervals on time so he didn't give up shares of stock. What ultimately happened at the very beginning is Steven took $1 million loan with 8 scheduled payment dates, never made any of the payment dates, and then Yaya Legacy Trust. He knew from day one pyramid scheme. Well, first of all, if you're going to say pyramid scheme, learn how to spell the word pyramid. Second of all, if you're going to call something a pyramid scheme, make sure it is a pyramid scheme. This is in no way, shape, or form remotely even related to a pyramid scheme. He did the classic, oh crap, I do not have the money now, so I'll make a rush decision. It did not think about the outcome of that decision. Now he lost the game workers, lost jobs. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Steven allowed the donkey to drive itself. Yes, they did make 3.2 million, but you have to remember Kickstarter makes a cut. Kickstarter takes a 5% haircut on the money you raise, and the money that you raise is going to have a level of taxability to it. So he had somewhere in the $2 million range to 2-point-something million dollar range to start operating his company. I don't know if they are not. I saw a rumor speculation they did not officially close it, and Karen did not intend to. It's just a lot of people left the team, so it feels as good as dead. Well, the pyramid, the referral program, well, there is no pyramid structure of the referral program. Because I know I'm going to go a little different directions. No, Unreal doesn't take a cut of your Kickstarter money. So that everybody knows why the referral program isn't a pyramid scheme. In order for it to be a pyramid scheme, it has to have 3 levels. So here's me, and I have referrals, and you all sign up with my referral. And then you go out and make referrals of your own, and these people sign up. It would be a pyramid scheme if I got a percentage of your referrals, which I do not. It's 1 level. Yeah, there's a lot of people confusing pyramid schemes with multi-level marketing. Multi-level marketing can be multiple levels, but if funds flow past more than 1 level, then it's a pyramid scheme. And it can flow past more than 1 level and still not be a pyramid scheme, but the moment it flows past more than 1 level, you throw up, the official on the sideline throws the yellow flag and says, we're gonna review this under the hood. Let me grab that one so that people understand. And then I'll get back to the cheats. In the Kickstarter, it says, and finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. Does Steam Early Access count as a launch? Yes, it does. Steam Early Access counts as a launch. Jalon, I need you to talk to you on Discord before you play the clip with the dev. That dev did not consent to being recorded. That is great. I've already checked with my lawyer. I am not obligated to abide by that because I did not make the recording, and I am operating as a member of the free press. Whether or not a recording is given to me in good faith or bad faith, I don't have to. I did not make the recording. I am not the originator of the recording. Now, if you are the individual who made the recording, I need to know that. But you are not the name that I was given that made the recording. So if you are telling me right now you made the recording, you didn't make it. Okay, so then why are you, let me just ask, I'm not trying to be confrontational. Why are you telling me you need to speak to me about something that I didn't receive from you and you did not make? If the individual that posted it, if I'll give you some time, if that individual can talk to me, I'll delay playing that clip. But I'm not beholden because I have a media division. I have a certified, stamped, sealed, operating in the free press media division. I am not required to abide by recordings. So, Steam launch was nothing more than a way to keep you from getting a refund. No, the Steam launch was a way for them to generate resources. If that is a great question. If the Steam Early Access counts as a launch, is Intrepid going to pay content creators? And the answer is no, because if there's no money to pay us anyway, and it seems kind of suspect. It does seem kind of suspect, except I understand it. Multi-level marketing and pyramid scheme are essentially the same thing. No, they're not. If this is a comment from over on YouTube, a pyramid scheme and an MLM are not anywhere near related to each other. The Girl Scouts of America are multi-level marketing. Girl Scouts of America, 1 level. Girl Scout troops, 2nd level. Girl Scouts themselves, 3rd level. Mom and dad taking the order form to their jobs, 4th level. But there's nothing nefarious about that. You can have a perfectly good MLM scheme, perfectly good MLM program that's not a scheme. You can have MLM schemes. They can be Boom. No, Mushroom, they're not. Let me help you out, man. They're not essentially the same thing. When you start to say things like MLMs and pyramid schemes are essentially the same thing, you muddy the water and you make people think that all MLMs are bad. Not all MLMs are bad. As I said, and this is why Girl Scout cookies are a scam. Okay, I don't have time for dumbasses today of all days. If you want to be a dumbass, please hit the X in the upper right-hand corner. Please do that for me. I don't have time for the ether to be filled with dumbasses today. Now, people seem to think there's money somewhere in Intrepid's account. Yeah, there's not. There's not. Name one good multi-level marketing. The Girl Scouts of America. Girl Scouts of America are multi-level marketing. Period. Dot. Now, where was I? Okay. We were on this form. This is the secondary company that Intrepid Studios tried to make when GigaBear took their company. This is right here. This right here. Everybody always used to make fun of GigaBear. GigaBear actually took the name Intrepid Studios Incorporated out from under Intrepid Studios when they were in bad standing. So, don't refund me, continue out with the game, drop back and punt. They can't. Because here's where Steven made a rash decision, and another one of those things. Steven made a rash decision to resign from the board. If he formally resigned to the board, yeah, he can do that. Just take the name. You can when your company is operating in bad standing. Absolutely. Steven made a terrible decision and he resigned. Steven made a terrible decision because all the senior leadership at the company resigned along with him. At that moment of their resignation, they gave up all of their chips in the game. It was a Steven, I'm sorry that he's going to get mad if I say this, but Steven acted like a child. Steven resigned. All of the people that worked for Steven, he resigned. And he lost his ability to protect those people. He lost his voice. Because the moment you resign and walk out, they don't have to honor you. Like if they're Johnny on the spot about it, Steven says, there was a board. There was a board. I need people to understand this. The only evidence you have that there wasn't a board was this form. And this form in this section right here, which everybody keeps saying it's just Steven and John, these are not the board members. These are the corporate officers. Corporate officer over here, shareholder over here. I have had officers at my various businesses over the years that own 0 shares of stock. 0% of the company. I have had people that own bars and restaurants and stuff I owned up in Chicago, owned 20%, but they weren't an officer. People need to divorce officer from board member. Now, on this form where people keep saying, well, Steven's listed as the only board member, then that, first of all, this was filed in December, and it only has to be accurate at the time of filing. It then isn't due for another 18 months. It's usually due in a year. I don't know why California allows you to bump out like that. Not my business. Now, why are you lying and covering for Steven? I'm not lying and covering for Steven. I'm trying to educate you into why people using this form. Now, this is the trick. California Code 211B states if you have more than 2 shareholders, you must have a minimum of 3 directors. But 212 says more than 2 shareholders, minimum 3 directors. 211B states if all the shareholders enter into a written shareholder agreement, the corporation may have fewer directors, including 1 single director. What that means is you're operating under a board of investors. You're operating under shareholder direction, not board of director direction. I don't have a copy of Steven's Articles of Incorporation. I do not have a copy of the shareholder agreement. Because I don't have that, there are 2 different ways to have a board. Like, for example, Disney just sent me my little card and said, you need to vote on these things because this is the direction we want to take. Well, Bob Iger is the CEO of Disney, so why is he asking me? Because the shareholder agreement requires them to ask questions about these topics, and these topics must be handled by a vote of the shareholders. Because we're not privy to all of the corporate documentation inside of Intrepid, so you have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Good point. Hey, John, I have way more of an idea of what I'm talking about than you are, because you're saying you're parroting what other people have said based on this form. This form has the room for one director. I don't have access to if there is an addendum to this because it's not publicly available. I'm not saying there's not a board of directors. I'm not saying there is. I'm saying that I know for a fact Steven lost control of at least 9.7% of his company. And based on the shareholder agreement that I've seen with Yaya Legacy Trust, it begs to reason that the same shareholder agreement was in place with the other guy. And I'll show you the other one. It begs to reason that whatever you put together for one person, you put together for all. Now you'll see this guy, which nobody's talking about. And, well, some people are talking about it because they see the TFE Gaming Holdings. This is the same thing, although a little less robust as Karen's. You can see that there was another stakeholder. Does that mean he would have had to have sold 50%? Seems like you're hashing semantics between fishy but legal. Well, I hate when people say semantics when you're dealing with the law, because the law is nothing but semantics. The law is nothing but semantics. Now, I thought Steam clearly differentiates between early access and a launch. Steam does. Steam absolutely does. Let me go back to the Kickstarter thing. Because I think a lot of people want to know where their Kickstarter refund is. Kickstarter was in 2017, and they had that promise if we don't launch. The problem is, Ashes of Creation had a no later than December 31st, 2019 launch date in that promise, because they said, they said, we will launch before 2020. Because their narrative is clearly documented that before 2020, this became the launch date. This promise of not launching then expired 4 years later. So 19 to 20, 20 to 21, 21 to 22, 22 to 23. December 31st, 2023, statute of limitation of a written promise in California expires. So this Kickstarter promise has no legal bearing. He might not have sold. It's possible something happened that triggered over 50% of the shares being forfeited. No. I don't... There isn't really a way for more than 50% of his shares to have been forfeited. What is also likely is that without knowing all the particulars, it is possible. They did run out of money. It's possible that the company was holding shares of stock unissued. Well, no, it's not, because let me back that up. No, it's not. I already went down that rabbit hole. There were no unissued shares of stock because John Moore was the shareholder. So I went down that. He sold it. Shares cannot be taken away from you unless he got divorced. If John Moore was the shareholder, then yes. When was the board formed? The thing is, I don't know. I don't know what type of board Steven's talking about, because it could be a board of investors, it could be which is a shareholders board, or it could be a board of directors. You do not have to seat your shareholders as directors, but the shareholders still can call meetings as often as they want. Hey man, so how does it feel to have been right 100% along regardless of the naysayers and never bought into Ashes based on your research, and glad I never did? It doesn't feel good to me. It doesn't feel good to me because now a lot of people lost a lot of money, And I won't ever see my referral money. We wanted this to succeed. Might be a dumb question, but does a verbal "I quit" from Steven count as legally as a written one? That's a great question. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Depends on your employment contract. Generally, yes, "I quit," "I resign," counts. Also, yes, everything is vanished. If they were smart about it, if Steven quit to a room full of people, then if they're smart about it, somebody whips out a piece of paper and they write, on this date and time, Steven Sharif has quit in front of the board, has quit as CEO as in front of the board. And depending on what Steven said, Steven has quit in toto at Intrepid Studios. The person takes the memo, they sign it, they pass it around the room, everybody signs it, and now it is a written document. Yeah, secretary should have been documenting the board meetings, but Steven Sharif was the secretary, so the moment he quit, it means he's not the creative director, and he's not the CEO, and he's not the secretary, which means they should have done what I just said, documented, signed it, and then, because then they have the onus to file new paperwork today. You should see new paperwork filed. Dumb questions just delaying the juicy dev talk. It's not juicy dev talk. There's no juicy stuff in it. What it is all that person does is say, they made $8 million and they're not paying us the $4 million that's owed. Now, I don't know how that person gets to $4 million in liability, but yes, I am giving the person, if the developer did not agree to be recorded, I want to give people who may know the developer in question the opportunity to PM me and say, hey, I did not consent to be recorded, because I will honor that. I am not required to honor it, but if the person speaking didn't want to be recorded, I will honor that. Oh, I know. Just so we're clear, I know relatively who the dev is. Yeah, if you can get that dev to reach out to me and say, I don't want this shared, I will happily not share it, because then I'm not covering for Steven. I can talk about the contents. If the developer talked out of turn, yeah, okay, I'll give you a bit. So I don't want to get a developer in trouble, especially if it comes out that a developer with not a lot of experience in the industry talked about something, then he's going to get his ass in a ringer and probably not get a job again. I don't want to hem up a person. I have the information. Yeah, US and UK are radically different. Don't get me wrong, I was all in when I played the alpha. I unfortunately bought into one too many games. Yeah, well, the other thing is it was a bad game. I don't have a video of the guy's face, but it's his voice. It's an audio recording of him that I was not aware was made without his consent. So anyway, back to where were we? Okay, so we were here. Now, terminated, inactive. This is Gigabear. This is terminated. This is the active one. The original founding one is once again the active one. So we go to this. We view the oh shit, I've got shit in the way. We go to this. This is where you can find the most accurate, the most up-to-date one. This was filed on 12/30, which means they don't have to update again until May 31st of 2017. That's suspicious to begin with. You're filing, but it makes sense because you're filing because John Moore is once again the CFO, so you have to file that. But what I want to show you is where all of the people shouted me down for months. I want you to notice this right here. There was a period of time where Intrepid Studios was suspended from the California Franchise Tax Board. And when I brought it up, everybody told me, shut the fuck up. That right there should have been the first indicator that you are dealing with that's funny as hell. I'll show that in a second. That you're dealing with something that's going on. That this is a red flag. It means you're not paying your taxes. So on April 2024, they went from status 3 good to status 4 suspended. And here's your pending suspension, pending cancellation, delinquency, penalty certification, delinquency. Like, pay your fucking taxes, man. So that's the first part, right? What happened with the game? I'm new to all this. What happened in a nutshell? You can't be going into Discords and not knowing someone is recording. Well, it doesn't. Yeah, you can, because depending on what state you're in, it's against the law for you to record people. People have this misunderstanding about laws. When you're in one state and I'm in another state, and it's just us, it's not your state's laws that apply. It's the more restrictive of the two states. And again, some are all-party consent, some are two-party consent, some are one-party consent, some are one-party consent with notification. Yeah. Are the Astros Creation servers still live? Yes, for today. Yeah, in Canada, you can record as long as you are a party to the conversation. So, yeah, the guy said, I'm a level designer. So it narrows down really quickly. I've heard that the servers are coming down today from a developer inside, from somebody inside Intrepid. The plan is to take them down today. Which sucks. I did see, this was funny. This is just comical. Sometimes you have to make the hard decisions, such as leaving your friend behind so you can run off with the sweet loot. You would never run away in the middle of a fight and leave your friends behind, right? Like the CEO did. And he quit. If you were on my show long enough, you know that I said, I thought Steven was a really poor leader. I thought Steven was a really, really poor leader. I don't want to... I don't want to mess this... muddy the waters up. Steven is a terrible leader. He always has been. He ran off with $20 million. No, he didn't. Where do you... Okay. The person in question has asked me not to share the audio. So, and I respect that. I'm able to share the contents of it. The contents of it is that the new board of directors, and this is why I'm able to say there's a board. I just don't know what type of board. I don't know if it's a board of investors or a board of directors. They allegedly got paid $8 million on Friday because that was the December payout. And they chose to not, they made the conscious decision to not dedicate the money to the payroll account that's needed. I can show that because I have that. And I do apologize. My notes are everywhere. Like, literally, this is the story that kept on giving. Dear team, this is a difficult message to send, and we recognize how unsettling it may be to receive. Due to the company's current financial condition, Intrepid is providing this notice pursuant to the Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification WARN Act. This notice is being issued to all employees as a precautionary measure while the company evaluates next steps. As of this time, no final decision has been made regarding which positions may be impacted. A portion of the team may be asked to continue working as the company reevaluates operational and financial alternatives. Others may be affected by a reduction in force if the company is unable to move forward. Employees who are impacted will be notified directly with additional information. With respect to compensation, payroll scheduled for February 1st cannot be processed at this time due to the company's current financial condition. The company is reviewing its obligation and options and will share updates as soon as possible. This right here is shitty news. This is shitty news right here, because you should not be operating the next 2 weeks unless you've already sweat that payroll. Unless you already have the payroll for the next 2 weeks. Don't ask people to come into work on Monday through Friday if you don't have their payroll. You should always have the next 2 people. Yeah, the sender is nobody said, which should be taken with a grain of salt, but this has been independently verified 4 times. So I don't know why they said nobody said. That's shitty behavior to begin with. Regarding benefits, company-sponsored health insurance coverage may be affected by changes in unemployment status, which is also shitty. Let me just say this as a business owner. I have been in situations where I've had to close businesses. I would never, ever dream of shit canning a company on the last day of the month. The problem is, if depending on the terms of the health insurance, that's it. Those people woke up this morning and they and their kids don't have health insurance. So it's a scam because they plan to close down the studio after Steam release all along. No, it's not a scam. Let me say this. Do I think it's a good thing to do? No. But if Steven reasonably believed that they would have 50,000 concurrent users. Now, Cobra allows them to continue their insurance for a period of time. It very well may. It very well may. But somebody has to pay that. And if that policy isn't paid up, yeah, Cobra is self-funded. Let's just say I'm not an insurance guy. I had a person that did that. All I know is I write a check to make sure my employees have health insurance. Cobra is self-funded, but it also depends on if it's an option at the time. Right now, I'm being told that for them, it's $800 a month for the family. It's $800 a month for their insurance policy for family. That's crazy. So Steven assumed they were going to have 20,000 concurrent users, and they ended up with 30. Well, if 30 got them 200,000 sales, then somebody had a reasonable expectation that they were probably going to make about 500,000 sales. Well, let's do 500,000 sales on Steam just to cover Steam's cut and regional pricing. Let's do about $34 a copy. Well, that would have given them $17 million. If this had gone through, that would have been 17. This going through, they got about 8. Numbers line up mostly for, I'm doing this with no projections. That would have given them, we divide that by 800,000 a week. That would have given them approximately 21 weeks of development time. Instead, they got about 7 weeks of development time. We have to keep in mind, I am not defending Steven. I'm defending the truth of the reality so that the next company doesn't pay for Intrepid's sins. That is also true. A lot of sales or regional due to bots would be lower. Absolutely. Absolutely. But we need to make sure that we're being Yeah, there's also the Steam cut. There's the 5% Unreal cut that Unreal had to be paid. There's the server costs that you're incurring in real time. It's difficult. Now, here's the really... Wait, I honestly think that Steven was a rookie when it comes to business world and had no clue what he was doing getting involved with borrowing money from sharks. That's where my heart goes out to Steven. As a person to a person. And I know some of you are not required to have my morals. I never want... You manage your devils, I'll manage mine. You are not required to have my morals. But my heart goes out to Steven because, as a person to a person, because when I was in a desperate situation, Steven reached out of the lifeboat and pulled me out of the water. And because that's a private matter between me and Steven, when I was drowning, Steven reached out his hand. With that said, people think that I was dogpiling on Steven, and I was, and I said it once and people laughed at me. I was dogpiling on Steven the way an older brother would dogpile on you. Everything I did, I said in a way that I had to say because nothing was getting through to Steven. And guess what? If you're going to rely on your community to fund development, you need to have your financials open. That was their downfall. Hence, they relied on shady lending practices. Well, you don't have to have your financials open, but it's going to help. He was self-proclaimed billionaire. No, Steven Sharif never said he was a billionaire. Steven has never said he's a billionaire. Never. Never said it. Even if another company takes over development, Ashes is Steven and vice versa. Whatever another company might do, it wouldn't be Ashes anymore. You're right. As bad as Steven is, Ashes is probably in a much better state had it been a creative director and not also the CEO. You're right. If Steven had to make a choice, and I said it many, many times. He said in a convo with an Arcade player. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I have, if you are adamant about it, go find me the claim. I have never seen, I know, I have seen where he has claimed to be independently wealthy. Absolutely. Now, I did see Neck Rage dumped out a bunch of stuff. I haven't had a chance to parse that. I have never seen anywhere where Steven said he was a billionaire. I've said he's a millionaire. Absolutely. Find the clip. Yeah, if you find it, why did they stop? I don't know why Steven just did an RMT and sell gold to fund the game. So much money left on the table. Well, apparently DA was doing that for him. It was the Neck Rage video where he leaked DMs of him. Yeah, it may be in that, but I would need to see it. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to parse through the Neck Rage stuff this morning. Neck Rage, yeah, right, but I need somebody to get me. Okay, let's see.
Think about it for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, guys, think about it for like 5 seconds.
It's obviously not a cash grab. Now, it's not a...
I don't know why you linked me that. That's not what I was looking for. Timestamp 0050 on the newest Neck Rage video. Okay, let's go take a look. Because this would be new to, and this is all, I ask people to source their stuff. Neck Rage. Jesus, you guys have just been blowing my shit up today.
Guys, think about it for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, guys, think about it for like 5 seconds.
It's obviously not a cash grab. Now, it's not a scam. It's not a cash grab. It's...
So we're going to go over that.
Right, let me bring this over. This is Neck Rage's video. Let me bring this over. We'll take a look at this.
Guys, think about it for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, guys, think about it for like 5 seconds.
It's obviously not a cash grab. Now, it's not a scam. It's not a cash grab. It's a real game.
How'd that turn out? So, by now, every single person on the planet has heard the good news. Ashes of Creation is shutting down. So in this video, I'm going to go over my history with the CEO, Steven, how he tried to buy my guild, how he threatened to sue me, and I'm also going to target some sellout streamers that lied to you, that frauded you, just like Steven did to everyone else that bought the game. So we're going to go over that, because no one is free.
Would it matter if he said that in game before Ashes was even in the work? Yes, it would matter because,
Because now they're all trying to jump on the, oh my god, Ashes of Creation is shutting down. It's a scam. No. You don't get to play both sides. You don't get to push your little referral link for years, for a decade, and now, oh my god, look at all of us. Look, all of us got screwed. No. Because we've seen the revenue you pushed, work you made. We've seen the amount of fucking videos you created to push this shit, knowing the history of this. I don't believe a single sellout streamer did not know the history of Steven and how.
Okay, so first of all, Neckrage has always pissed me off as a streamer, as a person, because he always says like world first, and it's like, dude, you can't claim you were world first when the game existed in Korea for 2 years before we got it. You could be West first. And then when you claim you were West first, and you weren't even West first, you weren't in Slayers in ArcAge. And Slayers has all but one of the NA firsts. 218, okay.
How he made all his money. Now, let me preface this by saying the facts provided in this video are my opinion alone.
The facts provided are my opinion, so they're not facts, they're your opinions.
If you'd like to sue me at the end of this video, please try. I'd love for you to do it, because that would be my next video, and that would be great. So let's start off by going over my personal history with Steven. It's not opinion. This happened. So back in ArcAge, over 10 years ago now, the greatest MMO ever created, before it went pay to win, Steven reached out to me. Let's read this together, shall we? What's up, buddy? Heard you are the top player in ArcAge. True. I checked out some of
He wasn't.
your videos, and you seem like you know what you're doing. I will get down to the point. I'm a billionaire gamer, not anymore. I don't mean to sound conceited, but it is what it is. And let's stop.
Okay, I'm a billionaire gamer.
There for a second, if you guys don't mind. If he's a billionaire gamer and he promised to fund all of Ashes of Creation himself, what's the excuse going to be next, Steven? Ran out of money? What happened? You had all the funds. You told people that even.
Okay, I'm conflicted here. Is he talking shit? Is he talking shit? Is he talking in-game billionaire? This seems like, yeah. It seems like you're talking mad shit, but let's go with it.
Even if they didn't receive the funding, even if the game didn't make money and pull a profit, you'd fund it all yourself. That is what you said. That is your words. That's out there.
That's not Steven's words. $30 million for the core viable product. I'm self-funding that. That is verifiable. In fact, let me go get that. Let me, because Neckrage isn't exactly the most objective, unbiased person when it comes to Steven. Let's go back to what Steven has said as, yeah, in 2004, highly unlikely. Well, yeah, it sounds like hyperbolic speak, but let's look at what Steven, the CEO, said. Because I think we need to make a distinction. We need to draw a line between what a millionaire gamer playboy says and what the CEO of the company said. Can you discuss the steps you're funding? How much capital has gone into the game and where did it come from? How much is the whole game expected to cost? A core viable build that includes all the features discussed about the game will take roughly 30 million to complete. The Kickstarter and crowdfunding we engage is intended to add to that budget. The project is being funded by myself currently. Well, this was a lie because you'd already taken. I think it's important. What can you expect from someone who scammed with MLMs, has no qualifications, and created a copy of ArcAge? Yeah, Steven RMT'd in ArcAge. He paid to win in ArcAge. We know that. This project is being funded by myself. This is going to be a game bigger than Crowfall. $30 million. So it should have taken 30 million, but he took okay, guys, I need people to work with me here. Where are this $100 million loan thing coming from? Because there are a few points of order here. The phrase a billionaire gamer, your 8 million number is much better than my 20 million number. But the problem, I heard Steven spent 40 million of his own money. Steven has claimed to have spent 40 million of his own money. Steven claimed that. None of us have seen the financials. I'm one of the only people that have seen the financials of the initial shareholder agreement. And there's a video on it where that I have on my YouTube where I break out some of it. Let me grab Ash's stuff, lawsuit stuff, Karamenis lawsuit. That's not the one. It's the petition for writ, right? Okay, so there's a lot of people that have this. But if you haven't looked through the document that includes this, right, then you haven't seen the way they structured their first shareholder agreement. If he was spending 30 to 40 million of his own money, why is he taking $1 million loans in exchange for 5% of his company? Yes, that's exactly where. Now, again, he borrowed money from the guy banned for selling scummy MLMs. Well, first of all, it's the girl, and she wasn't just banned, she was investigated by the FTC. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you need to stop listening to the bullshit coming out of content creators who are fucking the shit out of the hype train right now, and go to the people go to Kira, go to the source, go to the tree to pick the apple. He's got inside information. Go to the people that have looked at the lawsuit stuff. I have not seen a $100 million loan. I haven't seen a $200 million loan, but people are taking this shit and they're running with it, and the ether is filling up with lies and bullshit. People are like, well, that form shows that Steven is the board. No, that form shows you Steven may be the only director on the board. That sheet has an addendum page that I don't know why it's not listed. Also, at the time, on the 25th of December, there might not have been a formally seated board of directors, and they are not required by law to re-update that form. You only have to re-update that form when the 3 principal corporate officers change. That's it. You are not required to change that form. You are required to have a copy in-house. Where the fuck is mine? You are required to keep a binder or a record book like this. This is mine. Obviously, things don't change in my corporation very often, but if they do, I'm required to file it. Like, they are not required to file a public-facing form that says they've sold off shares of stock because they're not a publicly traded company. What we have is, I never saw, yes, I get it. Neckrage's thing is, he says, I'm a billionaire gamer. Okay? That's the same as guys that say they have an 8-inch penis, and then the girl gets home with them and it's really 5.5. It's a lot of bragging. There's a lot of swagger. Do we know if the CFO was financially invested? Yes. Problem is, most of these people with insider info won't show the information, just saying that they were told this and that. You're right. Let me respond to that, because that's an important talking point. Problem is, a lot of these people with insider information won't show the information. Well, I'll give you one. I have that audio recording, and I don't want to burn that guy. Now, what I will say to that guy is, fucking shame on you for gaming secretly with a guild, and don't do that again. If you get another job, because right now you're on the ground, when you rise a knight and have better ethics, morals, and integrity. You should not be secretly gaming with a group of people. Period. Dot. Because that's how this shit gets spun out of control. So this person is like a 1 in my book now. they get 2 points for revealing some information that helps crack the bullshit armor, but then they lose a point if you're not allowed to game with people, then don't game with them. Like when I gamed with people would ask me all the time, "Hey Jay, what's going on in the military today?" And I'd say, "I left my hat on the tree outside. Can we just go beat this boss?" You can 100% show the message and not the name of the person behind it. You can, you can, but you don't have to. If you don't trust, let me put it to you this way. I don't have a working relationship with Kira. Kira had derogatory shit to say about me and says, in that derogatory shit says, "I don't understand what his problem with me is." Well, that's because you shit on people in the way you speak to them, and you don't realize some people take offense. Kira doesn't realize the slight. And that's fine. I don't want to have a friendship with a person like Kira, but I will professionally give Kira the nod. Kira has had the inside information and has been accurate and has proven time and time again. Now, yeah, you could show the information and black out their names, but the moment you start doing that, your sources dry up. Don't burn your sources or they stop being sources. Now, I'm not sure this was already brought up, but have you seen the DMs that DA showed? I did see the DMs that DA showed, and I will say I 100% believe that DA was selling gold, selling accounts, and I 100% believe that Steven would reach out and unban him. Psychologically speaking, which I can do because that is one of my wheelhouses, Steven has an external locus of control. Steven got caught up in the God complex. He got caught up in the hero worship. Steven became the messiah for the MMORPG community, and he ran with that, and it went to his head. The problem with that is a person that was very critical of Steven, his name is Death's Proxy, he basically taunted Steven in a DM yesterday where he reached out to Steven and he said, "Looks like you're having a hard time." And Steven says, "You have no idea." And Death's Proxy said back, "What can I say? Should have surrounded yourself with better people. Good luck though. I think you're going to need it. Now you'll see who your real friends are, at least, if that's any comfort. Disingenuous people disappear, turn on you real quick." What about his claim that Steven wanted DA to commit corporate espionage? Well, first of all, I don't think DA has the skill set to get a job at a company where he would have any insider information. I don't think DA has those skill sets. Yeah, so Death's Proxy, Steven has always been mad. It is what it is. Steven has always been mad when people are critical of him. Well, tough shit, man. People are going to be critical of you. Back to the Kickstarter refund. I think I finalized the Kickstarter refund thing. Kickstarter had a written promise. Under California law, it has a statute of limitation of 4 years. Ashes had an original delivery date of no later than 31 December 2019 because that is the last possible date that you can launch before 2020. So 31 December 19 to 20 is 1 year, 20 to 21, 21 to 22, 22 to 23. Any written promise of refund from the Kickstarter expired on 31 December 2023. You're not going to get any money from that promise, even if they had that promise. Oh yeah, thank you. Good call. Thank you for that. It takes a village to manage the idiot. It's a village to manage. Let me get rid of that panel. Steven never tolerated any criticism about the Ashes project. He could have started reflecting a bit, and it might have been another situation for Steven. It absolutely would have been another situation for Steven. Early access can be argued to be a technical launch. Yes, it can. And remember, even if there's a class action suit, you're behind all of the major creditors anyway, including the Small Business Administration in the state of California. They're going to get their bite first. If they kill the business, it won't matter anyway. You're right. Also, what I think is going to happen, this is pure speculation on my part, but what I think is going to happen. Did I not show the other one? Thought I had. What I believe is what's going to occur is that there is already a company in place, a company with the name gaming in its title. This is what I believe is going to take place. I believe that you are going to see the board of directors take all of the assets, all the art that was created. No, I don't think they're going to pass around the IP because there's nothing there. I think what's going to happen is Robert Dawson, having created TFE Games Holdings, has a plan with the other investors that they're going to take all of the artwork, the work done by Jinsey Jenkins and everybody else, and they're going to take it and they're going to put that up on the Unreal Engine store so that they can make their money back on selling off the assets to anybody that wants to use them. That's what I believe is going to happen. Because Intrepid Studios doesn't have, like, what do they have of value? Let's be honest. The lore isn't that great. And if Steven was smart, Intrepid Studios doesn't own the lore. They've been leasing the lore from him. Now, I don't know if he's that smart or not. Dynamic gridding doesn't work. The classes are not unique. The class system isn't unique. IntrepidNet doesn't work. Maybe if they had finished flushing out those design tools they built, those might have had some value. But when you abandon your own design tools, then you know how much they're worth. The company name isn't worth anything. Who cares? Steven or his team or team's drama. People just like drama. That's all. Answer is simple. All we just need information from investors. No, you don't need information from the investors at all. The investors want one thing and one thing only. They want their money back and they want their return. Period. Dot. Yeah, dynamic gridding died when Hunter left to work with Unreal in December. It's why you don't. Yeah, dynamic gridding was insane. They literally reached out to engineers who told them not to do it. It's dumb. They did it anyway. There is a game company in the gaming space that's trying to do dynamic gridding, and it's Star Citizen. And they have over $925 million in accumulated money. And they can't make it work. Dynamic gridding wouldn't have saved the game anyway because Steven didn't know how to use it. It's like having a tool in your toolbox and you have no idea what it does. Pirate Software's video gave an insight about the fallout with Narc with his own experience. Narc was the Ashes content creator before Pirate Software, and he exploded when he began to give criticism and complaints about the game and was being ignored. It happened to Pirate Software apparently a few weeks before this whole thing happened. By the way, speaking of Narc, and it's really interesting to hear people keep saying Narc was right, Narc was right, Narc was right.
Jalon was right. Jalon probably was right, but went about it the wrong way and self-sabotaged himself.
The problem is, every other creator... Do you think Steven flipped before he burned Narc? Yes. Dude, Steven flipped in 2017 before he ever ran the Kickstarter. To be clear, the engineers they reached out to said it could not be done with Unreal Engine. Not that it isn't possible. You can do it in Unreal Engine. In fact, if you go to the Unreal Engine technical manual, dynamic gridding is in Unreal Engine. It's just the problem with dynamic gridding is it's not functional enough, and it's not a solution to your problem. Dynamic gridding isn't a solution to your problem because you still have to deal with the problem of content density. As soon as I heard all this nonsense about dynamic gridding, I'm retired. I spend a lot of time just getting smart about things I want to get smart about. And every conversation about dynamic gridding talks about how it's not a good solution and your better solution is to thin out content density. Deep dive on dynamic gridding. Maybe in the future, but I've done it in the past. Maybe not today. Narc went full-blown scorched earth on a situation, and Steven, just to sick the community on Narc, cited mental health is a big thing. You're right. Yeah, don't forget, Pirate is the first second-generation Blizzard employee. Right. I heard the theory Alpha 1 was a standalone project. In order to sell the $500 pack and the other packs, after Alpha 1 was complete, the team that worked on it left, and it started making so much sense because Alpha 2 had 0 elements from Alpha 1. They did start pretty much completely over after the move to Unreal Engine 5. Several developers have confirmed that. One of them confirmed it publicly. The trick here is developers will say the phrase waterfall. And waterfall is not good for most software. Waterfall is great for video games. Because what Steven has done is Steven has spent all his time for the last 9 years making changes. We can't make caravans work. Well, no kidding, buddy. You were told that in 2018. You were told caravans inherently, the way you're trying to design them, aren't going to work. Stop trying to do it that way. Caravans should not have been rolling PvP zones. Caravans should have been the core of why people go corrupted. But this whole idea of a rolling PvP zone, and then they couldn't make caravans work right or be fun, so then they created mules. Well, you instead of giving up on something, fix it. But before you try to fix it, you said that you had Dr. Rocco Scandizo working for you. Dr. Rocco Scandizo never, ever claims to have worked at Intrepid Studios. Be committed to your decisions, but stay flexible to your approach. Hey, that sounds like military agile combat doctrine. Can we dig into why Jeffrey Bard left? Was he fed up with Steven's uncertain direction? Okay, so Jeffrey Bard left for a couple of reasons. Number one, it was good that Jeffrey Bard left. Jeffrey Bard did not apply to be the lead game designer. Jeffrey Bard applied to be a quest writer or a quest designer. Steven didn't have a right hand. And I have videos, I already talked about this, but I'll rehash it. Steven did not hire the right people because Steven created a group of friends, like Slurpee is Alex and is from his Arcade Guild. Steven surrounded himself with the wrong people. And what happened was he didn't hire any producers in the first year because he was told that producers kill the creative process. Producers are project managers. Project managers do not kill your creative process. Project managers keep you in the toboggan chute to make sure you don't go out. How much money do we have? How much time do we have? How many people do you want to have? Great. This is my box. Hey, I got this really great idea. And by the way, for the people that don't know me, I was a project manager. I was an officer in the military. I simultaneously was running 300 projects. My operating budget was in excess of $5 billion. I kind of know project management. You put guardrails on the project. And what you do is you say, Well, you do waterfall for a couple of weeks and you say, this is the scope design of our project. This is the cost. So you have over here in this upper left-hand corner, this is our cost. This is our deadline. This is our manpower. That's a fixed number. We don't change that. Over here is called the parking lot. Inside of this, you have a whole lot of things. And what you come along with one day is you say, oh, hey, you know what? We want to add tavern games. So we're going to put it right here. And I say, no, you're not. You're not going to add it right there. What you're going to do is you're going to write it up in total. So you're going to go do this thing. And you're going to give it to me. And I'm going to put tavern games over here in the parking lot. And attached to that is going to be a dollar amount, a manpower amount. And I'm going to say, if you want to park this over here, then this feature needs to come out and go over there. Because what we're doing is we're keeping the project on time, on scope, on delivery. And if you're like, oh, well, this project's already done, so now we can add. No, we can't. Because we've already expended manpower and dollars. You can give me this feature because it hasn't even been started yet. And then, oh, there you go. There's your tavern games. That's what Steven didn't have. 250 employees a week is a lot of hard cash out the door. $800,000 a week is what Steven claimed his operating expenses were. But another person said that for 2 weeks, they had $4 million in liability. So again, I don't think Steven even knew what was going on. An MMO feels most in need of a producer of all genres, so much that needs to change during a long development cycle. You're right. Maybe Cloud Imperium Gaming should hire you for a program manager or a product manager. I'm not really interested in working for Star Citizen because I think Star Citizen is another example of shifting the risk and the reward to the wrong people. Where my risk, my reward is the way business should work. Your risk, my reward is not how business should work, but this is what crowdfunding is. Crowdfunding is your risk, my reward. Because people that kept saying, well, we're investors. You're not investors, you're customers. There is a huge difference when you're shouldering the burden of liability. And I know Steven's response has always been, but I'm carrying the lion's share of the liability. Yeah, you are. Now, Steven followed up yesterday with a couple of comments. God damn, guys. You guys fucking everywhere. Steven's first comment that just makes me laugh is this. He said, I have made a public statement. My next action will be a public filing. I hope at that point people have a better understanding of what happened. I'm waiting for the public. That's the best explanation you've heard. I'm glad. Share it around. I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for the public filing so that we can learn more. Pirate Software showed they only have 9 quality assurance employees. He doesn't know that because unless Pirate Software was given a copy of the company directory, the best Pirate Software could have done is looked through the public LinkedIn people and what they linked, which 9 quality assurance employees out of 250 devs is more than enough. 9 quality assurance employees out of 250 devs is more than enough. But when the process is broken, and that's that, it doesn't. You could have 100 out of 250 employees or quality assurance employees, but if you're not doing it right, we have a bug. The team fixes, QA tests. If it's good, it goes to the PTR. If it's bad, it goes back to the devs to fix and then has to follow this. On the PTR, it's QA'd by the testers. If it's good, it goes to Steam. If it's bad, it goes back to QA. QA either sends it back to the devs and says, you still haven't fixed it, or they send it back in as a new bug because this causes this leak, this fixed, still leaking. Now we have a new bug. That's how the process works. That's the QS. That's the QA process. This is what Intrepid has been doing. Bug is identified. Developers fix it. It goes to Steam. The fix breaks more shit. We roll back. We fuck up the rollback. And then where was QA involved in this? There is simply not enough time for you to be putting your builds through the proper QA testing if there is no time interval between X and deployment. Bug is identified. Let's be honest. Half a day work right there, just understanding, replicating, finding the bug. Just understanding the bug thoroughly. Half a day process. When you have millions of lines of code, you're not just saying, oh, I see what's doing that. You're not just looking right here to say, oh, in this process, I see what's doing that. You're walking backwards and saying, well, why is C getting this information from B? Why is B getting this information from A? A is the start of the process. I don't have to go any further. The bug wasn't here. The bug was here. Working as intended. It's not a bug. It's not a bug. It's working as intended. It's working how the fuck you coded it. So that's a half-day process. The fix can be anywhere between 1 minute and a week. The QA test, they have to be given 2 to 3 days because they have to be able to incorporate that fix into all the other fixes. Remember that old funny GIF where it says fix 1 bug, 2 more appear, fix those, 3 more appear, fix those, the first original bug appears? If you're not being methodical, you're not fixing problems, you're shifting problems around. And then you go on the PTR, 7 days. If it's good on the PTR, then you should have a weekly Steam build. Is it possible that Steven losing control of the company might be the best thing for Ashes? No. Steven losing control of Ashes is the worst possible thing for Ashes because Steven yes, that video is real. The Steven is Ashes, Ashes is Steven. But the problem is where Steven loses all credibility, and let me show this other one so I don't lose this train of thought. Steven then responds with, wait until there are more facts available before forming conclusions like this. The internet isn't kind to patience, but unfortunately the legal process requires it. You cannot imagine how difficult it is for me to stay quiet, but I must. When filings become public, there will be a clearer factual record to reference. Motherfucker, we don't need a clearer record today. We needed the clearer record 6 months ago when I challenged you. You had the opportunity to explain it 6 months ago. But now if the thing with DA is true, does anybody have... Shit, guys, I have stuff everywhere. My PMs are full. If this thing with DA is correct... Oh, yeah. Like, and I take everything DA says with a grain of salt. And no, I take everything DA says with a whole fucking salt flat. Steven owed me big time. He had me apply to other game studios and use them as a reference so I could link NDA shit to them. DA doesn't realize what the piss he's just done. If that post is real, then you have literally admitted you engaged in corporate espionage. If that post is real, you have admitted to a crime. You've implicated yourself in a crime. And you've implicated Intrepid Studios in a crime. That, there are people, like, let me just give you some frame of reference. I'm sure the person that sent me a picture of my house and my daughter's school thought that they were being clever and funny, trying to get me to shut up about dogging on Ashes. And when you do that, that's an FBI investigation. Because that's cyber terrorism. That's why I was gone in one of the intervals for 10 weeks. Because I was given direction. You are not allowed to do your show right now. I had to sit on my hands and wait while a guy, and they found the fucking guy in like a day and a half. People are like, oh, I'm on Discord. I'm anonymous. Now your bitch ass ain't. You're in Kansas City. And now that person probably doesn't even know Ashes was canceled yet because parole was denied to them in December. Look, man, you want to talk shit about me, talk shit about me. You threatened my daughter. Good thing you did it, you know, over the internet, not face to face, because then I would have been rocking the orange jumpsuit. By the way, I know for some people, this is gonna be hard. I know all of you have your pseudo psychosexual relationship, but you know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There's a reason why I never cared for Margaret. Margaret is an asshole. Margaret is difficult to talk to. Margaret thinks she's... If me, my cat, and Margaret are in the room, Margaret's the third smartest person in the room. I'm sorry, but Margaret, her first day on the job, she didn't like me, and that's fine. You don't have to like me. She didn't like BCG. BCG did her job for 10 years. More than 10. I think it was 10. Do you think there's a reality where she wasn't aware of all this? No. No. I don't think there's any reality where Margaret wasn't aware of all of this. Because Margaret was aware of seemingly everything going on in the company. I don't know if you guys saw it. I'm having a hard time putting my fingers on it right now. DA posted how much money he made. BCG, Big Cheek Giant. DA posted that he's been selling gold in accounts, making hundreds of dollars a month or hundreds of dollars a week, and Steven was aware of it. Yeah, if you have it, I'll show it. I have it. I just don't like. I literally have like 50 PMs with people. I tried pulling everything down, and I couldn't keep up. If Steven was aware of what was going on and he unbanned somebody, then that's a huge thing. Then that is absolutely a massive problem. Like this is where Steven, and I don't give a shit about him throwing shade at me. I hate gross humans. The one that surprises me the most, though, to be honest, is Jamie. Thought we had a good friendship, but then he went so sour so fast, it was weird. I mean, it isn't like they have large followings. Between the Doomers, Richie, Jamie, and the Jackass Shalon. But it's just interesting to see people change. The Jackass Shalon. I'm not the fucking jackass that lost my company. Jackass. I'm not the one who doesn't know how to structure a company so that I don't get my company pulled out from underneath me. I'm not the one who literally told you time and time and time and time and time again where your mistakes were. You up? Yep, just woke up. I removed you from a ban list. Does anybody have the one where he shows how much he was selling? Yeah, wild to see people change. QJ, who's been saying the same shit. Steven now comes out with this like redemption arc. Steven, your redemption arc isn't going to happen because you literally, if the DA thing is true, you're fucked because it makes you a hypocrite. If you unbanned a gold seller, and you knew he was making money, then you're an asshole. But just so everybody knows, because it did get brought up, I got tagged and I wrote something on Twitter. Because Jay on the show is a character. Oh yeah, here it is. Sorry for the bad quality, but Steven basically unbanning my RMT alts that got banned for selling gold. Given the state of people raging right now, it might be smarter to let them cool down a bit. Okay, that's fair. $74, $661, $706, $504, $635. Yeah, there you go. Steven basically knowing that somebody was selling gold. Oh, here's a cleaner copy. But then Steven wants to have the redemption arc. Steven doesn't have a redemption arc. But for my parts to Steven, I considered myself a friend. Steven and I were friendly. And one time my family was sick, he actually reached out to make sure we were taken care of. All of that earned him a lot of marks in my book. You take care of my family. You take care of my family. I'm gonna go to bat for you. I sent him a company coffee mug as a thank you for making me a content creator. When ArcAge did what they did, I was gonna stop making content. I was new to this. I just retired. I didn't have anything going on. He made me a content creator, gave me a purpose. Steven trusted me I did CPI work for Steven because I wanted to see him succeed. I did not charge Steven essentially what would have been about $10,000, $12,000 for the CPI work that I did. Number one, because I didn't do a full thing. But number two, it was just me killing time. But I've never released that information because I take confidentiality seriously and continuous process improvement. It's Lean Six Sigma. It's the Toyota production system. I apologize. There were a ton of people that were offering Steven a lot of advice because Steven didn't know what Steven didn't know. The referral program isn't a Ponzi scheme, but I'll touch on it in a second. The problem here is Steven liked to take shortcuts, and those are always the longest road. But then Steven accused me of masquerading the truth, right? The irony about him saying I was masquerading the truth is I was 100% spot on. Not close, not within a margin of error, but I was spot on. Steven said, I have made some very good friends, but these are the friends that stole his company from him, right? Steven has to recognize Steven fucked the pooch. I'm not a black belt. I'm a yellow belt. I did not have the opportunity to go to the University of Tennessee. After my shoulder surgery in the military, they shattered my upper left arm. They retired me instead. Lean Six Sigma has always seemed like corporate hippie bullshit to me. It's not. It's these are the originators of Lean Six Sigma. The TPS system is basically a way to it's a whole set of toolkits to get rid of waste in your company. I feel bad for Steven as a person, human to human. I don't feel bad for him he lost $40 million. You deserve to lose $40 million because you're a jackass. You literally lied to people. If you're going to talk shit, like the problem now is Steven better be purging all of everything he's ever said derogatory to anybody because it doesn't paint you in a good light, friend. It doesn't paint you in a good light where you're calling content creators jackasses because they're trying to warn people about problems. And guess what? I tried to warn everybody about the problem. And what happened? Everybody got slapped right in the face. Everybody got slapped right in the face with this problem. It is the problem that came back to haunt you. Now, Steven running from his responsibilities like a child, he realized he was in over his head. Ashes was built on greed, incompetence, and lies. Yes, What I'm going to say, though, is the referral system is not a Ponzi scheme. But what I am going to say is that the referral system can cause bias. The referral system... Well, Margaret keeps coming and going on the... Let me jump on that and I'll go back to the referral system. You said... Where the fuck are all my management tools? You said... Nope, not that one. At this point, I want to know why an official statement has not been made. Also, why Margaret keeps coming and going on the Discord. Well, first of all, Margaret doesn't work for Intrepid Studios anymore. I don't know why she hasn't... I don't know why she hasn't had her roles removed. I have not watched the NetGrage video about this. I started to, but right in the first few seconds of NetGrage's video, he said, these are the facts that are my opinions. And I was like, well, no, those aren't facts then. The first thing he brings up is Steven is a billionaire gamer. Well, a billionaire gamer, he doesn't actually say my net value is $1 billion. No one around to remove her roles. Steven's around. He has server ownership. She did not create the Discord. Death's Proxy created the Discord. Passed ownership to Steven in about 2017. The reason why no official statement has been made yet, though, is because Steven resigned from the board, and therefore legally he cannot make an official statement on behalf of Intrepid Studios. Him quitting and running away. I lost a lot of respect for him because you had the opportunity to hold the gate while everybody else retreated. Well, Steven doesn't work there either, so I guess it's an unofficial Discord now. That is correct. But John Moore should. No, the CFO should never be making public-facing statements. That is not the CFO's job. It is not the CFO's role. Margaret is no longer the director of communications. They no longer use critical hit public relations. Unfortunately, the only people who are authorized to make an official, and I bet you John resigned as well. I don't foresee John. Could this have been saved a week ago? No. But the problem is people, the referral system. I saw many people shill this game. I saw many people shill this game. From the very beginning, I have always called out what I thought was bad. I have always called out what I thought was good. The CFO, a close friend of Sharif, well, I would hope so. They share a bedroom. They share a bed. They have matching wedding rings. The problem is, I don't know how much debt to equity transfers Steven has out there, but it's clear to know that it was more than 50% because if it was less than 50%, Steven could tell the board to pound sand. Whenever you have a referral system, if I have a monetary incentive, that incentive is going to shape my view. But I don't give a shit about the money. Now, just so everyone's clear, I'm not a billionaire. I don't need this. I don't do this to make money. You keep hearing the background music. All the music on this show is where all of my tips, bits, subs, donos, Patreon goes to. There's 700 tracks on PGN Music. That's where the 35,000 I've made from streaming has gone to. The referral system causes people to have a monetary incentive to say nothing but the best in the game. The best about the game. It gives you all those other creators. Yeah, they knew it was burning and crashing. You're right, they did. But all those people that, and as what have I been saying for over a year now? If you want Ashes of Creation to be safe, if you want Ashes of Creation to be saved, 100% of the community needs to turn on Steven. It is the only way. Because you basically have to do the vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum. The Steam was the last ditch to liquidate. No, the Steam was the last ditch to get out of the hole and to buy themselves 20 some odd rules. Is there any Steam rules about launching a game when you already know your company is going under at the last minute money grab? No. Because how did I get into music making? I got copyright strikes. Steven's White Knights ruined this game. Yes, they did. Steven's White Knights absolutely ruined this game because here's the critic. And here's the White Knight. And here's the developer. And when all of the critics get blocked during every onslaught to the developer never has to answer to the critics. If the White Knights cared about the game, what they would have done is when they didn't have a good answer, they would have given no answer and they would have said, company, you have to answer to that. They protected Steven from seeing his real problems. You're right. When you're filled with a room with 75 people who support you and 25 people who shout you down, you can't hear the people shouting you down when the 75 get loud. When you surround yourself with yes men. He dipped the same day the Steam payment cleared. Actually, he dipped the day before. And at the time, and again, we don't know what is true. We don't know what is false. We don't know the particulars. We don't know what we don't know. But Steven didn't dip with the $8 million. The moment Steven resigned as CEO, well, again, I don't know if he resigned as CEO. I don't know. I think if he unilaterally resigned, the moment he unilaterally resigned, that money is property of the company. Your best friends are the ones that aren't scared to talk to you like they're your hater. You should tweet that to Steven. You should tweet that to Steven and you should say, Steven, your only real friend was Jalan because he was willing to talk to you like a hater because it's what you needed to hear. Steven fell into the trap of his own making, but one that is also as old as history and common as dirt. Yep. Why the hell are you misbehaving? Was the scope of the game too excessive for launch, or do you feel like you have to create a scope like this in order to not be behind other MMOs? I think the scope of the game was too excessive because they didn't build it in building block style. They built it in we're going to build the whole village at the same time. Therefore, at the 80% stage, nothing is 100% done. From what I understand, Steven resigned in protest, which means that he just turned it in right there without other considerations. Yes. Steven didn't make any money on this. Steven worked 10 years, very many 12, 16, 18-hour days. There were many times, I don't sleep much, but there are many times I would go to bed, right? And Steven would still be at the studio. And I'd wake up 6 hours later, and he'd still be at the studio. Steven routinely worked 12, 14, 16, 18, 20-hour days. But that's because you didn't have the right people. We know the red flags. Kickstarter pledges found their way to his website. Keep producing pixel packages like Star Citizen and pulls the rig with EA launch. Except, I don't know if he pulled the rug. It's possible that and what I heard from Insider, and like I said, I have a recording, and again, I have to echo Kira's sentiment. I have a recording and I was going to play it. However, the person that was recorded was not aware they were being recorded. And in my book, that's Bush League. That's Bush League. I'm not going to throw a junior developer under the bus. No, I'm sure the junior developer has heard it. Don't do that shit again. If you're not authorized to speak when you're at the company, don't speak on behalf of the company. I'm not going to throw the developer under the bus. It's out there and people can find it. But what we heard was there's been a board for a bit. Steven lost control of the company. That the test, most of the developers didn't even know that they were doing the PTR test. Who is this guy and how would he know when Steven was in the office? Honest to God question. Because Steven, for my part, Steven and I were friends for a long time. I was one of the official content creators. I was one of the first original content creators. I was one of the OG supporters of Intrepid. Steven and I talked often. I've interviewed Steven 3 times. He was on my podcast 3 times. Yeah. So, shit, some states need 2-party consent, others are just one person. Right, but I'm not bound by that because I'm a journalist. I did not make the recording. I was given the recording. So I could play it, but I'm not going to hurt the person involved. But what the person involved says is Steven lost control of his company. The test was done. I'll tell you why the test was done then. The test was done in order to see how many people would log into the test. It was a litmus test. It makes absolutely sense as a litmus test. The investors wanted to know how many people they would get. When they scrapped the original Alpha Zero product, we should have questioned full funding. Yes. The last day before closing, that a PTR stress test where like 5 people showed up. Any idea what was really going on? What was really going on was a litmus test. They wanted to know. But here's, if you remember, all the other content creators who had shit to say about me, and you know what? A couple of them have apologized for all the shit they've ever said about me, and most probably won't. And that should let you know. I put this out months ago. This video is very rapidly going to surpass its total views. No, Ashes is dead. As of right now, Ashes of Creation is dead. There may be a product that comes out in the future with the name Ashes of Creation, but Steven's not going to be involved in that project. But this video had 4,400 views before the 31st. And it has 6,400 views now. There's 4 videos I did that bring up a lot of things. Steven never want to answer them. And unfortunately, I've known people like Steven my whole life. When you're the smart guy in the room, you know you're not the smart guy in the room. The smartest guy in the room knows he's not the smartest guy in the room. The dumbest guy in the room thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. A leader's job is not to be the smartest guy in the room. The leader's job is to leverage the smart people in the room. I had PhD chemists that worked for me at the fuels lab. PhD chemists. Fucking Spencer Reed, double doctorate motherfuckers, in spectral analysis of petroleum and rocket fuel. I never once had the audacity to say to them, what I think you should do is, because I have no idea what you should do. I asked the question, what should I do? I just got here, so I'm not sure if this was already covered. I heard some discussion that the board was only Steven and his husband, but I also heard that the filing was done early and may not have reflected who or was on the board. Yes, I can talk about that, and I know I'm gonna have to keep going back to this, and that's fine. This is the filing that they're talking about. These are your statement of information. You are required to file one of these annually in every state. You are required to file this. What people are confusing is they're confusing this section, and this is the corporate officers. And you are required, every state that I know of, there are 3 key ones: the CEO, the treasurer, and the secretary. Your company must have those 3 roles. Next is this section, which people are saying it only shows Steven Sharif on the board of directors. To the best of my knowledge, without making an excuse for Steven, And I went to look at mine last night. But I'm in a different state. In my state, we don't list that, right? The way they have it. We have it listed as all officers and directors must be listed in that top box. So we do it different in my state. So I'm not intimately familiar with their form. I went and looked up their form, and it looks like on their form, this form only allows for one director on the first page, and then there should be a subsequent page with the listing of all the other directors. Now, that's not me. Who needs to file them? Only if you own the company. Only if you own a C Corp does you have to file this particular form. Now, first of all, I don't know what the status was on that date. But you can have two types of boards. You can have a shareholder board, board of investors. These terms are interchangeable. Or you can have a board of directors. If they're a shareholder board, they can direct the chief executive via vote. And if the shareholder agreement says that they can hold a meeting every day, then that's how they're doing it. If they're formally seated, no, Kickstarter doesn't make you an investor at all. If you are a seated board member and you have the official title of member of the board of directors, California Corporate Code 211 California Corporate Code 212 states, if you have two shareholders or more, you have to have a minimum of 3 directors. However, and this is where most of the content creators stop reading, California Corporate Code 211 subsection B, if all the shareholders enter into a written agreement, the corporation may have fewer directors, including one single director, regardless of shareholder count. A shareholder agreement may relate to the management of the corporation, including eliminating the board of directors or restricting the discretion of powers of the board, even if the agreement is inconsistent with other provisions of this division. So what you have a lot of people running off is with this form and saying, what board? There's no board, but there is a board. And by the way, people keep saying Steven ran with the money. What money? Steven was not the chief executive when the payment from Steam would have arrived. I don't think Steven ran out with a profit. I think he ran off with $8 million. Steven was not a corporate officer on Friday. I'm not defending all his shitty behavior, but people have got to realize is that why perhaps Steven explicitly didn't say board of directors and just said board? Yes. That's the problem. Steven, I love him like a brother from another mother, but as his older brother type figure, I want to slap the piss out of him because he plays loose and fast with words all the time. I don't know if it's scummy practice. The people I feel terrible for are the employees who worked for 2 weeks and got screwed, the employees who left other jobs recently to go to Intrepid. And that's what I've said for years. That sucks ass. There's nothing wrong with an MLM marketing background. Watch this. My background, every content creator uses MLM marketing. Every content creator uses MLM marketing. I make a video. I have subscribers on YouTube. I already have a market. And what I do in that video is I ask you to share. Asking you to like, that's not MLM. Asking you to share. This is the original level. This is the level of customers I already have. And when I ask you to share a video, that's multi-level marketing. That's me asking you to share my video with your constituencies. No. Squiggle, I'm not talking about... See, what you're saying is nothing wrong with MLM, and then saying Zango. You're equating Zango is all MLMs. Zango isn't wrong because it's an MLM. Zango is wrong because they made claims about their product that aren't true. MLMs are fine. MLMs are fine until they're not. Pyramid schemes are always not fine. And I think that's where a lot of people who don't care about learning. You have an MLM that's good. You have an MLM that's bad. You have a pyramid scheme. It has to be bad. There is no good pyramid scheme. For example, I still receive residual checks from an MLM endeavor from when I was 20 years old. When I was 20 years old, I worked for a magazine distribution company that still exists. Although they've changed names and hands a bunch of times, my contract is still valid. I worked for them, and I had people that worked for me. The money flows up, but it only flows up one level. That's fine. It also didn't require people to buy the magazines to then sell them. You were just selling magazine subscriptions. That was fine. When my mom my mom was passed away at that point, but I'd been doing it for a few years. You don't talk truth about your product is equals scam. Yes, if you're not telling the truth about your product, that's a scam. Well, my mom, there were people in the neighborhood that says like, hey, does your boy still do the magazine thing? They'd be like, yeah, like send him around. Or my mom would be like, hey, I'm going out and some of the people need to, they're looking for some magazines. I'm like, yeah, here's one of the forms. That's multi-level marketing. Girl Scouts are multi-level marketing. I did that example years ago and people are still mad about it. There's nothing wrong with multi-level marketing. How is Intrepid Action going to affect other MMOs in development? Oh, hold on. I had one other person and then I'll get to yours. Early access is not a way to crowdfund development of your product. You should not use early access solely to fund development. If you are counting on selling a specific number of units to complete your game, then you need to think carefully about what it would mean for you or your team if you don't sell that many units. Are you willing to continue development without any sales? Are you willing to seek other forms of investment? Right. Steam's early access was bullshit because they knew they did not have enough money in the kitty to continue production. And so they put the game on early access on Steam to get more money to continue production. Well, Jay, how do you know that they don't have enough money to continue production? Because they can't make payroll today. They couldn't make payroll. They said that in their letter. We can't make payroll. We can't pay your benefits. That means you didn't have the money. Like, I operate on a different mentality. And I've owned bars, I've owned restaurants, I've owned a couple of other things. Let me correct that statement. I've owned bars. I owned a restaurant. I don't want plural on restaurants. If we're going into February, then in the bank, I already have February's payroll in the bank. I'm not banking on making money on Valentine's Day in order to be sure I can pay the employees the second half of February. If I don't have the money to run the business for the month, I knew. Yeah, as soon as Steven made the statement about 800K overhead, I knew they were clapped because you weren't making 800,000 a week. That's 41 million a year. How is Intrepid's... No. This is Mittens. Mittens likes to turn off my PC. How is Intrepid Studios' failure going to affect other MMOs in production, like Chrono Odyssey? It's not going to affect Chrono Odyssey because Chrono Odyssey is independently self-funded. They're not doing, crowdfunding. Arcade Chronicles is not doing crowdfunding. Riot's MMO, Guild Wars 3, those aren't doing crowdfunding. Where this is going to kill people is the future of crowdfunding MMOs is going to be in a lot of trouble. I'm going to take a 1-minute break, but I'm not one of those streamers that's going to put you on an ad break. Now is a good time to go get a cup of coffee or a refill or something. I will be right back. Alrighty. So, MMOs are not made for crowdfunding. That's it. Unless AI develops so much, it streamlines so many processes. Well, again, the problem is, are we not due refunds from Steam? You are not due a refund from Steam unless you purchased your product and used it for less than 2 hours. And I know that sucks. And I'm not defending Intrepid. I'm not defending any game studio. You knew the policy on Steam is 2 hours. Now, I did see Steam is issuing some people that have more than 2 hours credit. It is what it is. I will say this. I really would advise Steven to be very careful with how he goes about the future, because I would not have made those statements. I would not have made those statements that Steven made yesterday. In fact, I would not have made any statements. The moment I resigned, I would have recognized I'm a shareholder in a company, however diluted my ownership is, and I would have waited until I could talk to my lawyer. But then again, the lawyer that they have is probably the wrong lawyer. Doesn't Steven have a hard time not saying anything? Yes, he does. In fact, if Steven really wanted to give a giant fuck you to everybody, Steven would pass me the Discord. Why would Steven pass me the Discord? Because if he passes me the Discord, then he would be executing something that I had already submitted to him a long time ago, that people not of Intrepid should be in control of the Reddit and the Discord, and Steven could pass me, and he knows of all the fucking people, I might hate him, but if it ever got sorted out, I would give it back. I'm probably the only person that you know for certainty would give it back. But why do they expect they fostered? How are you affiliated with Steven? I was an official content creator from 2018 until they terminated the project, and I'm an OG. Yeah, but I'm a jackass. I'm an OG backer. I've been following Ashes of Creation since it was announced, ironically, on my birthday in 2015, I believe, or 16. Yeah, 16. On my birthday, 2016, they had the first Facebook post. Played for 70 minutes, no refund. Yeah. It's bad. How could they exactly be spending what they were, but have this game and the quality it was? Were they pocketing money in this? Well, if we do a quick piece of math, and we do 800,000 divided by 250, that's only $3,200 per person. That sits right if you have, that sits very, very right inside the numbers. Number two, Intrepid didn't listen. They have been running servers for 18 months now, nonstop. I said this over and over and over again. You don't have enough product to test, so why are you testing your product? Is there a way to save this game or not? No, probably not. His lawyers probably... No, he changed lawyers a couple of years ago, and he got a lawyer that specializes in California Franchise Tax Board lawsuits, which he was embroiled into one. So, refreshing to see a middle-of-the-road talk. Yeah, that's because at the end of the day, I don't need any of this money, so I'm not trying to outrage you, I'm trying to educate you. I'm trying to educate the people that are seeing all these content creators run off with information they don't understand. Because when you ask them, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know. They're just repeating what other people have said. And I've been like that since day one. Thank you. I appreciate the respect. Conflicting reports about Steam refunds. I know for a fact, as a good friend of mine bought it on Steam, that despite his multiple attempts and having owned the game for 40 plus days, they are denying his refund request even when he escalated it. Yeah, unfortunately, if you played more than 2 hours, you're fucked. A while ago, you called yourself abrasive, but sometimes that's what's needed. Absolutely, Intrepid and Steven could have used more of that, or at least listened to you. You were a jerk to me in Discord a few years ago. Yeah, I was a jerk to you a few years ago in Discord. You know why? Because Jalan is a character. Jalan is a persona. Unless I was a jerk to you in private messages, I probably was a jerk to you because you needed to be talked to like a jerk. I was a jerk to Karthos. Karthos and I used to argue all the time. Karthos is now, apparently Karthos is the right hand of my organization. I didn't recall that. You're not fucked. You just don't go through a regular refund option. You need to use I have a question about this product. Got several friends who refunded the game already this way. But I need to ask you a question then. If you have several friends that way, did they get number one, a cash refund, and number two, or a cash refund or credit, and number two, did they buy the game in January or did they buy the game in December? So if you have several friends that are in that boat, I would love that data point. I would love that data point. Because the people who bought in January are entitled to a different refund process than the people who bought a credit. They bought the game between August last year and January. Interesting. If they got credit, then that makes sense. Absolutely, because I did say earlier in the show, they are giving credit to some people. And I'm sure Valve is going to go after Intrepid. I did think it was funny though. I've said for years that certain people shouldn't have been moderators for Steven because they lack the mental capacity to be moderators. And where is this one moderator who kept saying the same thing over and over, not realizing how much he's directly fucking Steven over? I'll find it if I can find it along the scrolling. But one of the moderators was telling people to get a refund if they can. Let me say this. While I appreciate the idea of get a refund while you can, Steven has personal liability to the debt. Steam fronts the refund costs. No, Steam does not. That is absolutely not how Steam operates. Steam does not front the upfront cost because Steam holds your money for 30 days. The $8 million that Intrepid received on Friday was the proceeds of December 11th through December 31st, calculated on December 31st, issued out in January on the last business day of the month. They will have made some amount of sales between January 1st and January 31st. Those sales are tabulated on January 31st, the last calendar day of the month, but held until the last business day of February. Steam does not front the money because Steam does not pay you in real time. Just like Kickstarter, Steven did not take the Steam money because Steven was not the CEO on Friday when that money hit Intrepid's accounts. Steven resigned. Now, Steven's a coward for resigning. Steven the Thief. I don't... There's a lot of things we can say, but I don't think calling him a thief is what works. Steven the Incompetent? Sure. Inept Studios probably fits in really well here. Years and years and years ago, I got in trouble for this one, and I don't give a shit. I mean, all these people, when I say I got in trouble, I really don't give a fuck. I mean, what can they do? Send me to bed without my cheesecake? I generated up that logo years ago. wasn't him trying to make a power play versus the board to show the game is dead without him. No, it wasn't a power play by him at all, because what he did was cause the board to execute a plan, allegedly, that they were able to execute a plan within 24 hours. So they probably already had the plan. Thank you so much. They probably already had the plan and they just weren't telling Steven about it. Because remember, your shareholders don't have to include you in every conversation. 24/7 uptime killed the game. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely this. 24/7 24/7 killed the game. Absolutely. Yep, I've seen those. I think a part of his resignation timing gives him some option for a lawsuit depending on the route he wants to take. So let me say this. There is always an opportunity for a lawsuit. And yes, if Steven wasn't the majority owner anymore, could he have taken the money anyway? No. Steven couldn't have taken the money if he wasn't the majority owner. No. Because so that people understand this, PGN is a corporation. And so people understand, when I say I know corporate law, it's because my entire streaming brand is a corporation. This company is a separate corporation than the one that held my property or my businesses. I spun a separate one because I had a plan. I still do have a plan, but I don't know if that plan's ever going to come to fruition. When you are the CEO of a company, the money in the company is not your money. It's the company's money. So what people don't realize is that most people might know a little bit about an LLC or an S Corp or a sole proprietorship. You might know some of those, right? Yes, Arkham PC the day before and others gave money back because those refunds were done inside of the month that they were still holding the money. The day before hadn't been paid yet. They were still holding the money. Now, all of these things are governed by 3 sets of rules. This is a completely separate set of rules. A C corporation, in and of itself, is a legal entity. When you own a sole proprietorship, you are the business's money's yours, the business's expenses are yours, which is why I will tell you 100 times out of 100, I don't give a shit what you're doing in life. Spend the $55 and create a limited liability corporation to, and I know it's kind of hard to follow, to limit your liability. I have a C corporation because that way there is no commingling or automatic transfer of wealth from my corporation to me. Intrepid Studios got $8 million. The absolute most, I believe, that they could have paid out to the shareholders. And again, I would have to do some digging into California specific law to see if they have a secondary. The absolute most Intrepid would have been able to pay out on Friday and run off with is $1.2 million. Because they could pay out a dividend of 15%. Karen owns their debt. No, Karen doesn't own all of their debt. Whoever started that fucking rumor needs to stop. Karen is not the only lien holder. Intrepid Studios has several lien holders. And I keep hearing this nonsense where this woman named Karen owns all of their debt. She does not. Karen is the most recent lien holder. Robert Dawson of Longwood, Florida is also a lien holder. The Small Business Administration is also a lien holder. Yaya Legacy Trust is also a lien holder. There's the active notice of state tax lien, and there's Commerce West Bank. So people keep referencing this document, and it pisses me off that they've gotten everybody spun up so out of control where people are saying this is a hostile takeover document. No, the fuck it is not. This is nothing more than a UCC1 notice of lien. All of that verbiage at the bottom is just saying, right? These are all the things that we stake a claim to. All a lien is me telling the courts, me telling the government, me telling the franchise tax board, me telling everybody they owe me money, and if they sell, I want to be paid out of the proceeds of the sale. Guess what happens when you don't pay a contractor? You pay somebody to put a roof on your house, and they don't pay. They put a lien on your house. They put a tradesman lien on your house. If you sell your house within 2 years, the title company sees, oh, you owe $15,000 to Jalan because they put a roof on your house. So you go to closing and you're like, yeah, we accepted 200,000. Our proceeds of the sale should be 200,000. And the title company gives you a check for 185,000. You're like, whoa. They're like, yeah, you had a lien against your property. It's why I tell people, if you're in real estate, when you do quick claim deeds, never ever do a quick claim deed. Why? Because if you do a quick claim deed, it hasn't gone through the title company, which means you may have just absorbed the lien. Pay the $1,800. I know it sucks. I know it's a bite. Yeah, we are not like them. Steven didn't even write a letter to players about it. He leaked stuff to streamers and dropped little cryptic nothing burger comments. He knew all his lies were exposed and it would be uncomfortable. He wasn't who he was. He wasn't who he said he was, but still he's a coward for doing it that way. How much of a field day was this to you? None. This breaks my heart. This breaks my heart for a number of reasons. Number one, I'm never going to get my referral money. And I wasn't counting on that money, but I was hoping that one day I would get that money so I could fund more composers and make more music. It breaks my heart because it means every game company that might have a good idea from now until forever won't be able to get crowdfunding for probably 3 to 5 years because people will still be burned by this. The reason why Steven distanced himself from me is because Steven said that I was making it hard at one point I was making it hard because I was exposing a lot of things, and I was like, yeah, you're supposed to fix the things I expose. If people find out you only own 92% of your company or 91% of your company, no, Riot won't purchase the IP because Riot is a business. If the game was at 70% completion and it worked, Steven did not run off with the money. Steven couldn't run off with the money. The company didn't have the money before Steven resigned. Even if Steven didn't resign, Steven is not going to commit multiple felonies when he still has assets that could be seen. That could be seized. Steven may not be the smartest mother clucker on the planet, but he's got to be smart enough to know that he can't run off with the money illegally. And also, by the way, Steven didn't take payment for the last 10 years, which makes sense. It makes sense. As the owner, you normally don't pay yourself because you end up, especially if you're loaning the company money, because then you're paying money. Here's the video that I've talked about. And then if you go to my channel, obviously, I don't have a lot of recent videos, so you can pretty easily see on the cover page all the other videos I've done. I've been sick for a while. So I have neuropathy in my hands and my feet. I've got some other medical issues going on. I swear that in the Discord chat, Amazon Gaming was going to take over. How can Amazon Gaming take over Ashes of Creation when Amazon Gaming gutted all of their game studios except for the one that's doing caretaker status for New World? Amazon Games doesn't really have any developers anymore. Oh, did we move in? Oh yeah, we moved into some of the Christmas tavern music. All you had to do is say, hey, we're running out of funds, and a lot of people would have been willing to buy skins, but 800,000 a week payroll was, it's not just 800,000 a week in payroll, it's 800,000 operation cost. 18 months of server maintenance is expensive. They should have done pulse testing when they had builds worth testing. But again, I said this, and it must have made Steven go the other way, because I said it, so it must have been the wrong answer. Please, EG7 overlords who own Daybreak and the EverQuest IP, buy this shit and build EQ. Why? Let me ask you this. Why is everybody so fascinated with this game getting bought? Why does everybody want this game to be bought when they never tell me what's so great about this game? There is not a single game system in Ashes of Creation that on paper isn't flawed. Not one. Nodes are an insanely good concept. Right. Which you don't. Your English is not good, but I talk so good, so understand everything. Great. I'm glad I'm helping. The node system. The node system, you don't have to buy Intrepid's Ashes of Creation to build the node system. That's just centers of civilization. The class system was garbage. I saw somebody say it was the class system. The class system was garbage. On paper, the class system was garbage. There's nothing good about their class system. No, server meshing doesn't work. Dynamic gridding doesn't work. And it stopped working even as well as it was starting to work when Hunter left. The combat was terrible. The class system didn't exist, but on paper, it was garbage. Tell us something we don't already know. Allegedly, the owners of the company are taking it overseas to have it finished. The combat was terrible. How can you say that when we never saw the class system? I can say that really easily because I had volumes and volumes and volumes of data on the paperwork design of the class system. We have volumes of data on the intended design of the class system. I don't know what is so hard for some people to understand. If it is a bad plan on paper, you cannot over-execute a bad plan to success. If on paper, the plan is bad, it's a bad plan. The whole idea... I just put another refund using the question about this game option. Let's see how it goes. Let's see these volumes of data. Okay, you must see the volumes of data? Here you go. Lex, this is all the information we had about how the class system was intended to work. All that you're saying is subjective, man. Some people don't like things that others don't. Right, but the problem is, why was it bad? Here's why it was bad. On paper. So, first of all, you have one tank class. You have one healer class. You have one support class. You have 4 damage classes. And you have one fill any role. Okay? This is their organic design. Now, if you have 8-person parties, you always have to have a tank. Well, I can off-tank with a summoner. Okay, well, if I can off-tank with a summoner, then why would I have a raid of 5 parties when I could just have one main tank? So now where are the other 4 parties supposed to get a tank when you're told your tank's not invited to content because we only need one tank. So because you designed 8-person parties, you're gonna have this thing where you're gonna have to have 40-man content that needs 5 tanks, five healers. I shouldn't say clerics. 5 healers, 5 support. Okay. So now you have a person who gets told to sit because they can't change their main class. What if the secondary tank gives main tank potential? They already said it didn't. They had all in that volumes of data is where they had said speccing something subclass tank will not give you the ability to main tank. It will give you the ability to off tank, and that's like saying WoW needs 4 tanks in raid because 5-man dungeons. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if all of your content is 8-man content, then you're going to have parties of tank, healer, support, 4 damage dealers, and the jack of all trades or another damage dealer. So that's how your day-to-day ordinary party content's going to go. If you're going to disagree with me at that point, then we can go a different route. They said, bro, that was put subclass in the future. Right. But they had literally said on paper, sub-specking tank will not make you a main tank. It will make you tanky. It will make you able to off tank, but you will not be able to replace a main tank with a sub-tank spec. You will not be able to replace a main healer with an off healer, except maybe summoner. Maybe sub-specking summoner with tank. Sure, maybe. And that was the big maybe this will work, right? Maybe. My point was I'm not talking about combat right now. I'm talking about the class system. So this works fine because it works great, and it works great if you're going to have 8-person parties. Now look at what Final Fantasy did. Final Fantasy had 4-person parties. Tank, healer, damage. And then for a long time, when you went into 8-person content, you had tank, healer, 4 damage dealers. So some of your 8-person content revolved around having 2 tanks, with one of the 2 tanks sitting around with their thumb up their ass, but you were forced to build that way if you use the party finder. Well, of course you'd be forced to build that way. You had 4-person parties. Here's a 4-person party. 8-person content is 2. When they moved into the 24-person content, for a while, we had 2 tanks in each party. They finally got rid of that because we don't need 2 tanks. Each group of 8 needs 1 tank. The problem is, if Ashes of Creation wasn't going to have automatic party matchmaking systems, people were going to build statics. I think we can all agree on that. You were going to have the 7 people you did content with. The problem is when you transition 8-man content into 40-man content, what you're really doing is you're bringing 5 statics together. But now if you don't need 4 tanks, 3 tanks, 2 tanks, now you have a person that can't change their main class to be valuable. And so on paper, you have a flaw. The solution to that flaw is let people change their main class. Now a lot of your problems go away. If I can change my main class, then I'm not the main tank. I'm not the secondary tank. I'm not the tertiary tank. I'm the tank from static 4 and static 5. These 2 can change out their main classes. Yeah, the worst 4 words to hear when you're looking for a team. We don't need you. Now, when people say, well, how do you know it's going to be bad? You can have 5 characters. What are you talking about? Well, first of all, you can have 8 characters, not 5 characters. Second of all, who the hell wants to have 2 mains? Being able to change class is a terrible idea. No, it's not. It's not a terrible idea if you want these other conditions. If you don't want these other conditions, then yes, changing your main class is a terrible idea. Here's another one for you. Don't make the day-to-day content. Don't make your day-to-day content 8-person content. Make your day-to-day content 4 or 5-person content like original WoW. 5-person party. Because now you're distributing it out differently. But you're still running into the problem when you combine 8 raids, 8 parties of 5, you have 8 tanks. As far as I understand the concept, the secondary class fixes this exactly by providing different roles to classes with fixed roles. It doesn't. You can't, according to all of this shit here, according to all of this, you cannot replace a main tank with sub-speccing tank except for maybe possibly summoner sub-spec tank. You cannot replace a main healer with anything but a cleric by subbing cleric. Yeah, subclasses slightly augment existing abilities. They do not, like, if you have a fighter sub-spec tank, if there's a boss with an add mechanic, a sub-boss mechanic, that fighter sub-spec tank might be able to hold aggro long enough to handle the sub-boss. If the tank goes down, the fighter sub-spec tank might be able to hold aggro while the combat res goes off. But until it's implemented and tested, it's all theory craft. This right here, I'm gonna say, is why we end up with such shitty situations. But you could, though. Did you play recently? No, you couldn't, because here's the problem. You can't say it works that way based on what we had because the class system wasn't there. It was bad in paper design. It was bad on paper. And you're like, but the way it was executed. You mean the way it was executed with class kits that only went up to 25? I'm not saying they couldn't have eventually made the switch to do things like give fighters aggro generating abilities if they subbed tank, or give fighters X amount of aggro generating abilities, period. But then the fighter is a second tank, so why are you having a half-ass tank? The problem here is you don't have to wait until the burger is served if you see the chef cooking with cow shit. You might be convinced that that shit burger is going to be the tastiest thing ever. And I'm going to take your word for it, because if I watch the chef wheel a wheelbarrow full of cow manure into the kitchen and start making cow patties, I ain't eating it. Because I know on paper it's a bad fucking idea. And I'm not saying that in all of that, they couldn't have fixed it. But I'm saying when it was brought up on paper and there were flaws, the thing we constantly heard was, well, let's wait to test it to see. Well, I don't have to wait to test it to see. You can't over-execute a bad idea. If you argue anything that was available currently was good, I think you better think again for a few seconds. It was like the corruption thing. What did we say about the corruption 7 years ago? My relationship with Steven is I was one of the original backers of original 2017 December people that started following the game. I was a content creator for 5 years. And then I drifted away when I started finding all these flaws. For my part, I was a friend to Steven for many years. We talked about things, not just about the game. I did Ashes 101 for several years. So that's my background. The other problem is corruption. We said, hey, what's up, Cam? We said at the very beginning, corruption has a flaw. Corruption has a flaw, and people are going to exploit it. And the simplest solution to that is, if you have a rule system that's so convoluted that it loops around the yard twice and slaps itself in the face 4 times, the simplest solution to that is to have no non-consensual PvP. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say, well, I want a game with non-consensual PvP. Every single game mechanic that you play, that you have in your game, has to be mutually beneficial. If there is not a mutually beneficial aspect to every game system, you have winners and losers. You have wolves and sheep. And when the sheep stop playing, they stop paying. The simplest answer is, if the people who want non-consensual PvP really want non-consensual PvP, then give it to them. Have a vendor or an NPC or a flag or a bar or a box or whatever where you go to it and you say, I want to turn on non-consensual PvP. I mean, I go out into the world. And then anybody else that wants to play that kind of game can go to the bar, hit the button, also go out into the world. But the only place you can toggle your global flag is in a node. Then you'll hear the PvPers turn around and say, well, then nobody will turn it on. Well, if you're saying nobody will turn it on, what you're really saying is nobody really wants it. You just want to run around and be a gank artist. And over the years, I had only a handful of people ever admit, yes, I want to run around and be a ganker. And that's fine. Thank you for being honest. The rest of them are being disingenuous. You want to be a ganker. Now we say, what percentage of our community wants to be a ganker? 3%. Okay, then they're the 3% we cut because the game isn't for everyone, and that's okay. They can go play Mortal Online too because we see how well that's doing. But gankers don't want to be ganked. Exactly. Gankers don't want to be running around with their flag on all the time. They want to be able to flag up when you're at 20% health. Steven did it ass backwards. Yes. It should have just been PvP and open when you run crates and such. Yes. Because then, when you're running a crate, you should be flagged for PvP. Because you then have consented to PvP by virtue of accepting the risk for the reward you want. Or, another way you could have done it is, you could have had 2 tiers of crates. Lower tier crate, you can't be killed while carrying, worth less money at the delivery point. Higher tier crate, you flag for PvP, the risk is higher, the reward is higher. But this whole idea where you have non-consensual PvP, there is no point for it anymore. It is not a mechanic that players want. Because what you're forgetting is, when you say our game won't be for everybody, if this is the entirety of all MMORPG players, I would say 50% of them are automatically going to say non-consensual PvP, no thanks. I believe that cut at the very top is no less than 50%. It might be more. I don't think it's any less than 50%. And that's before you've talked about any other feature. Now, the next cut that you're going to make is also a 25% of what remains monthly sub. So with just 2 decisions of their game, they cut the entirety of MMO player base down to less than 25% of the players, period. I like a mechanic where you PvP for PvE, fight for spots, fight for raid bosses, fight for castles. If you don't flag, people can kill you, but the penalty must be extremely severe. Yeah, but you can do it the other way. You can make, and I'll break those down. Fighting for spots is pointless because I don't want an argument about we fight for spots because I don't want to play a game where we're back to fucking grinding. If the best you can come up with is a grindy game, no thanks. Not interested in that. But as far as you said, fight for raid bosses. Watch this. Easy peasy lemon squeezy solution. You have three world bosses just because I'm lazy and I don't want to draw 15 boxes. This week on the schedule, this boss is PvP enabled. This boss is PvE enabled. And this one is Taster's Choice. Maybe he spawns PvP enabled. Maybe he spawns PvE enabled. Maybe he spawns in a PvP zone. Maybe he doesn't. Next week, this becomes the PvP boss. Next week, it goes back to him. And you're like, wait a minute. Yeah, it's random. Now you have 15 world bosses. 5 of them are PvP enabled that week. 5 of them are absolutely not. Now, what about the ones that are absolutely not? Well, can you still not have PvP at them? Sure, let's look at that one. So this boss spawns and he's PvP enabled automatically. You can go there and PvP to your heart's content. Then this boss over here, we're going to say is the pure PvE boss. All hostilities around this boss are turned off. Well, then what about this boss? It's not PvP enabled, but it's PvP allowed. Well, what does that mean? guild wars, family feuds, node wars, right? If any of those things are active, then you can fight those people. Boom. Look at that. I've just given, instead of 50% of people hating it and 50% of people loving it, I've just created a system that is going to be more palatable to closer to the 80 to 90% slice of the road. There's still going to be some people that say, I won't play it because I never want non-consensual PvP. And you say, yeah, but it is consensual PvP. When you approach the boss, it says, this boss's PvP flag is on. Yeah. And then, yes, exactly, Filthy Randy. Exactly. Because now you're gathering data. But how are shittier going to kill low levels, undergeared players to make themselves feel better? How are shitters going to kill? Yeah, we're not worried about the gankers. Problem is, players want a new world MMO, but they want the old MMO systems, EQ and WoW set in stone, and how a new dev can bring a new MMO that is different. Well, that's because I literally, what people are trying to do, Steven is trying to build a flying car. And every one of Steven's ideas is a bad fucking idea, because Steven was trying to go from a car to a flying car. What we needed Steven to do was, you need to make a better car. And then the next better car becomes the next better car, and the next better car might become a flying car. But you're trying to go from a NASA rocket to the Starship Enterprise in one generation. And it doesn't work that way. Just like this. All these people got into Steven's ear in year one of development. You need action combat, you need action combat, you need action combat, you need action combat. And that's what they produced. And people are like, the combat is so good. Are you fucking kidding me? Starting a game with one ability? What? What? How terrible is this shit? I think what people are really chasing is how MMOs in the past made them feel. They almost universally have rejected old school content mechanics in modern games. Right. What people are looking for, is they're looking for nostalgia. Like yesterday at Disney World's Animal Kingdom, the ride for the dinosaur ride was 4 hours long. That ride sucks balls. Hard to say if the combat is good or not, since we never got the second class stuff. Combat would look a lot different with that system in place. No, I can absolutely say the combat was balls. Let me help you out with this. Look at Final Fantasy XIV as an example. It took them 12 years. 12 years to get the combat to something that looks and plays and feels acceptable. It took them 12 years to get it to acceptable. A lot of people, still everyone talk a lot of shit, but I think we need to see official post, stream, whatever, because BC We Deserve explain. Yeah, the problem is you can't get that now. You're not going to get that now because Steven resigned. Do you think the new owners give a shit about you? Yes, Final Fantasy combat feels terrible. Well, again, notice I didn't say good. Listen to what I said. Feels acceptable. Look at Final Fantasy A Realm well, you can't play it anymore because all the changes go down. I wish we could. 12 years? Because A Realm Reborn was launched in 2013. Give me an example of an MMO with good combat. Arcage. Arcage had good combat. No, not Ashes. Ashes is 11 years. Guild Wars, BDO has the best combat. No, BDO has, let me stop that. BDO doesn't have Kira doesn't know everything either. Kira has parts of it. Kira has parts of the story. Unless Kira's source inside Intrepid is Steven, then Kira doesn't have everything. I don't have everything. Nobody has everything. People have the bits that they have. Arcade Chronicles is scheduled to have open world PvP, but consensual open world PvP. It's scheduled to have PvP events like caravans. It's not scheduled to be run around and kill people all the time like the original one did. You can't say BDO has the best combat when BDO at best only became maybe a number 5 in the top 5 of MMOs. You could say it has the best action combat, and I'll agree with you. I'll agree with the statement that BDO, Arcade Chronicles is an MMO. I don't know why people keep saying it's not. It is an MMO. It's an MMORPG that focuses on the single player experience, much like Where Winds Meet does. But Where Winds Meet is also an MMO because it has a persistent online world that is shared by thousands of players. Although, when we pull back the onion, Where Winds Meet has a persistent online world where all the players go, except you don't really have to go there, and it's sharded. So it doesn't have that single world thing. Black Desert Online is widely recognized within its community as having a high risk of causing or aggravating carpal tunnel syndrome. That's funny. Appreciate the sub. No, Ashes of Creation's, well, I think it would be fair to say Ashes of Creation's final version of the combat we were able to see looks a lot like Guild Wars 2's action camera. Guild Wars 2 is not pure action combat. It's very much hybrid. New World's combat was not amazing. New World's combat was where I'll be willing to say I don't know how amazing it got at the end. I haven't played New World in a long time. New World's combat was basic. It was smooth. It was basic. It had good bones. Guild Wars 2 is tab enhanced. Guild Wars 2 is tab enhanced. And I think that is really important. I wish you had gotten to higher levels. Here's the problem. There was no point to me to get to higher levels because all the people that say the game was good when I got to a certain point, if you're going to put your game on Steam, your game has to be good from minute 1. When there's a 2-hour ticking clock for refunds, your game has to be good from minute 1. You mean, is Aeon 2, aka the pay-to-win simulator, out? Yeah, it is. Let's see. I think action combat fans, is Riot still making an MMO? Yes, they are still making an MMO, but Ghost Crawler's project, what the leadership at Riot said, we're gonna chuck it in the fuck it bucket and start over from scratch. And I do appreciate the subs that are coming in. I don't always acknowledge them, but thank you guys for the subs. The subs go all to PGN Music, paying the company bills, and then they go to PGN Music and charity. Extra Life is where the money that I get goes. I don't take any money out of the company. I thought WildStar had some of the best action combat. I think people have to recognize that WildStar did a lot of things well. And I will agree with you, WildStar's combat was a really good start. But again, trying to go to full action combat, then you have, like, there are a lot of if-thens. If we want action combat, then we have to cap the density of the engagements. Because action combat on a scale of hundreds versus hundreds literally just keep your cursor there. And then we bring up the other problem. You can't have a fully action MMO with healer classes because healer classes don't function properly in action combat. And that was another one of the things I brought up for years, and I said, you can lean heavily into action, but you would be better off leaning into tab enhanced. And if you go tab enhanced, because remember, you've got a certain amount of abilities. You have a bolt, which is tab. You have a blast, which is essentially a bolt. Same mechanics, just action combat. You have ground reticles, and this is your meteors, healing circles. This is action. You have cones. That's action. And you can write your rules so that, like, and remember I said, we're not trying to build a flying car, we're trying to build a better car. I'm the healer. And I need to heal 5 people. And this guy is surrounded by enemies. So I can't get to him. So I want to use a tab target ability on him. That way my heal goes into him because I'm a healer. I need to be able to heal my target. So I need to have a tab target ability. So I have a healing bolt. This guy is engaged, but everyone's in front of him. I can send a skill shot blast to him. Number 5 runs next to me because number 5 knows he needs heals. I can drop a ground reticle on myself, and number 5 and the other healers get healed. 3 and 4 happen to be positioned just so that I can have a cone ability. Notice which play style have I irritated? None of them. Because I've given both play styles, action and tab, I've given you both commonly accepted abilities. Now, if we switch this and we do damage, right? We switch these to be damage. I dropped a damage circle on myself. The only person that's going to be damaged is number 5 because he's the only person in it. And I don't have to do an accuracy check because is your XYZ, well, we won't do Z, is your XY coordinates inside the XY coordinate boundaries of my damage circle? Yes, then you take damage. There's no dodge. There's no anything. There is quite literally, you were standing in it, you get it. 3 and 4, are you standing inside of my cone? Yes or no? Yes, you took damage. There's no dodge. There's no parry, auto parry. There's no auto block. Number 3 is facing this way. He can't block at all. Number 4 is facing this way and sees it come. Puts up their shield. I'm sorry, that should be a B. Puts up their shield to block. The only block to an action ability should be an action block. Number 2, I see the back of number 2's head. I skill shot number 2. Was my reticle on number 2's back of his head? If yes, I hit. There is no dodge, there is no block, there's no parry. Now, my guys have this guy surrounded and I'm trying to throw a damage ability into there. That's a tab ability, so it follows the accuracy dice roll check. Then it follows the passive dodge, evasion, parry, block. Look at that. If we designed it this way, everybody is happy because there's nobody who's unhappy. When you're being targeted by action abilities or Fox action abilities, you have it's very hard to balance though. No, it's not. It's not very hard to balance. You know why it's not very hard to balance? Here's why. Because the tab target abilities, it's not hard to balance at the 50-foot level. It's hard to level down to the nuance, but it all starts with how do you plan on having your overall pillar of game balance. But now everybody's happy. And guess what I've just done? I've just basically made an action combat game, except I have some lock-on skills. I have some soft lock abilities. Why can't they do healers like they do in Overwatch and Marvels? Because that's not what MMORPG healers want. The only people who hate it are the ones on the other side and think that you're catering to the other side would be unhappy. You're right. So if Ashes is to survive, will it be moved to Asia? More than likely, yes. Ashes, that seems like a lot for networking. That has absolutely nothing to do with for networking any more so. That has less networking requirements than a fully action game. So let me just leave it at that. That has less networking than a fully action game, because we already have the tab rules in place. And by the way, BDO has waterfall stats. Yeah, but not for a full target game. Well, yeah, but because full target game is just ones and zeros. It's just tabletop dice rolls. That's all it is. That's all it's ever been. For Ashes to survive, will it be moved to action? Or will it be moved to Asia? Yes, more than likely. It'll be moved overseas, more than likely. Ashes is getting shut down. It should be today, from what I've been told. Because the company is shuttering. No, the company is shuttering today. Yeah, you're next up in the queue. Can I get a synopsis of your understanding of what happened with Ashes and why we are here today? Game funding, board involvement, etc. Okay. You can still buy it on stream. I know, and that's a problem. What happened with Ashes of Creation is Steven was wearing too many hats. Steven didn't have the money to fund the game that he really wanted. And so what happened was he needed just a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. He was Oliver Twist going to investors saying, please, sir, may I have some more? The moment you start giving up equity in exchange for lines of credit means you are slowly losing ownership of your company. Now, without access to the full shareholder agreement, you can usually sell 49.9% of your company and it not be disastrous unless there are certain terms, clauses, and conditions in those shareholder agreements. What happened is Steven did not execute things that would have made him money. Steven didn't listen to outside people early on who had more project management experience, who had more insight. Steven, every single person on the planet has a bias. I have a bias, you have a bias, everybody has a bias. Steven's bias is a rich guy, not have to go to a daily job, independently wealthy, pay to win, power gamer, who was upset with the state of MMORPGs. That is his bias, because that is how it is. I have a different bias. I have a bias of respectful of player time because I used to work 2 jobs, not have a lot of disposable income. So I want games to be respectful of the player time, the player investment. What ultimately happened was 9.7% of his company was sold. 5% was sold. 5.3% was sold directly. 4.7% was a loan converted into equity. And then what happened was that's now 9.7% of the company you can't sell to raise money, all for $2 million. And where you come up with a really big problem is when you start selling off stock with a locked value. It means all of your shares of stock have a locked value. Also, you have a studio that's not producing a tangible. Oh my God. You have a studio that's not producing a tangible. You don't have an income stream. You don't have a revenue stream. What you're doing is you're operating on borrowed time. This is why all those haters in that community that didn't listen, who also got into Steven's ear that I was wrong, APOC should have never been abandoned. APOC should have never been monetized in December of 2018, but APOC should have never been abandoned. APOC was a content creator, a marketer's wet dream. All you have to do is keep updating APOC with your newest assets, and then once you had APOC needed about 9 more months of tweaking before they launched it. If they had launched it in a much better way with seasonal stat tracking, lifetime stat tracking, leaderboards, better art assets, they could have used... APOC was their battle royal. Ashes of Creation Apocalypse was their battle royal that was a standalone game and a testing environment. But Steven was impatient. Steven should have developed. Nobody cares about that old shit. What happened now? What would you like to know, you ignorant asshole? Like, be a human being. I'm a human being. I'm answering a question that somebody else asked. So if you have a question for me, be a respectful human being and just ask your question. It'll go in the queue and I'll get to it. Somebody asked this question. Didn't they have code problems with APOC? Yes, they did. They had back-end netcode problems. They were a team of developers that didn't know how to make things work. So APOC was the perfect way for them to learn a lot of things, to figure out how to make things work. They could have generated some income with it. They could have generated interest in the game. But instead, it was a mistake. It was a fumble. It was a miscommunication because Steven didn't, remember, Steven's degree is in philosophy and religious studies. I have not found, and if somebody has it, I'd love to see it. I have not found one accolade about Steven's expertise or acumen in real estate. Not one. And I looked and I went digging and I tried to find anything about Steven Sharif being a divisional leader, a state leader, a county leader. I can't find Steven Sharif's name on one real estate investment. Period. But with very little search effort, although I can't find it on my own desktop, I found information about Steven Sharif being one of the top MLM leaders in the world. So there's a big problem here. There's Steven Sharif and his mom in the bottom corner. Top MLM field leaders in the world. Here's another one. I do apologize, guys. I have a nerve condition. I'm starting to go blind, which sucks. You'll notice Steven's there. Sharon and Steven Sharif, $350,000 monthly. I can't find, and I'm not saying Steven wasn't in real estate. What I'm saying is, I can't find anything that proves Steven was in real estate. I will say, I have found out some information about Steven. What is multi-level marketing? Multi-level marketing is Girl Scouts, Avon, Sensi, Zango Juice. It's when you buy stuff from a company and you act as a sales representative. I'm sorry, let me back that up. It's not when you buy stuff from a company. It's when you act as a sales representative for a larger company. You sell somebody else's stuff. That's all it is. I can't find anything about Steven being in real estate. I find some stuff about Steven in a different company, but it has nothing to do with real estate. No, Walmart is a retailer. Walmart buys things wholesale and then sells the things that they've bought to people at a markup. MLM makes more money off recruiting than sales. No, pyramid schemes make their money off recruiting. You should not have any buy-in to an MLM. Tupperware was an MLM. Well, no, hold on, let me back up. Tupperware was both. Tupperware was both a pyramid scheme and an MLM. If I bought the product from you and then I sell the product, it might be a pyramid scheme or it might be just wholesale to retail sales. If I had to buy in, I heard Walmart sells shelf space. They very well may. They very well may. My father sold shelf space in his craft store. My father had a craft store right on the beginning of a tourist row. And lots of crafters in the local area bought shelf space from him. He sold their products. He took a percentage. You recruit people to sell your product and they make a percentage of their own sales. It's considered shady. You recruit people. No. You recruit people to sell your product and they make a percentage of their sales. That's not considered shady. That's just salesmanship. This is what's shady. This is where you start to get the MLM moving into a closer to a pyramid scheme structure. So this is me, and I have mugs. And I get a first line group of people that sell mugs. Now, where you go as the new person is what changes the dimensions here. If you are one of my salespeople and you recruit somebody and I put them on the same parallel line as you, there's nothing wrong with that. You recruited somebody, they're now on the equal tier as you, we're all good. That's just sales. This person comes in underneath you. Now we have a red flag. If you make sales directly to the company and this person gets a kick based on your sales, that's okay. But if this person makes sales and that goes to you and then that goes to the company, now we have our pyramid scheme because you're getting 9% on your sales. This person's getting 11. That person's getting 2% of your sales because they recruited you. Now we're in the shady part of MLM. Now we're in the bad part of multi-level marketing because then your job isn't to sell product. Your job is to go get 3 of your own monkeys that sell at 8%. Yeah, when you get told the best thing you can do to make money is go recruit other people and we'll give you 1% of what your people, it takes 2 to Zango. That's so awesome. Now, a lot of people are mad, and you have noticed that nowhere in this show, I've been live for three and a half hours. I have not said to you at any point, don't be mad. What I have said is, be mad for the right reasons and understand what really went on. Yeah, when your focus is recruiting people instead of selling the product, that's the red flag. Yes, absolutely. Now, the referral program for Ashes was not a pyramid scheme. It was absolutely multi-level marketing, but it was only 1 layer deep. I recruited a bunch of people. I referred a bunch of people. I got credit for their referral numbers. If they got their own referral codes and recruited other people, I don't get a single cut of their referral money. That's the fact it's okay. I've read multi-level marketing in America is one of the worst in comparisons to the ones in other countries because of poor supervision. Yes. And that's why some of the European people are, some of the world people are confused and some of the world people aren't surprised. Because it depends on what country you're in. The fact that Steven was an MLM isn't the problem. In my humble opinion, my sister was a Girl Scout and I don't think she's evil. It's that Steven was involved in Zango, a product that's been banned in countries for causing harm to people and who's been less than honest about their product's health issues. Okay, I got to address that because I have to address a piece of this. To the very best of my ability to research and knowledge and collate, I do not believe Steven Sharif was still at Zango when all of the FTC investigations into Zango were happening. I believe, with what I've been able to find, he was gone by that point. The information I was able to find, so because he got out before time, no, it's not fine. Let me go through. To the best of my knowledge, Steven got involved with selling Zango when he was still a teenager. So it's not like he knew and he was selling this crap anyway. To the best of my knowledge, to understand, by the time all the stuff about Zango was coming out, he was already gone. He didn't get out because he found out the information. He was already out. Well, that's like MCI WorldCom. Did he dodge the bullet or was he unaware? That's the piece I don't know. See, I think a lot of people want to jump to the gun, and they don't want to have any patience and compassion. And these two things are important. Because if he really didn't know, then he really didn't know. How old was he started then left? How did he make his money? So the only way I can find that he made his money was through MLM, and he had another unrelated company. I don't know. When you were in the top leaders in earnings, do you think he didn't know? Well, let me tell you this. I sold MCI WorldCom phones. I don't do dishonest shit. I don't do dishonest shit. One of the top 10 laws I have from my God tells me don't do dishonest shit. I sold MCI WorldCom cell phones. The very moment I found out that there was something wrong with MCI WorldCom, I went to my boss, I turned in all my unsold phones and all my unsigned contracts, and I said, I'm out. Because the first group of people that I sold phones to are coming back and telling me, you overcharged them. I'm out. I'm not doing this shit. I went back to all the other people that I'd sold phones to, and I said, hey, I have a copy of your contract. If you don't have it, I'll give you another copy, because what MCI WorldCom was doing is telling people they had free nights and weekends starting at 6, and the free nights and weekends didn't start until 10. So they had people using their phone from 6 to 10 for a month and racking up $300, $400, $500 bills. I'm not cool with that. I'm not okay with that at all. That's nonsense. Now, the person who took over, let me back that up. The person who leverages an awful lot of Intrepid's debt is the name of the person, Karen Boyreko. She was widely reported and treated as a pyramid scheme. Venma Nutrition Company was a multi-level marketing company that was shut down in order to restructure by the FTC in 2015, and the Federal Trade Commission found it was operating an illegal pyramid scheme. This is why... No, she's not the head of an MLM. This is why it is important. One time, I'm glad to be an Australian, I can legally get a refund. No, you can't. I got really bad news for you, King Silencer. You can't get a refund. You can't get a refund because Australian law doesn't apply here. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. If you're talking about Kickstarter, you can't get a refund. Bro, you got to lose weight. You used to be much thinner. I have lost weight. And I am thinner than I have been in years. Since you want to be an ignorant jackass with what you said, I'm losing weight because I'm ill. I'm actually lighter than I am, and I've lost a lot of muscle mass. I have to take injections to stay alive. So, thanks for trying to be an ignorant ass troll, but I'm dying. So, what do you want? No, I always respond to the nonsense, because if you don't respond to it, then people are allowed to act like jackasses all around the internet. Since when did I think Ashes was doomed? 3 years ago. The writing was on the wall 3 years ago. But this woman, Karen, and it had to be a Karen, right? It just had to be a fucking Karen. Where Steven loses all credibility. He hires the CFO of Genesis Global. Hold on. Give me 1 second, because I want to help this person. You're not getting it. Listen to what I'm saying. You're not picking up what I'm putting down. After the Kickstarter, and even Kickstarter has an Australian company to trade here, so legally under the Australian consumer law allows me to get a refund. Gonna be fun. No, it doesn't. Your laws don't apply to American companies. Period. Dot. Your government, your laws do not apply to American companies, which is why Intrepid Studios never opened up their European office like they said they were going to, because the moment they opened up a European office, European law does apply to them. What you did was you kickstarted a game, or you bought a game in America through an American corporation. Now, I know you're probably like, fuck this American, he doesn't know what you're talking about. Please remind, I am a dual citizen, so I have to maintain knowledge of American law and Irish law and European law. If a company does not have a presence in your country, there is nothing your country's courts or laws can do, because you're not subject to the jurisdiction. So you could go to court and get a court order and take it to Intrepid's headquarters in California, and they'll wipe their ass with it, because there's nothing else that they have to do with it. Only a court of California, a federal court of California, or the U.S. Supreme Court has any jurisdiction over Intrepid Studios right now. That is it. Period. Those are the only 3 sets of courts that can impact Intrepid Studios. Now, what your country could do is have a filing where if Intrepid ever opened a branch, an office where they have jurisdiction, then you would have pending outcome of litigation. But there's no I'm Australian and your laws apply. And this is what I say to people. I'm not doing politics today, but this is what I say to Americans all the time. Before you travel out of this country, realize many other countries don't have really good due process civil rights laws. Is there theory crafting or facts? Yeah, I've been spitting facts like a dragon for the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. I don't know what else. If you have a question, feel free to ask it. I'll put it into the queue. So now, anyway, back to Karen, and it had to be a fucking Karen, right? Had to be a Karen. This woman, hold on. Oh, there you go. Thank you. This woman had her business shut down by the FTC and was ordered to restructure after they were told you're running a pyramid scheme. This is where I have to say, this is where Steven is the chump in this, and Steven needs to stop acting like the victim. They took my company out from under me. Well, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen, jackass? That's my new favorite term from him, because he called me a jackass. Look, jackass, I'm not the dumb shit who got into bed naked with 5 lions and said, oh no, they bit me. No shit, they bit you. You got in bed with a woman who in 2015 got her company shut down for running a pyramid scheme, and yet you 100% you don't know Australian law. Oh my God, I can't handle dumb fucks like you. King Silencer, I don't know Australian law. Let me help you out. Where does Intrepid Studios have any money in Australia? You're not understanding. Look, I didn't want to flip an ego trip on anybody today, but I'm going to. I understand American law. I don't have to understand Australian law. If your country doesn't have jurisdiction over something, they have no ability to compel payment. In America, you did business in America virtually. That's it. So what do I do when I go to my bank, dispute the transaction that shows the major game in our laws, and they consider it major failure? They issue a refund. Okay, great. I'm glad you asked that question. Here's what's going to happen. So here's what's going to happen. You're in this bank in Australia, and you're going to go to your bank, and you're going to say, hey, I need to do a chargeback because of fraud. And what your bank may do is they may say, no problem. What we're going to give you is we're going to give you a pending advance during our investigation. And what your bank is going to do is they're going to contact Intrepid Studios payment processor, either Direct or Exola, depending on which one you went through. I don't know which one you went through. And then what's going to happen is both of those are going to say, like the Monopoly guy, sorry, we don't have any money. Now, if your bank just happens to be holding in transfer a payment due to Intrepid, then what your bank can do is say, in lieu of sending you payment, we're sending you a notice that Bob bought something and we owed you $50, but we've decided that King Silencer is owed $50. So here is a piece of paper that says we've wiped the debt, and they're going to be like, okay, because that's how it happens. If you go to Exola, Exola is going to say, we don't have any holdover funds, so therefore we can't pay you. So what's going to happen is Exola is going to go back to your bank and say, we don't have any Intrepid holdover funds at this point. And then your bank is going to come back. They're going to take this money back and they're going to say, dear customer, while we have sided in your favor, we have withdrawn our previous advance of funds because we were unable to recoup, and we're a bank. We don't eat losses. So that's how it works. There is a reason why Steam holds the money for 30 days. Because what Steam does, from 1 Jan to 31 Jan, any purchases made on Steam are held, and I'm going to say in escrow. I don't know if they actually put it in an escrow account, but I'm going to say it's held in escrow. So January 1 to January 31st, they put all the money into an escrow. On 31 Jan, they bump. This is how many refunds we gave. This is how much new money we gave. We owe you $1 million. All through the month of February, all the people that ask for refunds draw against this $1 million held in escrow. On 28 Feb, which is the last business day of the month, whatever's left in escrow gets dumped out to Intrepid. If the fund in here is 0, Steam can't give refunds. They might give credit for good faith, but they can't give money. Valve is not going to pay out money. Otherwise, what would happen is 10,000 people could buy a copy of the game. The money goes to Intrepid. Intrepid goes defunct. Then those people all request the refund. Then Valve is paying out $4 million. I keep saying that I don't understand Australian law, and I've never said I do. I understand American law. And your bank, your country, has no authority to issue a writ to an American bank. If you happen to have a bank that has American and Australian branches, now that becomes a different story. But yeah, it's still possible to buy the game. Now, where was I? So this woman ran a pyramid scheme. 2015. She had her business shut down by the FTC. How did Steven get in bed with this woman? How and why did Steven get in bed? Yes, it's possible that a game like the day before ends up owing money to Valve, because well, first of all, I think, didn't the day before do all of its paybacks inside of the same calendar month? Because he owed her money, probably. No, while that is a good idea, remember, Intrepid Studios is a C corporation. So, Steven owing, okay, so that some of you don't understand C Corps, and that's okay, you were never taught this. So here's Jalan. Here's Jalan. I'm a person. Here's PGN Incorporated, my business, and it really is a business. A subsidiary of PGN is PGN Music. Now, you're a customer of PGN Music. You are not a customer of mine. I got to fill this in. This is the big, thick, this is called the corporate veil. And people need to understand, this is the corporate veil. You did business with my company. Okay? You did business with my company. You did not do business with me, the individual. You cannot sue me unless you have a reason to tunnel through my corporate veil because I broke a law. If I broke a law, then you can pierce the corporate veil and come after my personal resources. I'll talk about a couple of places that Steven may have pierced the corporate veil. Possibly. If I have a business relationship over here, personally, they can't go after my business, but what they could go after is my shares of stock in my business. Yeah, fuck PG and music, not me. Right, exactly. This is where people are missing some knowledge in legality. She didn't go after his shares. Slow down. Let me cook. She didn't go after his shares because what I see here is I see Steven's name listed as one of the debtors. Now, why would that happen? PGN Music owns about $35,000 worth of collateral. We have about $5,000 cash on hand. So my company has a net value of about $40,000. But I need $100,000 for a project. I need $100,000. Well, I can't get $100,000. There are two ways to go about this. Let me make Karen disappear for a second. Number one, me, the person, goes and secures a $100,000 loan, and I loan it to PGN. Therefore, there is an agreement between Jalan the human being, Jalan the CEO. We shake hands. I agree to give you $100,000. You give me $100,000 debt marker. That's one way to do it. That's the way you should do it. You secure the loan. You loan it to your C corporation. That way, nobody else has a say. The other problem is you decide to borrow this money from the bank direct, so the company and you go on the guarantor line. Well, then why the hell did you form a C corporation in the first place? Steven probably ran out of the ability to leverage personal loans. On several of the earlier UCC 1 lien forms, Steven is not listed as a personal guarantor. The company is. Obviously, at this point, in fact, to show you what I'm talking about, because it's important that we look at everything, you will notice on this UCC form, only Intrepid Studios is listed as a debtor. What that means is, what's this guy's name again? Robert. Sorry, my notes are all discombobulated. Robert cannot go after Steven directly. Robert may only go after the company. And a lot of people keep, and I swear people need to not talk out of turn if they don't know what something is. People keep saying, nope, wrong one. People keep saying that this is a hostile takeover document. This is not a hostile takeover document. All this is a lien. All this is Karen getting in line saying, if Intrepid sells, goes bankrupt, whatever, I want to be in line to get repaid. She's the 5th person in line. She is number 5 in line. Does he actually have a board, or he sold it to a woman? This has nothing to do with a sale. Let me dig up something that might help shed some light for some people, because I know a lot of people have been getting a lot of bad information. The lawsuit. The Karamanis lawsuit, the writ of mandate. So, and this is in the video. If you want a more, that's the second one, right? If you want a more detailed walkthrough, I have this entire thing spelled out in a video on my YouTube channel. This, oh shit, that would have been bad. I won't show that either. Okay. Payment shall be made on or before the 15th of every 3 months following the execution of this note, with the first payment due 15 May 2017, and the sum of $137,812.50. And according to Schedule A, unless the holder chooses to either postpone payment or convert all or any portion of the amount of this note into authorized shares of common stock as set forth in Section 2. So Stephen borrowed $1 million. And what he said is, I have 2 years to pay you back, and I will pay you back in steps. And he didn't do that. So each interval, he didn't pay back. So the guy decided at the end, when he didn't get paid back, I'll just take 4.7% of your company, please. Who are the 4 people in front of her? You have in front of her, you have Commerce West Bank of Irvine, California. You have the Employment Development Department of Sacramento, California. This is, I'm 99.9% certain this is unemployment. You have Yaya Legacy Trust, who is a shareholder. But remember, a shareholder can be a shareholder or a creditor. A shareholder can be a shareholder and a creditor at the same time. The Small Business Administration, Robert Dawson, and then Karen is number 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Karen is number 6 in line. It wouldn't matter if Karen was number 6 in line or whatever. There are 2 people that are always going to bump in line. These people right here. Oops. These people right here are a government agency. They always move up in line. And these people are a government agency. They always bump up in line. You can't pay your private creditors before you pay the bank. The CFO wasn't doing his job. The company is so badly managed. It is. Robert Dawson, an antitrust lawyer. Robert Dawson, an antitrust lawyer, who also, interestingly enough, which is interesting shit. He transferred his debt from himself to a company called TFE Games Holdings. So he knew that he was screwed for a long time. Yes, he's known that he was screwed. He's known that he was screwed since the very beginning. He has known that he was screwed since May 15th, 2017. He only owed, as I showed you, he only owed on the first payment $137,812 on May 15th of 2017. But he had just made 2-point-some-odd million from Kickstarter. Or he will make 2-point-some-odd million in just about, 45 days from there? Why didn't he just pay that? That's the $1 million question. Why didn't you pay down your debt? I gotta think that making an MMO is much feasible with a smarter, more specialized team. AI absolutely sucks. AI sucks for programming. Let me give you a real great example. I am not smart enough to program anything. Shit, nothing. My websites are better than the original ones I did, and they're generated with Zencoder. Once upon a time in a land far away, I had about a 7,000 line CSS file. Because I have a lot of things. I'm not good at programming. I was trying to learn. I asked, without making a backup, I asked Zencoder to update my CSS. Because Zencoder can only hold about 1,000 tokens of information at a time. What it decided to do was just start deleting stuff at the beginning of the file. Actually, wild people that think creditors are not getting their money. Well, the creditors can't get what the company doesn't have. I think it is a very, 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 very dangerous thing for a woman who's been shut down by the FTC to take over for a company and then decide to not pay payroll. The company has the Steam check, correct, of allegedly $8 million, with $4 million in payroll and benefits liability. Now, should Steven have bent the knee and let them downsize and or outsource to finish the game, or was he right to make a stand for his company? Steven took the coward's way out by resigning. The moment you resign, you throw all your chips away. Resigning in protest looks really good in movies and TV shows. Resigning in protest is always terrible. You stay, you maintain control. Yeah, resigning in protest means you surrendered. Steven pretends to be... Oh, hold on. I'll get to that one. Didn't Steven pierce the corporate veil, though? I don't have anything definitive that Steven pierced the corporate veil. I will absolutely say Steven has made... And I got it. Hold on. Because I talked to my lawyer this morning. Let me be very, very clear. I am not saying Steven committed a crime. I am saying Steven has made statements that can and should be investigated by the Attorney General of California, because those statements should be put in front of a jury of Steven's peers to be determined if they were fraudulent or not. If they were fraudulent statements from the very beginning, then every single statement Steven said after are all fraudulent statements. However, I am not saying he made a fraudulent statement. I am saying his statements need to be put in front of a jury so a jury can decide if he made fraudulent statements. Saying you didn't have investors, and in the video that I did, he technically did not have investors. And I know it pisses people off. But in 2017, the Yaya Legacy Trust loaned Steven $1 million. At that point, they became creditors. In 2017, Steven said no investors. No, a loan doesn't mean no shares. That's not what a loan means. It's not what a loan means. A loan can mean that. The problem is most people in business and finance would agree that if your loan has an automatic trigger for equity, then this loan has more feet on the side of investor than there was more feet on the side of creditor. Now, I did no problem repeating your question. It's in the queue. Can't the employee sued for work owed? Absolutely. Absolutely. A loan means no shares, but as you say, that could be stipulations to turn that loan into equity. Yes, exactly. Exactly. If the loan has automatic triggers for conversion into equity, it's still not an investor, but it is so close to being an investor that you're being you could be perceived as being disingenuous. Where would the employees fall in line for payout? Above everybody else, because incurred operational cost comes before liens, because those are costs. Because remember, liens get paid out after business incurred debt. Steven pretends to be ethical, but was it ethical to not fulfill the promise of finishing the game? Not finishing the game in and of itself isn't not ethical. Let me give you a situation where Steven could have not finished the game, and it would be completely ethical. Not that I wish anything bad to John. I've never met John. John has never done me wrong. If John stepped out in front of a bus 3 months ago, and John got pancaked by a bus and died, and Steven came back to the company and said, look, guys, I'm done. I'm out. I can't. Nobody, like, yeah, you would be pissed. You would be angry. But if the company had been healthy, Steven would have said, like, look, guys, I'm going to pay you all back 29 cents on the dollar because that's what the company has. But my husband, my spouse, just got pancaked by a bus. I can't do this. If Steven, because he's diabetic, if Steven lost both his feet to diabetic neuropathy, hey, guys, I can't physically do this. Yeah, I'm the guy he called an asshole and a jackass and lots of other things. If Steven lost both of his feet or had a medical condition, I could understand. But part and parcel of having a corporation is that you expect the corporation to be able to survive and absorb the loss of any one person, including the CEO. Now, is it unethical to quit? Yes. It's unethical to quit, right? When you didn't do everything in your power to stand up for your employees. Quitting and sending a message, thus causing all the other employees to quit. What you literally did was take away the sympathy card from all of your senior leadership that quit. Here's what I mean by that. It's already bad enough that all the senior leadership is going to be lumped into you had to have known. Instead, Steven, while he was still CEO, could have made any fucking statement he wanted because he's the CEO. Now, I would have run it past his lawyer, but Steven could have revealed anything he wanted. Let's be honest, if Steven actually gave a shit, of all the content creators he ever worked with, he knows my word is solid. I have never revealed anything that Steven could have dumped all of this on my lap. And then I would have written it up and been like, okay. Steven could have dumped it all on my lap. Once he dumps it to a certified member of the media, and all you have to be a certified member of the media is generate a form that says, I'm a member of the media. Sign it and date it. You're a member of the media. It's not like there's a process. Just have a time-stamped thing that says, I'm operating as a member of the free press. Boom. Good to go. You got banned? Guys, I have to tell you that there are many things in life that have some value. But this right here, ladies and gentlemen, is an autographed Steven Sharif hat. It's autographed. I am the person who took first place both times the wiki had a knowledge test. Now, the next question was, wasn't there an option anyways to convert debt to shares though, and through the creditors ousted Steven and put Karen in there? Well, first of all, people have got to stop saying Karen's in charge of the company. I have not seen a single document that says Karen is in charge of the company. I know Kira has some information, but I have not seen a document that says Karen is in charge of Intrepid Studios. People are looking at that lien form and they're running off on the mouth with that lien form. Let me check just to see if anybody has filed anything. Yeah, it's still the... If John is still the filing agent, this won't be updated yet. Yeah, they haven't updated it yet. They may have updated it and it hasn't gotten through yet. But everybody keeps talking about this Karen person is now in charge of the company. They keep talking about this equity firm. Yeah, this form right here is not a transfer of ownership form because there's 5 of these. There's 6 of these. There's 6 of these forms overall against Intrepid. This is not a hostile takeover form. The way you'll know it's been a hostile takeover is if they've taken over the company and Steven has really resigned within the next couple of days. You will see an updated one of these with new names on it. Can you still be the owner after resigning? Yes. Ownership of a company, what this form is telling you right here is these are the chief principal officers, the C-level officers of a company. I don't know of a single state where your corporate requirement doesn't involve you having 3 key C-level officers. Steam will no longer let you purchase AOC. There you go. Can you be owner with less shares on the board? Yes. Owner? No. Owner? No. Owner, everybody who has shares is an owner. CEO is not the owner. Bob Iger has less than 1% of Disney shares. But Bob Iger is the CEO. Now, Bob Iger's golden parachute gives him, I think, up to 5% of the company. But being the CEO, like shit, man, Steven at any point, you don't need to have 51%, you need to have 51% of the voting rights. It's important to note, you have common stock and preferred stock, you have to have 51% of the voting rights to control the shareholder meeting. And once you own 51% of the voting rights, everybody else that owns the other 49%, unless their shareholder agreement specifically entitles them to compensation, buyback, or employment, the CEO has total control. Unless your shareholder agreement says you're entitled to employment or dividends or buyout or whatever, you have, you own 49% of a company. The board can also vote to dilute shares. Not necessarily. I know that the Facebook movie was great and all. Unless a clause already exists to dilute shares, you cannot dilute shares. What you can do, 51, it's just easier to say 50, it's 50% plus 1. It's 50.00001%. If Steam has closed sales, does that mean it's over? No, it's because Intrepid Studios has issued a warn notice, which means if they've issued a warn notice, they've said they're doing a plant closure. You can issue additional shares to raise money. No, you cannot. You cannot do that. You can, and this is really important. This is really, really important. Your company has 5 million shares outstanding, and the initial shares of stock issued were 10 million. The 5 million are held in reserve by the company. You have to notify people at the time of purchase in the shareholder agreement how many shares are totally issued, how many shares. No, you can't. What you can do is issue out previously unissued shares. When people, you're going to hear people like, well, what about when companies do a stock split? You haven't diluted anybody's position when you've done the stock split. Let me use small numbers. We have 10 shares of stock. The company holds 5. Each owner owns 1 share of stock, right? But the company holds 5. I don't know why I drew 6 people. Each of you have 5 shares of stock. Now, you can issue out these remaining 5, and people will say, well, now you've reduced my equity from 20% to 10%. No, I didn't. Because you knew in your shareholder agreement that you were issued 1 of 5 shares in circulation, but 1 of 10 shares in total. Your equity was always 10%. Did I see the leaks of Steven? He mentioned you? Yeah, he called me a jackass, which I find funny because I'm not the jackass who lost control of the company that I put $55 million into. But I am the jackass that made $35,000 covering ashes. So, I mean, I don't know. The stock is worth the same, but you have more shares to issue. That's where it is. That's where it is. The company decides we're going to sell the remaining 5 shares to raise equity. Now, I am not trying to teach you everything there is to do about stock, because you could spend an hour a day, 3 times a day for 16 weeks for 4 years here with me and still not learn everything there is to know about stocks, because shit, man, stock is so complicated. You have voting rights. You have A shares, B shares, C shares. You have preferred stock. You have common stock. You have reserved voting rights. Like, there's a lot of ways that you can protect yourself. And honestly, I don't know how this shit, John allowed this to happen. I don't know how John allowed any of this to happen. What happened is Stephen didn't have a plan. And when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Stephen just assumed maybe he wanted the company to die. I doubt he wanted... John was a nepotism hire. Well, yeah, it's Stephen's husband. So that everybody knows, just because I like transparency. The only thing my wife has to do with my company is she's nice enough that when my voice gets raw early on in a show, she's nice enough to get me a coffee. That's it. My wife doesn't own any of my company. Shit, my wife and I were just happened to be talking yesterday. I told my wife what my company was worth, and she was like, wait, how much? My wife had no idea. Intrepid probably could get more money without agreeing. Results would be the same. Yeah, the problem is, maybe his husband didn't want the passion project to take so much of their time with how bad it was going. John, he had millions on hand and didn't hire a proper... John is a proper CFO. See, this is... I'm going to call you out just because you're the one that happened to say it. You don't know anything about John, and yet you said they didn't hire a proper CFO. John owns his own companies worth millions of dollars. You do realize that a CFO isn't a day-to-day thing. Yeah, nepotism doesn't mean unqualified. I retired at 19 because I was a nepotism hire. I was fucking the boss's daughter and he gave me a job. And then he found out, damn, you are really good at this job. Yeah, thanks. Will Intrepid still own the IP? Okay, let me say, I'm going to answer this question two ways. Number one, if Intrepid owned the IP, then Intrepid Studios owns the IP. Now, that is a really, really weird thing. If Stephen hadn't completely written all of the lore, then all the lore is in his head that's not written. And you don't own what's in his head. If Intrepid had been smart, if Stephen had been smart, he wouldn't have made the lore, the setting, the world part of Intrepid Studios Holdings. He would have spun up a company in his own name, separate from Intrepid Studios, Stephen Sharif Creative Designs, and then leased all of his creative creation from his LLC to Intrepid Studios for $1 a year. Now, I see somebody say, I hope Intrepid sells to a Korean studio would be our salvation. No, it wouldn't. Steven seems a little too rich to write this situation off as incompetence or negligence. I feel like there's a bigger picture. Unfortunately here, just because you're rich doesn't make you smart. Just because you're rich doesn't make you smart. My girlfriend's father used to routinely get, like, excessive speed tickets. He had money. He thought the law didn't apply to him until one day he got the notice that if you get one more fucking traffic infraction in the next 12 months, we're suspending your license. And then I spent the better part of a week and a half making sure that if his license got suspended, all of our other vehicles. Are we even sure Steven is still rich after this? Yes. Yes, we are. Let me say this simply. We know Steven has at least assets in the realm of $5 million. And John's tax liability is high enough that John is still making money. Where my compassion to Steven goes out, remember, folks, I know you're not expecting compassion and understanding from me, of all people. If you want to shit on Steven as a CEO, shit on him. He's a fucking moronic CEO. He's a dumb fuck. Like, you literally got fucked in the ass by yourself. If you want to shit on Steven as a creative director, as a game developer, shit on him. You had no idea what the fuck you were doing. But as a human being, Steven spent 10 years of his life doing this. He spent 10 years of his life doing this. 8-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour, 16-hour, 20-hour days. As I've said before, there were nights that I would be chatting with Steven. He's at the studio. And I would go to bed. I'd get up 6 hours later, and he was still at the studio. Hey, have you gotten any sleep? No. Fucking dude, go get sleep. After 12 hours, your productivity drops to 70%. After 16 hours, your productivity drops to 50%. After 20 hours, you're beginning to function as if you've had a drink. After 20 hours of consistent work, every hour after that is your brain is functioning as if you've had one alcoholic drink. Go home. It is better to go home and sleep and come back fresh. Yeah, within the last couple of minutes, they've taken Steam. Have they taken it down completely? Why he never told people about the board? Well, because he has no legal obligation to tell people about the board. He's not legally required, especially since I haven't seen the shareholder agreement. I have no idea if it was a board of investors or a board of directors. Just to put it that way, he doesn't... Yeah, what's your username? You don't let your passion project die. Well, here's the thing, folks. As you heard me say years and years and years and years ago, your passion project shouldn't be funded by other people because it's your passion project. Your passion project should be funded by you because it's your passion project. There you go. And somebody might try to hit me with... Oh, no, it's not. Ashes of Creation is still on Steam. You just can't buy it. Yeah, Ashes of Creation is still on Steam. A couple of years ago, I did a lot of people came to me. Let me go to the top song in this playlist. So this jam right here, a couple of years ago, people wanted this artist to do more tracks for me. And what I said to him is lots of people contacted and said, I want that. I know, I bumped it up just so people could hear the track. I bumped it back down. People said, we want that artist to do more. I said, guys, I can't. He's too expensive. Alex is prohibitively cost prohibitive. People said, well, we really want him. He's really, really good. He's the best fantasy music you have. I said, okay. So what I did is I started a Kickstarter and I said, guys, this is what I need to fund an album from him. And what it was the over and above dollar amount for an album. I was going to cover what another artist would cost and then Kickstarter. And we almost got there. And then later on, I funded another album from Alex. He did the Holidays in a Fantasy Tavern. The problem with the passion project is you don't run a passion project the way you run a business, and you don't run a business like you do a passion project. I'm gonna take a real quick break, get yourself a coffee, a Coke, or whatever. I'll be back in like a minute. All right, so, yeah, it's the chair. let's see. Can you get a refund for the game? No. Many people are asking about refunds. Do you think refunds would be given out? Refunds will be given out for Steam. Definitely if you bought the game in the last month, you should be able to get a refund. Steam is giving some people credit instead of cash. And then if you kickstarted or you bought from Intrepid directly, absolutely not, because they don't even have the money to pay their employees. Passion projects are really important, but they should be funded by you. Corporations should be run like corporations. And just because you're running your business like a corporation doesn't mean that you can't have creative flow. And I said this many times. It's great that Steven does the thing where the ice cream truck guy would, has there been any official statement? No. What has happened now is Steam is no longer selling the game. I imagine you will see the game go down end of business today, maybe midnight. I have no idea what their licensing, whatever agreement is. How is it known they don't have money left to pay employees? Because the developer, I'll say it again, I don't like to play the I have a secret. I had every intention of playing a audio clip from a developer, but I was not aware that developer hadn't given permission to be recorded. A person knows the developer reached out to me and said, for legal reasons, I would prefer if you don't play it. Can I create a transcript? No, I cannot, because it could still be tied back to the developer. So the people that have followed me for years, you just have to trust that I have the recording, I have heard it, but I don't care about Intrepid Studios. I don't care about Intrepid Studios. I care about this developer. If you've ever watched the movie V for Vendetta, I may not know you, but I love you. I don't know this developer, but I'm not gonna burn him. The gist of it is this. Steven lost control of the company months ago. There was some sort of board. I don't know if it was a board of investors or a board of directors. They had, let me get a calendar up because I need to be precise. They had informed Steven on approximately 28 or 29 January that they were planning on reducing the staff size by 70 or more people to shed expenses, to bring that $800,000 a week OpEx down. Ultimately, firing people is what Steven said. What Steven said was the thing he couldn't attach his name to. So he resigned in protest. Most of his senior leadership resigned in protest. Once that happened, the company then executed a plan that they either came up with on the fly or they had in their back pocket. They then said they were going to issue the warn notice, completely shut down the company. And now Kira, you'll have to go to Kira. He has information from inside the company. Now, if anybody knows anybody inside the company, tell them, give the information to Jalan. I will not let you get outed. I will scrub it. I will make sure it's clean, not connected to you. But there's a lot of people inside Intrepid that have a lot of information. The people I know that I knew inside Intrepid are gone. So I don't have like an inside source. But give it to Kira, give it to me, give it to a couple other people. Theory Forge did a really good job. Theory Forge, I think, broke this. Okay, Theory Forge publicly broke the story. I had just gone offline and I had started to get information. I was going to go back online and then Theory Forge was live. So I was like, fuck it. I'm not going to step on the guy. He's been doing good work. I also had spent 6 hours live and I was tanked. Yeah, devs aren't getting paid. Cobra is $800 a month for the family plan. So the devs deserve to have their side of this told as well. The big problem is, does any, like, Ashes of Creation didn't do anything so unique. All of this is with one person. Can you comment on this? Looking at the UCC filings, I saw a few of them had taxes, had penalties. The writing was all over the wall since. Sure, let me pull one down real quick and I'll walk you through it. Just so you can understand those tax ones. I'm gonna pull their current tax ones, and then I'll show you one of the old ones. This is, yeah, that was the erroneous termination. Steven said it's just a minor thing. Yes, Steven, who's the jackass now, buddy? So I'm gonna show you the small one. Let me not show that information though. Let me just show this. I don't want to show the other piece because it's not relevant. So Intrepid had some back taxes owed. And as you can see, it's the tax period. They owed $15,000 in taxes. They owe $7,762 in penalties. That is always assessed by the state or the federal government tax departments if you don't pay your taxes. They assess that penalty to you. This is the interest at whatever California's mandatory interest loan or interest rate is on back owed taxes. So this is, Intrepid still has a $23,000 liability. What they had also in the past was, one second, would be this one, right? So here's another example of where I disagree with how Steven ran his business. You owed $100,000 in penalties on $51,000 in tax. You had $11,000 in interest on $51,000 in tax. So you paid $162,000 on $51,000 in tax. This is a cash flow problem. And I started talking about this years ago. This is a cash flow problem. You should always have an account of liquid. You should always overestimate your taxes. That sounds like people not knowing how to, that sounds like people that are, yeah, you're not doing. Who is his accountant? His husband's the chief financial officer. Do I censor this material because I am being nice? Or do I have to censor it? I'm censoring it because I don't want to open myself up to liability, but I already have a feeling, unfortunately, that if there is ever a lawsuit involving Intrepid, I'm probably going to get looped into it. Especially if anybody attempts to go after Steven Sharif for fraud. Unfortunately, I have too much material out there on the internet. I have too many articles. I have too many videos. Because I then become the reasonable person. Would the reasonable person believe, would a reasonable person believe that this, that, or the other? Unfortunately, you need somebody to prove these things, and you need a witness. When you want to connect the dots of what was said, when was said, you need somebody to enter testimony in. The state just can't enter in testimony. You got to have you have to have a witness do it. I don't want to be that person, but I have a feeling, unfortunately, that because other creators that have covered this aren't American, I'm the asshole I'm the asshole in the jurisdiction that they can get. I got a confirmation from someone who bought Ashes on early access on Steam. I got store credit. For everyone who's looking at store credit, you cannot use the regular refund process. You have to go Steam support my recent help requests. I have a question about this purchase and write a few argument about why you should get a refund. Yeah, you're gonna get store credit because Steam doesn't lose anything on Steam doesn't lose, they just don't earn. You did predict this about Ashes. Excuse me. I did predict this about Ashes. Can someone explain how they haven't violated the WARN Act? Isn't the entire purpose to protect employees by giving them 60 days notice with pay? No. The WARN Act does not require 60 days notice with pay. The WARN Act at face value is supposed to require 60 days notice with pay. Sorry, I have to pull up my WARN Act, the Department of Labor numbers. If a company can claim it was trying to secure funding or investments and giving notice would have harmed that effort, they can shorten or skip the notice. Well, they can't. They're covered for not giving the WARN Act if and I did this math earlier, I'll do it again just so you can see how, and again, guys, I am not saying I run businesses this way. No, the company's not going for any days. Here's the problem. Steven made a comment that he anticipated getting 500,000 concurrent users. They got 31,000 concurrent users. To get 50,000 concurrent users, they had 200,000 in sales, right? And that got them $8 million. And $8 million after Steam's cut, Unreal's cut, their cut off the top gave them, hold on. Sorry, I've been live for a while. My brain is not gonna do public math well. 800,000 times 0.35. No, by 0.65. So this many sales gave them $5.2 million, and we divide that by 800,000. 800,000, son. This gives them 6.5 weeks, or essentially 45.5 days of development time. No, they made 5.2 million. Now, this number goes with this. If Steven's guess was they were going to have 50,000 concurrent users, and they got 200,000 sales on 31,000, then 200,000 divided by 31, 6.45 times 6.45, 50,000 times 6.45. They reasonably could have expected to make 322,500 sales. And again, they would have to have this number inside their company. But we times that by 4,250. And we times that number by 0.65. So they would have cleared $8,062 and adjusted. And you divide that by 800,000. This gives them 11 weeks or 77.9 days of time. Well, the first exception to the WARN Act, 60 days notice, is that, hey guys, just to put out a WARN notice, we might have to shutter the company. By the way, we're going to try to make money on Steam. Well, they can say that if they gave a WARN notice, they wouldn't have made sales on Steam. Well, I do from a confirmed source inside the company, but an unconfirmed source if they had access to, yeah, but 800,000 claim doesn't legitimize that 11-week math. Yes, it does, because I based it on a $800,000 burn rate. If you make $8.9 million and you have an $800,000 burn rate, you have 11 weeks worth of money. You see, after we carry that one, this is why WARN doesn't apply to you. Right, exactly. Now, they have given the WARN notice. They have given the WARN notice. But because they can butter themselves up in cow fat and slide themselves through the door, why did you do this all of a sudden? If the shutdown was caused by sudden events outside normal business control, the company can reduce notice, sudden loss of finance, investor pullout, lawsuits triggering asset freezes, regulatory action, or our CEO and all of our leadership all quit. They could have reduced the staff size by 122 people. Because Steven threw a temper tantrum and quit, and all the senior leadership left, all you did was make it, they could say, well, unfortunately, we lost all of our top level leadership, all of our leads, and all of our seniors. We were only going to fire 70 or so people, which wouldn't have triggered a WARN Act. But because you did that, oh no, I'm sorry, it's not 50%, it's 50 people. So they could have gotten rid of 41 more people without a WARN Act. they could have issued the WARN Act for the remaining people. But now that Steven and all the leadership left, and I'm not saying it's right, but then the investors can just say, well, what? I did the math wrong. Again, I've been live for 4 hours and 42 minutes. They could have gotten rid of another 41 people. No, it's actually, never mind. They could have shaved a number of people without having to do a WARN Act. But now that all the senior leadership left, the board can turn around and blame it on the senior leadership. Well, all the senior leadership departed. And then say, well, why can't you guys step in? And all those people can turn around and say, well, what the hell do we know about running a game company? We're just investors. They're all shitty, shady people. Yeah, let me bring my MLM friends to take over the company. Right. No, Steven, there is no chance that Steven quitting was agreed upon by the other board members and coordinated for the benefit of the company, all while him attempting to save face. No, because let me say it this way. I can't speak for Karamanis or Robert or Karen, the three shareholders that we know by name. But if I was going to oust the creative director and CEO, I would oust him out on his ass. Because you see the difference in perspective? If I oust the creative director right on his ass, I can justifiably go dark for 6 months. Because then if I'm ousting him, I can blame him. Hi, guys. This is a hypothetical situation. Hi, guys. This is Jalan. I'm one of the new shareholders. I've been chosen by the shareholder team to speak to the community. We have decided at this junction in time to remove Steven Sharif as both the CEO and the creative director because he has allowed things to go in the way wrong direction for way too long. We have noticed in recent weeks that Steven is pushing patches to the server that haven't been properly run through PTR and QA. Okay, as much as people want to be bad right now, they're going to be like, oh, yeah. We have watched Steven year after year, month after month, not make deadlines. Is that wrong? No, people are going to be like, shit. We have watched as they have not been receptive to your feedback. We have watched as people have been bullied out of the community. So now you just kick Steven out and said, ladies and gentlemen, we are not skilled, experienced game developers. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go dark, and we are going to see what we can do to bring this product to development. Now you go dark. Now nobody knows what's going on. Is there a possibility they go overseas with the IP and potentially sell assets on the Unreal Engine store? Yes, the only thing they own of any value. It's not over till they say it's over. Dude, it's over. Stop. Nikki, I'm going to put you up on the screen here for a second. This false bullshit hope is why Steven face fucked the iceberg with the Titanic. People for years were telling Steven, we're on the USS Ashes of Creation. And there's me, and there's Karthos, and there's BCG, and there's the Paradox community, and there's several other creators that are all over here, and we're in a lifeboat. We're in a life raft. Because we've been saying all this time, motherfucker, there's an iceberg. Not only did Steven hit this iceberg, he put it in reverse, went full steam ahead, and fucked it again. And he just kept face fucking the USS Ashes of Creation into the iceberg. Okay? Yeah, but believing it is false hope, because then when you believe something, when you believe it, you give credibility to Delulu. What you have to be is you have to be mad. You have to be mad about it. You have to say, look, fuckhead, you called Jalan a jackass, you made fun of him, you talked shit about him, you allowed your community management team to talk shit about him, you allowed people to make death threats about him, but Jalan just dead-ass bullseyed everything I've said for 6 years has been dead-ass bullseye. This is like, what did Jalan just score? He just won the game in one throw. Why? Triple bullseye. Not only did I triple bullseye that shit, I threw a bullseye, I threw the next dart into the ass end of the first dart, and the third dart went into the ass end of the second dart. I hit the same fucking spot 3 times. And all the while I was telling Intrepid, this is how you solve this. This is how you solve this. Now, unfortunately, I was a Brave Our World's backer and we'll be losing 400 on this. It's not money I couldn't afford to lose, which is why I took the risk. Ironically, I just connected my AOC account to Steam account. Now I'm unsure if I should disconnect it or leave it as is. I'm concerned about who will actually get the game and whether I want the new company linked to my Steam account at all. Well, unfortunately, once you link, you're stuck. And second of all, let's play the hypothetical. Is there going to be a new game? Probably not. If somebody has the information, Kira mentioned multiple times an equity group that owns Intrepid Studios. I don't see anything in the public ether of an equity group owning Intrepid Studios. Okay. The most likely thing, like, first of all, this equity group that supposedly owns Intrepid Studios now, I haven't seen that, so I can't confirm or deny that. But equity firms don't give a shit about the product. Equity firms give a shit about the profit. Well, what does Intrepid Studios own? Ashes, APOC, IntrepidNet, some lore and IP, and some art assets. This is the only thing of any real tangible value. This is the only thing of any tangible value. So I imagine in the next couple of weeks, you will see that game holdings company, all the shareholders will get together, use that. You'll see all of Intrepid's art up on the Epic Games Store. Or you will see them push this over to an Asian developer. Their server meshing technology can be sold in the Unreal Engine 5 market. No, it can't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. The meshing tech doesn't function. And the guy that developed the meshing tech, no, it doesn't work. No, the meshing tech does. Okay, let me break that out in two parts. IntrepidNet doesn't work. Okay? The server meshing isn't any better or any different than what other engineers can do natively. And even if it was, the guy that developed it now works at Epic Games. So why would Epic Games buy from Intrepid what they bought the cow? They don't need to buy the milk. Server meshing, lots of people pull off server meshing. Epic Games, you cannot. Okay, listen. The guy who developed the server meshing and IntrepidNet and the dynamic gridding now works for Epic Games. Why the hell would you want to buy Ashes of Creation's busted ass server management tool when Hunter is working at Epic Games and all of his knowledge is going to go into the core engine? Beyond that, why the fuck are you going to buy somebody else's server meshing technology and have no fucking idea all of its capabilities? That's why you hire engineers. That's why you bring your own engineering team on. Like, that's not something you outsource. You outsource, you buy off the market. You buy assets, art, music, lighting. You can buy some basic animations. You don't buy something like managing your server backend or your dynamic gridding or your server meshing, because if it doesn't work, you don't know how to fix it. Ashes won't start for me. Servers are probably down then. The problem here is Steven was a shit leader. Steven was a shit leader. You're still online? And I've been saying it for years. Like, Steven once said some bullshit like, we brought in leadership people to give leadership lessons. Dude, leadership isn't learned. Ashes has not been pulled from Steam. Sales have been pulled. Ashes is still on Steam. The problem here is people, Steven bullshitted people, and people believed him. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so where was I? Sorry. I heard something else. I thought there was somebody in my house. I should have, I should have strapped up, but it was my wife. Oh yeah, Steven's a terrible leader. I have said from the very beginning, Steven is a terrible leader. Leadership is not taught in a seminar. Leadership is not taught in a weekend. And this is where I said, Steven shouldn't have been the CEO and the creative director, because then you have a lieutenant running a whole battalion. You don't have a lieutenant run a battalion unless shit has gone really sideways. In the military, and I'm going to use the military for example, because I think everybody can agree the military produces the best leaders. We produce a lot of shitty ones, but we produce a lot of good ones. A lieutenant is in charge of junior enlisted and is mentored by a captain. And that captain is being mentored by a major or a lieutenant colonel. And by the time you get to the lieutenant colonel spot, you don't need any more mentorship because you are considered a senior leader. Now, whether or not you make colonel and make general, that's a little different. That's a little bit of a different story. But a lieutenant manages junior enlisted. It's not till you're a captain that you're managing senior enlisted. Yeah, and here's why. You said as a captain in the Army, most lieutenant colonels and above are butt. And why is that? Because all the good ones get out at 20 years. All the good ones get out at 20 years so that they can collect their pension at 20 years and then go get a civilian job for 20 years and have a double retirement. The problem is, Steven didn't want to know. Steven didn't want to know. Or Steven didn't want to hear that he shouldn't be in charge. Steven came in and he said, I have all the money. I am Midas. I have the gold. I make the rules. Okay, but look at what it got you. It got you, allegedly, according to you, $50 million in debt with no product to show for it. The problem is, sometimes you need somebody above you to say the answer is no. The answer to this is no. They decided to have this big, giant-ass, huge world. Why don't you focus on building one zone? They decided to have this idea of a game that literally, the Unreal Engine 5 swap sunk any hope the game had. No, it didn't. It really didn't. It wasn't the best idea, but at the end of the day, it didn't sink the game. What sunk the game was they shouldn't have done it. No, they had to do it. Here's why they had to do it. You said they shouldn't have done it, but the problem is, if they didn't do it, then they would be developing on an engine that had a lifespan. Because remember, at some point, okay, so 2017 to 2020, you're building on Unreal Engine 4. And then in 2020, you do the 2021 forward, you're on Unreal Engine 5. Unless you were ready to launch in 2020, you've got to pivot at that moment to the new engine, because at some point, Epic will stop supporting Unreal Engine 4. So you don't keep building on a engine that's on life support. Why was Throne and Liberty able to launch? Because they were close enough. They were close enough that it didn't make a big difference. But Intrepid wasn't close enough. I think the problem here is they still weren't. You're right, they're still not close enough. 200 people were doing Siege without lag during Alpha 1. No, they weren't. Can we please stop the bullshit? No, they were not. 200 people were not doing the sieges without lag during Alpha 1. I was there for all of them. There was ass tons of lag. There was ass tons of lag. There was ass ton of rubber banding. There was ass tons of people being here 1 second and over there. Let's not bullshit. Alpha 1 sieges were good until you had about 100 people total. The moment we got up to 100 versus 100, it became a lag fest. Surely without the swap, the game would have further along in development by now. Not really. Not really. And besides, what they had to double back and fix was all stuff that was going to be, it cost us a dime to fix it in Unreal Engine 4 or 11 cents to fix it in Unreal Engine 5. So where the problem was is that Steven didn't realize when you bullshit and lie to people, then you have to keep bullshitting and lying to people. I was in Alpha 1, lag was a big issue. Yeah, in Alpha 1, man, how many times did we have rubber banding all over the place? Has the Ashes of Creation community apologized to you? Shit, no. Everybody says Narc was right, Narc was right, Narc was right, Narc was right. Hello?
Jalon was right. Jalon probably was right, but went about it the wrong way and self-sabotaged himself.
I was the first one that was right, and even the guy that everybody says was right said it. Narc and I didn't get along at the beginning. Narc and I never got along. But Narc realized, and I didn't get along with Narc because I don't like when people fucking steal other people's work. It pisses me off. As Margaret a statement of why so many curators got iced out? Yeah, because Margaret didn't like them, and they weren't bootlickers. I want to remind you all that all Steven cared about was numbers, so he let Smurg be on a panel where all those people looked like they were reciting from a drilling manual with a gun pointed at them. Like, they did this panel, and I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, the fact that Steven ignored people calling for my death because he hated you was crazy. Yeah, there's still a death threat against me on the Discord. I tagged Roshan publicly that after he no longer decided he wasn't going to do his job, I put out a tweet to say, this is what the guy did and he never do his job. I hope Roshan all the best in getting a job. If a game company is out there and they're thinking about hiring Roshan, I'll do you a favor, don't. He's inept at his job. When you get told there's a death threat against a person, that's not a, hey, I'm leaving for the day, I'll get to it tomorrow. That's not a, hey, I'll dump it to somebody else. That's a, there's a fucking what against you? Here it is, man. Here's the time date. Here's the thing. Here's the 2 comments. You'll be able to find it. It should take you 10 seconds. That should have been a he does from this person. These 3 words goes to it. It should have been banned, kicked. The reason you've been banned is you made a death threat against another member. Done. You don't even have to be late for dinner for that one. Yeah, that's 3 minutes worth of work. That's 3 minutes worth of work. You have been banned for making a death threat. Then you just take the thing and you say, hey guys, I'm on my way out the door, but this fuckstick made a death threat against another community member. So I'll file up the rest of the paperwork tomorrow. Narc was shilling the game hard, and I'll always remember him for that. He was responsible for a lot of people buying into Steven's word. The fact he came to his senses is great, but he's still responsible for a lot of the bullshit. Yeah, there's still a death threat against me on the Discord right now. And then the thing is that the people that are defending this game still are in a Delulu world. And the problem is when you are in a Delulu world, what you're doing is you're propping the developer up. What do I think? Hold on. Do you think part of the issue was incompetence on the develop? Oh, hold on. Let me throw this on the screen. I'll get to this one in 1 second. Because I'll lose my train of thought. Roshan told Puller that no one would get banned for running caravans right after a bug that discovered and inflated caravan prices to 40 gold a pop. They then proceeded to max gold and buy out all the markets in the game. Margaret posted, a bug was found, but we won't roll back. 30 minutes later, roll back and deleting Polar characters. That's because Intrepid didn't know what the hell they were doing. Unreal Engine 4 projects can be loaded up into Unreal Engine 5, just need to correct and retarget a few dependencies. Not entirely true. Unreal Engine 4 projects can be loaded into Unreal Engine 5, provided you haven't done any custom engineering solutions of your back end. The more custom work you've done, then you can't just take your Unreal Engine 4 project loaded into Unreal Engine 5. The way you make certain connections radically changed between Unreal Engine 4 and Unreal Engine 5, and this is coming from people that are engineers. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a game developer, I don't know dick all. I trust the people that write shit on my cue cards for me. If you're building just an Unreal Engine 4 with no custom solutions, then it's a really easy transition. If you're building with a lot of custom solutions, then you're rewriting all of that stuff from scratch. Now, as far as, do you think part of the issue was incompetence on the development side as well as leadership? No. I don't think there was incompetence on the development side. Because I don't blame workers for doing the job that they've been hired to do. I blame leadership for not hiring the right people. Incompetence starts from the top. If I hire you and you can't do the job, that's a me problem. I did that. If I hire you and you can't do the job, that's a me problem. I own that fuck up. I own that fuck up. I hired you. When you hire a human relations person with 25 years in the industry and that person leaves your company for whatever reason, when the HR person leaves, that's a sign in and of itself. Because HR is one of the jobs, HR should be one of the last people to leave. When the HR person leaves your company for whatever reason, unless it's for relocation. But Steven said, we're going to have all these people in-house and let some people remote work. Hunter remote worked to the other side. Hunter moved from California to North Carolina. About as far away from California. Your principal on your back-end infrastructure cannot move across the country. HR are the ones that know the least of the company. HR are the ones that know the least of the company. But when the HR director leaves, that is a telltale sign something is wrong, unless they're leaving for relocation. Because when the HR director knows they've been hired and you're at 120 staff and you have a ramp-up plan to 250 staff, the HR director knows that they have job security till at least you onboard 130 people. When your HR director leaves, the question is why did HR leave? Are you doing illegal shit like not having payroll in reserve? Well, the HR director is going to be like, assuming HR is overseeing payroll, which they don't have to. The HR director is like, why is this going on? 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 I still wonder how Bard is doing. Hope he is happy. When did the HR lead? I hope Jeffrey Bard is happy. Jeffrey Bard is a good person. Jeffrey Bard, to my knowledge, never talked shit about me. Didn't necessarily like everything I had to say, but he never talked shit about me. These are important things to me. And the thing is people say, well, Jay, if you hadn't gotten so caustic, toxic, condescending, callous, crass, vulgar, they might have listened to you. They weren't listening to me when I was polite. They weren't listening to me when I got a little abrasive. They weren't listening to me at that. So why the fuck would I continue to say nice shit to you? You notice that today I'm not doing the victory lap of I told you bitches so, because that's not the point of today's show. Yeah, we didn't become friends. Karthos used to think I was a shill. It's like, Steven, I'm your friend and I'm telling you, you're a fuck up. See, this is what people don't get. Steven was surrounded by enablers. I'm sorry if my handwriting is terrible today. Steven was surrounded by enablers. And he allowed those enablers to silence the critics. Those are sycophants. Those are white knights. These are the only people you want to hear from. These are the people you want to hear from your critics. Yeah, I got to get a stylus. It's on the list of things to do. This is where you're going to have a spectrum of people. You are going to have people that love you no matter what you do. You are going to have people who hate you no matter what you do. And what you have to learn is you don't give a shit about these people. Wait, I don't give a shit about the people that are going to love me no matter what I do? No, you don't. There is a developer for a game called Eternal Tombs. Really great story. Developer for a game called Eternal Tombs. His name is Josh. He had a staff member, a moderator, who's a piece of shit. Lion piece of shit. Let me tell you, this guy is such a fucking shit stain on the underwear of humanity. If the last Scion or Prince Scion or whatever name he goes by now was on fire and I had water, I would drink it. I wouldn't even cycle it through my kidneys to piss on him to put him out. That's what I think of this guy. And he starts going off and lying to me. All this stuff. I went to the owner of the company. I said, does this guy represent you? Is all this nonsense this guy is saying, does he represent you and your company? Because if he is, I don't want anything to do with this company, this project, this game, nothing. The owner of the company is like, thank you for sending this to me. I'll deal with it. Second of all, I don't need people to say nice things to me. I need people... Yeah, that's the guy that said 8 streamers said this and therefore you're wrong. And then I went and talked to the other 5 streamers because only 5 streamed before me and all of them agreed with me. But the owner, Josh, said, one of the greatest things I've heard a game developer say. I need to hear the people just like you because I have a mom to give me a hug and tell me what a great job I'm doing. I need to hear from the critics to know what I have to fix. The developer of a game listened to my feedback, and within 2 days, he made the change to what I suggested. And not just me. I mean, the other 4 streamers said the same thing, but I wrote it up. They made the change, and guess what? Combat got infinitely better. I loved what he was trying to do. I loved the idea. I love the idea. Not everything innovative is good. If no one tells you what you're doing wrong, how are you supposed to fix it? You're right. You're absolutely right. Jeffrey Bard for sure knows this was not going forward with Steven. I assume this was the reason he left. He should have spoken out loud to the Kickstarter backers. He can't. Just so you're aware of this, you cannot just arbitrarily make statements. Just because you work at a company doesn't entitle you to make statements on behalf of the company. Your employment contract may specifically forbid you from making public statements about the company. But I have the freedom of speech. Yeah, but you signed it away when you signed a contract. And then who would want to hire him after that if he did? Jeffrey Bard got a job. As again, I started to talk about this earlier. Jeffrey Bard was not the right person to be the lead game designer on Ashes of Creation. I think if we talked to Jeffrey Bard, he would agree with me. He applied to be a quest writer or a quest designer. Jeffrey Bard, at the time he was made the lead game designer, had just graduated or just gotten his degree, or had had his degree for a little bit of time, and he was working at Sony Online Entertainment. Jeffrey Bard wasn't a Jeffrey Bard didn't have a pedigree of being a lead game designer. Now, the trick there is nothing wrong with new people taking over big auspicious projects. But there is something wrong with a person who doesn't have a pedigree trying to run a whole game studio. So I want you to think about the earliest origins of Ashes of Creation. You have a rich guy who bought himself a game studio, and he hired a guy that doesn't have the chops to be sitting in the seat yet. What policies are you writing? What pipelines are you writing? What procedures? What plans? How does something get approved? What's the approval process? At the end of the day, if you want to be the really, really fun boss, then as I made the joke years ago, that if Steven wants to be the really, really fun boss, then he should have hired me to be the vice president of getting shit done. Because if you want to have all the fun, I won't have any fun. But yeah, all military members know when the press asks them a question, they say, our public affairs officer is Lieutenant Commander Snuffy, here's their phone number. You don't make any comments. Steven wanted to have fun. Steven wanted to buy all the ice cream out of the ice cream truck, the ice cream guy's van, when he would come along and give all his employees ice cream. Steven wanted to have like bowling night in Magic the Gathering tournaments at work, and those are great things. Those are awesome things. But if that is the kind of boss you're going to be, you need to hire a hard ass. No successful organization runs lollygag. You need to have a hard ass. Hey guys, yeah, we were going to have some downtime this afternoon, but since nobody got their deliverables done, keep the magic decks in your desk. We gotta bang out for another 4 hours. Or come in Friday morning and there's donuts and coffee and everything, and be like, guys, you guys did such a kick-ass thing. We're just gonna LOL, I'm so random the whole day, just so that we finished our sprint. So we're gonna have some senior meetings. Steven, you're fun. Jalon's an asshole. Can you fire him? Yeah. And then Steven says, I know he's an asshole. I pay him to be an asshole. I pay him to get shit done. I pay him to make sure we reach the next milestone. The Reddit has become the most insufferable environment of misguided and misinformed individuals. They are so convinced the whole thing was designed to be a scam and that the narc dude was right the whole time. He was completely wrong on some of his points, and yet people blindly hail him as some hero. Well, if this was a scam, it was the worst fucking scam ever, because you lost, you lost so much money on it. You lost absolutely so much money on it. It couldn't have been a scam. Put this one in here. I put that game that you just mentioned on YouTube into my upcoming games. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, you can't call this a scam when the scammer lost everything. Feeling scammed does not equal a scam. Incompetence isn't criminal. Man sold out at a loss, and people call it a scam. You're right. He wanted to be loved. I got addicted to being MMORPG Jesus coming to save the genre that he lost activity. Karthos and I are both background in psychology people, and we talk about this all the time. Steven got caught up in hero worship. I'll be right back. All right. Anyone looking for a job, apply here. Intrepid Studios. Yeah. I think it started as a scam, but they saw... No, it didn't start as a scam. Guys, let me... Okay. Let's talk... Let's real talk about some shit for a second, because this it's a scam thing needs to go away. Steven's initial investment into Intrepid Studios was about $2 million. This was all the way back at the beginning, and I don't know if it was his money out of hand or if it was 1 million of his and 1 million of Yaya Legacy's trusts, but either way, let's say it was 2 million. In order for $2 million in a C corporation to be a scam, it has to overcome, number one, a 21% corporate tax rate. Okay. Number two, it has to overcome the California state tax rate, which I don't have off the top of my head, but I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 8%. Okay. Steven put in $2 million into the company before Kickstarter. And after the Kickstarter and all the income tax, he probably got somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.2 million. Okay. Where's the scam part? Where's the profit? Okay, where's the gain? As I say to people, you have to be able to walk me through the dots of where he benefits from it. If you don't benefit from it, it's not a scam. Incompetence isn't criminal. Incompetence isn't criminal. How do you think creator code payouts will go out? They won't, because the terms and conditions of the creator code content, the creator code payment was 1 quarter. Are you kidding? That's the start of the scam. No, it's not. It's not the start of the scam at all. The creator code payouts weren't payable until the actual launch and 1 quarter after the actual launch. Steven should have just been the owner funder of Intrepid. No, let me, Mac, stop. You're not smart enough to debate with me. In order for you to have a scam, you have to make more money than you have in liabilities. If you invested $2 million and you made 2.5 from Kickstarter, where's the scam? I am a genius, actually, because, and thank you for noticing. If I seeded this beginning in December of 2015, and I don't get this back until July of 2017, I've locked up $2 million. I've locked up $2 million and built a prototype product for what looks to be a $500,000 gain, but I could have just tossed this into an interest-bearing account and not done all of the legwork for 2 years. So where's the scam? We know for a fact they had dozens of employees. We've talked to them. We know who they are. The problem is, where's the scam? If I put in 2 and I get 2.5 back, and then I gotta pay taxes, because remember, you can't withdraw the 2.5 million without paying taxes. They got money from Kickstarter, money from seeding shit for years, and the big payday from Steam. Well, first of all, let me help you out. That big payday from Steam was only $8 million. Minus 30% to Steam, 5% to Epic. So where's the big payday? I've seen their payroll protection plan loans, so I know how many employees they had. I've seen their tax liabilities. I know what their tax liabilities are, so I know what their income is. It was a C corporation, which means the money was going into independently held accounts, not commingled accounts. So where's this massive payday you're talking about? 3.2 million on Kickstarter, less 5% for their cut. 8 million on Steam, minus 65 or minus 35% for Steam and Valve. We know that they had accumulated $800,000 in server costs that they didn't pay. Then they switched server providers. Incompetence cannot be criminal. Incompetence cannot be criminal because remember, to violate the law, you have to have two parts of the law. You have to have intent, and you then have to execute on that intent. Incompetence is not intending to violate the law. Incompetence is not an intent to scam. Incompetence is you're just a fuck up. Now, you can be incompetent and break the law, but if the only thing you were incompetent, you didn't violate the law. As long as you in good effort. So Robert Dawson's Intrepid Creations LLC was being paid out. What Robert Dawson's Intrepid Creations LLC? I'm not aware of this. I'm aware of this. Right? Mm-hmm. I'm aware of this. I don't. This is Robert Dawson's company. Are you talking about that? He didn't get paid out. He can only file this if he hasn't been paid out. These are called liens. You file, then what? I don't know of another company. People keep saying this other Robert Dawson company. I need an artifact for it because I have Robert Dawson's limited liability company. So where's this other alleged one? Because now I have an alleged equity group that Kira has. Yeah, DM me the link. Steven was so blinded by his own desire to create the greatest MMO that he heavily misrepresented how far along the game was for years. Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. So people say scam because they would rather be swindled than know they backed an idiot. That right there. Thank you for saying that. First time chatter. Thank you for saying that. I literally know a CFO in jail for signing off on a fraudulent document that he did not know were fraudulent. He just rubber stamping. That's criminal incompetence. No, that's not criminal incompetence. If you sign something that you don't understand, remember, a CFO says, I have the skills and training necessary to serve at the C level in financing. This isn't How I Met Your Mother, where you have the guys that talk about anything else. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, here's the thing. Now, you sent me a thing from Robert Dawson, Intrepid Creations LLC. It's the same Robert Dawson. Hold on, you guys can't see, but I have to load up a different. Let me fact check something. Working cuts, Robert Dawson. Is that is the same guy? Yes. Insolvency. So he closed it due to insolvency. Yeah, so why are people so caught up on this one? He didn't get paid. Here's how I know he didn't get paid. Because he still has an active lien. It would be illegal for him, right? And I'm going to show you because I'm tired of people seeing things, and we have to deal with the truth because the truth is already strange enough. Here is Robert Dawson right there. Because the lien is active, it indicates he hasn't been paid. What Robert Dawson has done is he started an Intrepid Studios LLC. And he started a company called Intrepid Creations. And then he closed it. And then he created this other company called, what did he call it? TFE Gaming. All this shows is that Robert created, all this shows is that Robert created a company that he wanted to transfer his owed money from the money being owed to him to the money to be owed to a limited liability company, which is smart. No, it doesn't mean the transfer of intellectual anything. He never got paid for the 2 years, then created the lien. Right, that's what happened. That's what a lien is. A lien is you getting in line saying, hey guys, state of California, this company owes me money. And because I think this company isn't going to pay me back because they've missed deadlines, this form over here, this side of it, is this company owes me money. That's all that form that I circled in red. That's all this form says. This company owes me money. So if they sell, if they go bankrupt, if they go whatever, I'm reserving my place in line. People have got to stop making up shit about what that form means. All that means is this. Now I'm going to show you how it plays out, because I think a lot of creators, not to shit on my peers, but I think a lot of people are talking out their ass, right? They're talking straight out their ass because they just don't know what they don't know. Okay, so sorry, I had to clean up some other information. So we do this. We're going to sort this by active and terminated, and we're going to sort this by filing date. Okay, so this is the order. Yeah, send me the link. So this is the order. The Small Business Association has the first lien, so they're number 1 in line. Commerce Bank is number 2. The state is number 3. Uh-oh. The state becomes number 2 because the state and the federal government always go first in proceedings. Right? Oh, that's the terminated one. It doesn't matter because they're in the next one anyway. Right? And then that one's terminated. And that one's terminated. So there are 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6. That means all that lien does is Karen has said, hey, I'm owed money. And Jason Karamanis in the Yaya Legacy Trust says, terminated means lapsed. I don't know why the state ones show up terminated. It could be paid, it could be resolved, it could be rolled into the next one. You'll notice that the only ones that say terminated are the 3 from the notice of state tax lien, basically indicating to you that all these are connected, right? And when you dig into them, they all are connected by date range. But if there were other people that would say terminated, then I could dig in more. But all this is saying is Karen shows up on the 14th of January and says, I'm owed money. And Jason Karamanis turns around and says, yeah, bitch, but get to the end of the line because I'm owed money first. I can tell you that these 3 state ones were paid, but then it was discharged and reopened. Let me show, where's the active one? You'll notice that over here, I think the reason why they all stay, because they're all still active, because it was an erroneous termination, and this one was reopened. This is labeled as erroneously terminated. State tax was probably paid for a company that has no profit. It probably wasn't much mandatory fees, payroll taxes. That's what it was. I believe, remember, you have mandatory taxes due even if you have no profit. You have to file. Now, shit, it takes 5 years to understand taxes thoroughly. You sometimes have a tax obligation today for a hamburger you bought last year. Because the way I don't run the accrual method of accounting because it gets very convoluted. I also don't run the accrued method of accounting because I think it changes people's perspectives and they don't understand the risk and liability they've assumed. I have money coming in from DistroKid for the Christmas season next month. Do I think Ashes of Creation will be put up on auction to pay debt? Not directly to pay debt, but it is very likely that Karen or the Yaya Legacy Trust or whoever else will acquire the assets and then either sell them on the Unreal Engine store or sell them. Yeah, the only thing they have of assets are their animations. So what I really need is a lot of you to push back on these creators that are saying things like, well, there's an equity firm. The only person that I will take at face value that they say there's an equity firm is Kira, because Kira has an inside source. But there is no one else, and I won't even talk about it because I don't have it. I don't have it. If there's an equity firm, I can't find it. But people talking about this other Robert LLC, what he probably realized is I probably shouldn't name it the same thing as the company that I'm owed money from. Because what you don't want to do is you don't want to get pulled into their bullshit. It also, just so we're clear, you always have to make sure that all of your naming conventions are significantly different. Can they go after his assets before he started the company? By they, 2 of his creditors can, because he personally staked guarantees. I covered this earlier in the show, which was a stupid thing to do, and I can't believe a business person did this. When you have a C corporation, the C corporation is its own entity, and you should have this thing between you and your C corporation called the corporate veil. Here's Jalan. Here's PGN, which is a C corporation in the state of Illinois. If I need to give this company money, if I need to give my own company money, then I, as a person, give money to my company as a debt. I will never, ever, ever go halvesies with my company at the bank. I will never do that. Is that why he transferred his house? I can't speak out of turn. It is more likely rather than less likely the transferring of his house was a move to shield his personal assets from litigation. However, in the state of California, your personal home is very, very, very rarely ever seized in assets. He did take a loan in his own name. He did have collateral of his private assets. He did those things, which is universally stupid. I'm going to show you 2 right here. Where's Jason Karamanis? Here is Robert. And you will see on this lien document, you will notice that the only debtor is Intrepid Studios. That means Robert can stomp his feet as much as he wants, but Robert either can't or didn't file a loan against Steven. A lien against Steven. Yeah, the game is canceled. The game was canceled as of this morning when the warn letter went out and they shuttered the studio. Now you'll notice on this other one from Karen, you're going to notice a stark difference. And by the way, I covered all this 6 months ago and nobody listened. I wasn't the boy crying wolf and there's no wolf. I was the boy crying wolf and there was a fucking wolf. Now you'll see Steven Sharif. And now I've blacked out. This is just so everyone knows. You got to trust me. I'm not going to show it to you. But this is Steven's personal address, or more specifically, not the studio. So this is Steven as an individual taking the debt in his name. This is the biggest fucking no-no in business. I had this shit drilled into my head by my mentor from day one. How long before it is removed from being able to play? I've been told by somebody inside the studio that it's going to be down today. Most of the streamers showed this uncensored, talking about privacy. Most of the streamers did show it without being censored. However, I noticed the offices where addresses are used are Flex Laboratory offices. No, they're not. Flex is one of the tenants in the building. Flex is only one of the tenants. That's off the top of my head, and please forgive me because I am going through some shit with my brain. I believe either GE or Phillips are the first floor of that building. When Steven said he'd be filing some suit, what would that even be for and about? So, yeah, it's multi-level offices. Steven said he's going to be pushing a filing. I have no doubt that GigaBear will let me know because I will say this, GigaBear is way better at the internet than I am. Does he have a leg to stand on for filings? He very well may. Again, nobody should be... And one thing I liked about Kira's video, and I generally don't like Kira as a person, but his video was really good. You'll notice that I'm saying a lot of I don't knows because I don't know. I have one shareholder agreement out of Intrepid. I only have one. I don't have the other ones. The only shareholder agreement I have is... The only shareholder agreement I have is the one from 2017 before the Kickstarter was ever run between Jason Karamanis acting as trustee for the Yaya Legacy Trust and Intrepid Studios. So Steven needs to be careful what filings he does because Steven may open himself up to fraud. And as I said earlier in the show, I am not saying Steven committed fraud. I am saying there is enough of a bite that he may have committed fraud that the Attorney General of California should direct somebody to look into it and let a jury decide if Steven committed fraud. Because he said, I have no investors. And he said it multiple times after he had sold off part of his company. I think Steven is going to find himself with his nuts in the vice. So... Usually they lease buildings to businesses, so the address is the same for many businesses. The only difference is the suite number, which people should keep in mind. Yes. Maybe he doesn't see borrowing money as investors. It doesn't matter how you see it. And I know a lot of people don't like one of the videos that I did. Your opinion of words in legality don't matter, and it's not semantics. The Black Law Dictionary is the only authority that matters is what a word means. You are not an investor when you buy in Kickstarter because that is not the nature of the agreement. People keep saying, I invested. No, you didn't. Where's your shareholders agreement? Where's your investors agreement? What happens if he is found for fraud allegedly? I will answer that question, but let me put it up on the screen so that we're clear all the way around that I'm answering your question. What happens if he is found guilty of fraud? If Steven were to be found guilty of fraud, then that would mean that due to criminality of fraud, the corporate veil would be pierced, which would mean Steven would then assume liability for, at the very least, those Kickstarter refunds to the tune of $3 million. As it lays right now, the Kickstarter refund promise is null and void because the statute of limitation on a written contract in the state of California has expired. The anticipated delivery date was continuously and repeated to be said of no later than 2020, which means December 31st, 2019. Statute of limitations on a written contract is 4 years in California, which means 2023, that contract obligation became null and void. Borrowing money, not taking in investors unless you give them shares or possibly to exercise convertible stock option. Exactly. When your loan agreement has automatic triggered debt to equity conversion or exercised debt to equity conversion, that is so close to being an investor that it would be up to a jury to decide if he fraudulently claimed he had no investors. But where we run into a problem is hey, we're about to see me. Oh, look at this ugly motherfucker. Who fucked his face
Scribe is how you stop
with an angle grinder. What was the date investors actually came into the equation? 2017, before they ever ran the Kickstarter. I'll grab it in a second, I see it. No, your personal loan is not an investment because if I don't pay them back, they take equity in my car and other personal belongings. That's not an investment. That's equity. Or I'm sorry, that's collateral. So, skipping ahead, Steven said, I'm sorry guys, my vision is going. May 20th, 2021 is when Steven made this comment. And he said, I'm funding the project, so no investors. But the problem is when you run through this new timeline, in 2017, you'd already taken $1 million loan. It's a loan. They're a creditor. They're not an investor. But that loan had trigger point conversion of debt to equity. So this right here, this statement and this statement, would you stop moving? Jesus, son. And I need the top of that. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, so this sandwiched piece right here is not... Why, Stephen is a real estate tycoon. Why are you suggesting he is financially illiterate? Because I have never once found any proof that Stephen is a real estate tycoon, even though I've looked and I've gone to the bottom of the internet to find it. I've not found his name on one real estate transaction. I've not found him ever listed in any real estate literature, any real estate publications. I have family members that live in California. They have never heard of him. They're in real estate. They've never heard of him. They don't know about him. I can't find a single thing that ever ties him to even one real estate transaction. I find his name an awful lot in unpaid taxes, but never once in real estate. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I can't find it. But I sure as fuck can find his connection to an awful lot of MLM. I hope that answers your question. Also, you can have a lot of real estate and still be financially illiterate. Now, right here, Stephen probably is okay, maybe, kind of, sort of, not exactly with the Kickstarter, right? Maybe. And again, this is not up to me, it's not up to you. This is up to a jury of his peers to decide if he defrauded the Kickstarter backers when he had this convertible loan from a creditor to an investor, but he said, I'm primarily self-funding. This project is being funded by me. We have no investors. He said this multiple times. But he said, I'm funding the project to no investors in 2021. And in 2019, 4.4% of his company was already gone. He said this statement in May of 2021, but in August of 2019, he sold off 5.3% of his company. Stephen claimed that while he started in MLM, he made most of his wealth through real estate. Right. So, here's the problem. I don't know, and I can't say it's not my opinion, your opinion, anybody's. I don't know if that's a fraudulent statement. But this, black letter law, Stephen made a public statement acting as CEO, or let me asterisk that, as a representative of the company, because I don't know if he was the CEO at that time. He had investors and he lied. So, period. Period dot. I don't think Nice Gaming, I saw what you sent. I don't think Nice Gaming has it. So I see this person, I'm not going to show this because I can't vet, I have not been able to independently vet this. And I'm not going to show Nice Gaming's thing because the written portion of it, I don't. You can, okay, let me say this outright. This is a bullshit statement. Okay? What this person wrote is bullshit. It doesn't work this way. This isn't how business or law works anyway. So I don't know if you can or not. I'm in the middle of it. Basically, it was a hostile takeover using a very arcane securities mechanism. Okay, that doesn't apply here. Securities mechanisms, the arcane ones don't count. They count for publicly traded companies. They don't count for privately held companies that have issued stock. Remember, Just because a company has stock doesn't mean they're publicly traded. A VC firm bought up all the company's debts, which no, they didn't. I can only attack this one at a time, but no, they didn't, because if they had done that, then all of these liens would have to be discharged. So Karen let's say Karen is the person that was orchestrating this. Robert Dawson, the Yaya Legacy Trust, those two would have to be from active to terminated and gone, because Robert Dawson and the Yaya Legacy Trust can't continue to hold a lien if they've sold it, period. It doesn't work that way. And then waited for Intrepid to trip a covenant in the loan terms of one of the loans to stay up to date to their financial obligations, something that got tripped when they failed to pay a bill on time for whatever reason to their cloud provider. That has nothing to do with it. This cloud provider statement has absolutely nothing to do with it, because that's the day-to-day operation of a company. Doesn't trigger shareholder and doesn't trigger investor anything. Put simply, the VC company went to Intrepid, said, pay every single outstanding loan you have to us right now, which they obviously couldn't do. When they couldn't, they forced Intrepid. They forced Intrepid to give them equity in the company that, due to the amount of the loans, was controlling share. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You cannot come to me and say, give me all of the money that you have, or give me the fair share equity, because I can say, go pound sand, bitch. That's not what's in our loan agreement. Is the cross default provision that was mentioned? I don't see a cross. This is so fucking garbage. There's no single link to the whole thing. Most of the information only came out in the last few hours, and nobody has pieced it all together and published it anywhere. I only understand what happened because I work in corporate and security laws. Well, then, you know, if you work in corporate and security laws, you know that you're fucking dumb and you're not accurate. Let me see. They failed to pay on time and then used a cross default provision to trigger an acceleration clause in all of their debts. The guy's full of shit. It doesn't exist. Because like I've said, I have a copy of one of the loan agreements. What this guy is saying is a hypothetical, it could work that way. But what this guy is, you can have a loan agreement structured in any way you want, but it's really weird to me that you would have all these multiple. Steven didn't scam you. There's no scam here, period. It would be really odd that you would have 4 unique and different loan agreements. It would be very, very odd that you would do that. You would have a standardized loan agreement that would look something, and remember, I have it. I have the one that they had with the Yaya Legacy Trust because I pulled down the court case. What happens is I'm borrowing X amount of money from you, and you either pay me back according to the schedule of payments, or you give me equity. Cross default provision is a scary thing, but I doubt even Steven can be dumb enough for that. Yeah, and even so, I can say this. The Yaya Legacy Trust agreement has no cross default provision in it. So it would be really odd for you to include that. It would be really odd if the refund if the game doesn't come out agreement was only filed because of the Steam. Well, I see you say that. The refund if the game doesn't come out agreement expired 2 years ago. It's a written statement in the state of California. It expires 4 years after the failure of releasing the game at its established release date. Massive amounts of FOMO cash content, it reeks of scam. It's not scam. People need to get the word scam out of their vocabulary until it is a scam. This is not a scam. It's incompetence. It's being inept. It's being inexperienced. It's surrounding yourself with MLM and pyramid scheme people. The Kickstarter refund claim by Steven was legally binding and it expired on December 31st of 2023. Period. Dot. Yeah, never attribute to malice what can be explained by incompetence. Would that not apply to when your purchase was made? So let's say you made a purchase in late 2024. No, because in 2024 they didn't have a "we'll refund you" policy. They had a "you have 90 days to get a refund." Calling this a scam is letting Steven off the hook for a far greater misdeed. Scam implies he made a calculated play and won. It's far worse for Steven to call it what it really is: incompetence and fumbling. Yeah, that's what it is. It may not have started as a scam, but it ended up like one. I don't think you can say it started off as a scam if the guy's out $50 million. Part of the punchline of a scam is that he has to come out better ahead. Hey guys, let's think about this here for a second. The man worked countless fucking hours and didn't draw a paycheck. When he filed 2 different payroll protection plan loans, he didn't protect his own payroll. He didn't take payroll. It's not a scam. Steam has started refunds. Steam has started refunds for the individuals that purchased in January, because that is all the money that Valve is holding. People that purchased in December and prior have been getting credit. They have not been getting cash. And that's because of how Steam does their payouts. Steam isn't holding any of Intrepid's money anymore for anything purchased before 1 January. December 31st or prior. I shouldn't say 1 January. December 31st or prior, Steam doesn't have that money anymore. How long do we have for refunds? I definitely wouldn't fucking wait. Steven lied about the game's actual funding. He's largely to blame for what happened. Here, let me take that one. Steven's not largely to blame for what happened. Ready? Steven's not largely to blame for what happened. Steven is 100% to blame for what happened. 100% of this is 100% Intrepid's fault. I mean, you all can feel really bad right now. I mean, Margaret just had a baby and she's there rocking a fucking McDonald's headset. I mean, you got people that are saying they're looking for new jobs. This is the person. This is the person that you put all your trust and love into. I hate gross humans. The one that surprises me the most, to be honest, is Jamie. Thought we had a good friendship, but he went so sour so fast. It was weird. I mean, it's not like they have large followings. Between the Doomers, Richie, Jamie, and the Jackass Shalon, but it's just interesting to see people change. Hey, Jackass. No. If you are an Aussie, you are not guaranteed refunds. God damn, you Australians need to get this through your head. I'm gonna help you out here. You're the second Australian today. You're not guaranteed a ruling. Watch this. Here's Australia. Here's your court system. Here's America. Here's California. Here's Intrepid Studios. Your country says, give our people back our money. And America says, no. Because your court ruling does not apply to America. America's laws don't apply to Australia. Australia's laws don't apply to America. The Australian courts could say they can send a letter on behalf of you. Your bank in Australia can send a letter on your behalf to Intrepid Studios asking you for a refund. Intrepid Studios does not have to give an Australian bank any money. Unless the Australian bank happens to, by chance, be holding money that is due to Intrepid in escrow, there's no money there. People have got to stop thinking their countries, your country's laws do not affect. That's why in America, you have to understand other state laws don't even apply. Valve lost federal court ruling, and yes, it does. If you trade here, you follow our laws. Dude, no, it doesn't. Valve does business in your country. Intrepid Studios does not. Intrepid Studios doesn't do business in your country. If you bought through Steam, yes, you can get your money back. If Valve says you are asking for a refund in the appropriate window. You're making it sound like every Australian can get their money back, and that is not a true statement. You can get your money back if you are in the terms of Valve's agreement, which have been updated for the Australian community. I hate to tell people this. I am tired of people that don't have a background in business or law coming in and saying shit because you spread this shit around. I have read the ruling, you jackass. You're the second jackass that has said this to me. You at least have said it has to do with Steam. That is a difference. Did you buy the game and exceed the 2 hours? If you did, I'm pretty sure. Right. Listen. Yeah, Australia were able to get Fallout 76 refunded back in the day because ZeniMax had an Australian office. Intrepid does not. If your company does not have a footprint in the country, then you didn't do business with Intrepid. Yes, Valve does business in Australia. However, you still have to be in compliance with Valve's refund policy. And if you purchased on the early access, you should be able to get your money back because you'd be in compliance with the policy. However, if you have 200 hours, Valve will probably not give you cash back. They'll give you credit and they'll push back and they'll say, our terms are. Now, I don't know if Australia has specific usage terms. And if they do, then that would be helpful rather than saying you are guaranteed refunds, because your first statement, and this is why some people need to get slapped because of their online behavior, your first statement to me doesn't have anything the fuck to say about Valve. Your first statement was, if you are an Aussie, you are guaranteed refunds under federal court ruling, which is not true. If you made a fucking Kickstarter purchase in 2017, you ain't getting your money back. If you purchased from Intrepid directly, you definitely ain't getting your money back. Valve's refund policy does not, okay, right, but you notice, look, man, keep up with me, man. Keep up, ready? Keep up. I started down a rabbit hole because you said if you're an Aussie, you are guaranteed refunds. No, you're not guaranteed. You're guaranteed a refund from Valve. If you back through Kickstarter, you're not getting your money back from 2017. If you bought through Intrepid before they went to Steam, you're not getting your money back because Intrepid is not beholden to Australia law, because Australia says, Intrepid, give them their money back. And Intrepid says, fuck you. What are you going to do about it? And Australia's going to do nothing because they can't. Because Australia has no ability to seize money from an American corporation. Why do you think Steven never opened up the Amsterdam office for Intrepid Studios? Because Steven knew, he was advised, the moment you open up your Amsterdam office, every person that ever made a purchase from you can get a refund, because their consumer protection law says you have to give refunds up to 14 days after the launch of your product. Well, then why aren't the Europeans all able to get their money back from Intrepid? Could it be because Europe doesn't have any ability to mandate anything from an American company? Yes, that's exactly why. What about European Steam users? Can they get a refund? Again, I don't know. Look, you fucking moron. It does. I'm talking not about Valve at this point. I'm talking about the other half of it. Why are you so thick-headed and stupid? I have read the ruling, not within the last 20 minutes. I think I read the ruling the last time about a year ago. If it's from Valve, yes. If it's from Intrepid Direct, no. That ruling does not apply to Intrepid. Intrepid does not have a physical business presence in Australia. And if you say, well, the ruling says, then my question is, how do they enforce it? And that's the problem with some of you thick-headed mules. You don't want to understand, yes, you're entitled to a refund. Now, how does your government get it for you? Does your government give it to you? Because that's the only way they could do it then. The problem is we have so many, Australia's going to invade America for your $59.99 refund. We have people that are so thick-headed, they don't want to listen. They want to be right. Well, go be right somebody else. Go be right on another stream. I don't need you. The problem is you're like, yes, the Valve thing, your first comment had nothing to do with Valve. So I went down the rabbit hole of not Valve. Then you said Valve. I don't know what the Valve refund policy for Australia is presently at this moment. I don't know what the policy is. If you're saying it's that for Valve, great. I'm saying for the other 99% of people, the 3,000 some odd Australians who backed in Kickstarter, they're not getting their money back. But you said right here, if you are an Aussie, you are guaranteed refunds. No, you're not. No, the fuck you're not. Well, I backed through Kickstarter and Kickstarter doesn't do business in Australia. They do business in America. Where is the place you did business? It's in America? Whose rules apply? America's. Now, what if I was born in Australia but moved to the US and purchased the game through an Aussie VPN? What if you fucking have a helmet and you're an astronaut? The problem here is there's so many people who I guess jerk off to giving out bad information or incomplete information. It's like, what are you, fucking one-handing the keyboard and jerking off with the other? Like, great, you're right. Yeah, the Australian government can guarantee everybody a blowjob. Doesn't mean they have any way to force Steven to suck your dick. Holy shit, man. This is the problem with people. You give a bad piece of information, you get told it's bad, and then you start to go, great, it's Valve, great, that's a very small number of people. It's a very small number of people that can get a refund even with that. Well, my law says, great, lots of you know what's funny about that? Lots of Europeans told me for 9 years they could get their money back. 9 years Europeans have been saying they could get their money back. To date, not a damn one of them got their money back. We are obligated to get a refund, but if the company is not linked to your country, they cannot enforce it. Hey, look at that, a European saying that, a European on my side. Look at that guy. A good chunk of the mods left the Discord. Yep, a good chunk of the mods left the Discord. I don't know everything that happened. Hold on, my wife has a bowling question. She asked why in bowling they switch lanes. My daughter is at her first competitive bowling match today. I'm gonna take a moment to let my brain reset. My daughter has tried 5 sports. A turkey. 3 strikes is a turkey. My daughter is now on her 5th sport. My daughter was like, I'm gonna go bowling. And I'm like, well, bowling runs in the blood. I bowled, her grandmother bowled, everything good. My daughter goes to bowling practice. I'm like, whatever, this is gonna cost me a few bucks, whatever. My daughter bowls like a 220 something in her like 3rd game. Who the fuck are you, little person? My daughter's been bowling about 4 times in her life. I'm like, that's gotta be a fluke. I'm like, that gotta be a fluke. No, my daughter routinely bowls in the high 100s, low 200s. She's at her first competitive match tonight. Without the bumper rails. She's on the team. I don't know. I'm gonna see her. I'm gonna see her bowl on. There's an occasion where, her mom can't be at one, so I'm gonna go to that one. I try to go to like 1 or 2. I tend to make my children nervous because my children are all great kids, but they're always worried about letting me down. And I tell them, you're not gonna let me down. Just do your best. Have fun. My daughter's like, no, don't come. Don't come to my first one. I was like, okay. All right. So I have rolled over, like way over on my normal time slot. Does anybody have any last minute questions? I think I have thoroughly beaten the dog. Now I may do the show again on Wednesday if more information comes out. Steven said he was going to be doing a filing. I'm waiting. I've been looking to see. I haven't seen a filing. I have not seen Intrepid Studios. Appreciate the follow. I have not seen. I have not seen them update their business information today, which they might not be able to. If John and Steven both resigned, I don't know California law enough to know what the process is when all your C-level officers depart simultaneously. So I saw that the employees are not getting paid, losing last month's pay. They're the biggest losers. Yeah, pray for them. Thank you for always being you, and thank you for helping us push. Oh yeah, Golden Feather. The Golden Feather is going to be pivoting. Make sure you check out the Golden Feather. What cake do I like? I like cheesecake. You've been on the best graphs of this compared to the other people I've seen. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any suggestion for the Ashes of Creation orphans? I don't want to give a recommendation today. Let me see what MMOs come out. I am going to cover MMOs as they appear. I do like pineapple on pizza, but only if the pizza has a barbecue sauce. Pineapple does not go on tomato-based sauce because tomato is a fruit and pineapple is a fruit. But if you have barbecue chicken with barbecue sauce, caramelized onion, ham, and pineapple, that's called a Hawaiian, and that's amazing. I have been made sure to stay hydrated. This one is empty. It was full at the start of the show, and this one was brought to me. I feel like through the whole process of Ashes, I've tried to stay away from the extremes. I have learned that I love sandboxes that have high fantasy elements. Is there anything you could suggest in terms of direction? No, the only game that I think is on the horizon is, I think the next thing we're going to see is Chrono Odyssey. Now I do see, yeah. Peace officer standards and training. Can VA Chapter 35 benefit? I have no idea. The Riot MMO isn't for 5 years. I did see one question and it got away from me. Is there any chance... Here it is. Nope, that's not it. I don't think I can grab that from there. I think, yeah, my queue clears. I'm going to grab this off my chat manager. Do you think it is possible to contact PayPal or your bank and receive a refund due to things like insolvency, failure of consideration, or breach of contract? Well, the thing is that I do have the Movie Cliches card game. It's right here. Oh no, the stink. Oh, that stinky penguin. I do. It's it was on my shelf. I think my daughter took it to the last sleepover. The problem here is, in order to get a refund, you would have to prove you didn't get the product you ordered. I've had that Ghostbuster sign for years. The problem is, my thought being they have insurances for such claims. They remember the insurance that they have is not payable to you because that's not what that insurance is for. That any insurance that Intrepid Studios carries is any chance to have. Today's stream will be available as soon as I end. I'll publish it. The insurance that they have, remember, in order to access that, you would need a class action lawsuit because they don't have to issue a refund because they had a refund policy. They don't have to give you a refund for your Kickstarter because you had to deal with Kickstarter, not with them. I know that sounds shitty, but this is called limiting your liability. So here's Intrepid Studios. Here's Kickstarter. Here's you. And you say, but I gave Intrepid Studios money. And no, you didn't. You gave Kickstarter money, and Kickstarter gave you a code, and Kickstarter gave your money to Intrepid. You would have to go after Kickstarter for your money, and Kickstarter will respond to your chargeback and say, according to our terms, you got what you were expecting. You got a key for those things. And then you say to Kickstarter, but I didn't ever get those things. And they'd say you did, you got the key. You weren't buying a game, you were buying a key to a game if the game comes out. Steam, you. This one's a little different. Steam is going to have their own problems with Intrepid Studios. Steam may or may not pay out more money than they took in. They might take the bite to keep their customers happy. Government agencies, banks, shareholders would salvage the asset left over for refunds if they felt generous at their discretion, which I doubt. But why would they even think of refund a game that is a massive failure with massive debt? Right. The problem is that you're behind the state, the federal government, 2 lawsuits, and 3 other creditors. And if you, in order to class action lawsuit them, you would have, you would have to pay the guy 40%, or the firm 40% off the top. So where's your win? And the answer is you don't have a win. Honestly, the PR for Steam refunding giving credits is probably worth. No, it's not. And probably behind every employee who's owed. Yes, every employee that is owed money is first in line because those are operational expenses that have to get paid out first. So, operational expenses, insolvency, the state for their back money, the Small Business Administration for their back money, and then I think Commerce Bank of Irvine is next, and then the 3 private individuals. As far as this equity firm, if anybody finds the equity firm information, send it to me. But again, like that Robert Lawson thing that people are freaking out about, Robert Lawson didn't get paid. And where Steven might, I never answered the question and I feel bad. Does Steven have a leg to stand on to sue his investors? Not your attorney, not your legal advice. I don't see the cards on the board. I don't see how Steven has any play here. I don't see him have a play because you got you wrote terms, you wrote conditions. No, you're not the Hydra. You're not the only one. There were a bunch of people hitting me with this, and I was like, guys, Robert Dawson still has a lien against them. People are like, this company. I was like, yeah, it's an insolvent company. But as I showed, I have his other one. Like, I know what his other company is. So, like, I wasn't saying you specifically, but people have been going fucking donkey balls about it. Where the fuck did he go? People have been going donkey balls about it. I'm like, it's right there. Is that Karen Boyoko from Venmo? Yeah. She is the one that got her company shut down by the FTC and ordered to restructure. Dawson not getting anything, he way back in the line. No, he's not. He is actually, he is the first of the 3 creditors. He is the first of the 3 independent creditors. He is May of 2024. So he's 4. 5 and 6 are down here. I wonder what percentage fortune Steven lost. Well, what's going to hurt him is the Yaya Legacy Trusts filing and the Karen filing both can go after him, which is another piece of why that gets ugly. He guaranteed the debt. How much do I estimate he owes? Oh, fuck. Well, according to them, at 250 employees, they had a 41.6 liability annually. So 83.2 is probably the last 2 years of operational expenses, less what they didn't have. Plus, they didn't make 36 million from Kickstarter. They made 3.2 and they owed Kickstarter 5% haircut. 3.2, not 36. So plus server costs. Oh yeah, the server costs are gonna bury him because he's dumb. He's absolutely dumb. As you heard me say when they first put out Alpha 1, take this shit down and build. It's not worth testing. Gigo, garbage in, garbage out. The data you get needs to be parsed. The data you get needs to be valuable. None of the game developers in my community saw any value in the data. We're gonna put this up. Should have never ran alpha for so long without adding stuff. Yeah. Is he aware the servers are still live? It doesn't matter. He's not the CEO anymore. And now, because he threw a temper tantrum, and he resigned, and let me just say it this way. You've got Steven, you've got Yaya, you've got Dawson. And by the way, if you hear the name Karamanis is the name of the trustee, but he's smart. He has his stuff locked up in a trust. You've got Dawson and you've got Karen. Obviously, these three people combined have controlling interest. They don't need to even involve him in the discussion. Unless his shareholder agreement specifically requires him to vote, they don't have to even talk to him. Like, I'll give you an example. This is the binder of my company, and I'm a small ass one-person company, and I have, let me make sure that I'm being legitimate. Let me take off my partner contract. That's how many pages of paper it is to run a one-person company. Like, there's 30 or 40 pages here. My shareholder agreement with myself states, as long as I have one share of stock, I must be consulted and I must be afforded the opportunity to vote on every vote, even if my shares are diluted down to where I don't have majority share, where I don't even have controlling interest. My board meeting specifically states, right? Special meetings of the shareholders may be called at any time by the board of directors, by the president, or by holders of shares entitled to cast not less than 1/5 of the votes at the meeting. Such meetings to be held on a date and a time and a place either within or without the state of Illinois, as may be stated in the notice of the meeting. Whenever shareholders are required or permitted to take action, written notice of the meeting must be given not less than 10 or more than 60 days not less than 10 or not more than 60 days before the date of the meeting to each shareholder entitled to vote, except that meetings to increase the number of shares or corporate indebtedness each require at least 60 days notice. I'm a one-person shop, and I have rules in my one-person company that if I had to sell, and later on it'll say, this individual, the founder, Jalan, as long as I hold one share of stock, all dates, timelines, whatever, must be honored. I may not waive those rights. Why do you think I would write in, I may not waive those rights? Because it adds a minimum of 10 days to everything. You must give me 10 days notice. I don't know, nearly 10 years of development, they seem more focused on selling keys than making the game. How little was done in the time frame is abysmal. I think the problem is a lot was done. It was all just done bad, and it had to keep getting reworked. You have voting rights even if you own one share. No, you do not. Actually, that is not a true statement. You do not have voting rights just because you have one share. As I just read to you, unless you have 1/5 of the shares, unless you have more than 1/5 of the shares, or the way mine is structured, yeah, you have voting rights to show up, but you don't have the right to call a meeting. You have less than 20% of the company. If I have controlling interest, I don't need to invite you. I just need to let you know I'm calling a meeting and I'm voting this way. You can choose how you want to respond, but there is nothing you can do. I'm letting you know in writing, this is the meeting, this is the time, this is the date, and here's how my vote is already go. For this vote, there is already 57%. I meant voting rights when voting for board members. Right, but again, depending how it's set up, if you don't have controlling interest, so let's say this is Steven, this is Yaya, this is Karen, this is Robert. Let's say Steven owns 40%. He doesn't. I don't know if he does, but let's say he does. And these three combined own 60%. So what Robert does is Robert says, I'm voting for a panel of the board of directors to be a individual from the Yaya Legacy Trust, Karen and me. All in favor, aye, 60%. Steven says but, and they're like, well, it doesn't matter what you but because you but don't have enough vote. But I want a seat on the board. Does your shareholder agreement guarantee you a seat on the board? Because if he had written it smart, a seat on the board is guaranteed to any individual who holds 30% or more of the company. This is kind of similar, not exactly, what 10 has at Epic Games. 10 stake in Epic Games in their shareholder agreement affords them two seats on the board. They don't have to have the votes to vote themselves. They are guaranteed 2 seats of our board must, I believe it's 2. It might be 1. We don't have to ever win a vote. We are the Security Council. We are a permanent member of the board of directors by shareholder agreement. That's it. That's the end of it. When I purchased this stock from you, in the agreement, it said I have a permanent seat on the board of directors. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means you have 5 members of the board of directors and they have a permanent seat. They have 20% of the vote. So how do you get around? They own 10% of the company, but they have 20% of the board. Well, then everything has to come down to a shareholders vote. If you can't get a yes out of them, and because you need a majority, you either need a simple majority, which would be 3, or you need a super majority, which would be 4. These 2 guys won't vote anything that requires by bylaw super majority. Shit, now everything has to become a shareholders meeting. But as you see, 10 days notice must be given in my company for a shareholders meeting. I'm sure Epic has something similar. Well, now you got the fucking problem where you want to do something and it takes 10 days minimum. You're constantly, and now what you're doing is you're trying to overcome a throttle. Could Steven get sued because of delayed filing of insolvency? No, because Steven hasn't had a delayed filing of insolvency. The WARN Act requires employees to be given 60 days benefits and payroll unless there is justifiable reason for why you couldn't give them 60 days notice. And they absolutely, Steven resigning and all the senior leaders resigning abso-fucking-lutely gave the board of investors the what they needed. He served up all his employees getting bent over the table and getting fucked in the ass. Sorry to be vulgar, but he absolutely set that up by resigning and taking all the senior leadership with him. Well, you didn't give 60 days notice for the WARN Act. Well, I didn't know that the CEO was going to stage a coup and resign and all the senior leadership left. Having a say and having your say matter are two different things. Yes. Can a company designate a different percentage required to enact a change within the company? Must it be 51% or more? It can be more than 50% plus one. You can determine things that have to have a supermajority. You can determine things that have to have a 2/3 majority. I can't speak on what those things in California would be, because every state has different corporate law. I do know Intrepid Studios is a California C corporation, so they follow California guidance. I don't follow California guidance because I'm an Illinois corporation. I did look into Delaware when I was forming my corporation. It was just too much ass pain. There is a reason why a lot of companies incorporate out of Delaware, one of which being the corporate tax rate. But Steven can't get sued because of the insolvency. I was referring to electing boards by shareholders when every shareholder gets a vote. I was too vague. Yes, when every shareholder gets a vote, like I get a vote on who the next board of directors for Disney is going to be. I own enough shares in a small company. I own a percentage of shares of stock in a small company. And they reached out to me by name because the vote was so close. My 3% ownership was ultimately going to determine which panel of board members were going to get seated. They didn't have a clear winner with 95% of I was like, fuck it, man. Like, I don't give a fuck about this shit. I don't care. And then they called me and they're like, Jalan, I was like, yeah, what's up? And it was Charles Schwab. They're like, Jalan, I'm like, what's up? They're like, this group is asking for permission to have your phone number because you're not answering their emails and you're not answering their mails. I was like, yeah, fine, whatever it is. They called me and they're like, we need you to vote. I was like, vote for what? They're like, our board. I was like, I don't give a shit. Impanel whoever you want. It's I don't care. And they're like, well, you are 3 of the remaining 5%. It's a penny stock company, but they still have to follow the rules. What ended up happening is they wanted to be absorbed, and it required one set of people wanted to be absorbed by another company. One people wanted to stay independent, and ultimately, what boiled down to is I said, which plan gets me more money for my shares? $1.81 a share, ended up getting $4.25 a share for the buyout, and I was like, we're gonna go from $1.81 to $4.25. Sell that shit. Sell it all. Who's voting to get me $3 profit a share? Yeah, you have my vote. So, do I feel bad for Steven? I do. I wrote a very heartfelt message on Twitter to Steven. And then Steven went ahead later and he wrote this thing where he's like basically trying to play the victim card and I'm gonna do a filing. Dude, you fucked everybody. You lied to everybody from the very beginning. You lied to everybody from the very fucking beginning. Don't pretend that you didn't, because you did. You had every opportunity months ago you had every opportunity to step into the light months and months and months ago when this article and video went out. You had absolutely every opportunity to tell people the truth. You could have, without a doubt, told people what was going on. You could have told people years ago you didn't have full control of your product. You could have told people how bad it was. You knew there was a lawsuit. Steven resigned after launching on Steam to salvage 8 or 9. No, he didn't. I think people need to stop telling that narrative because that's not the order of events. Steven resigned prior to Steam releasing the funds to Intrepid Studios. Even if he didn't, Steven can't take the money out of Intrepid Studios. Steven sent this thing to Steam to get buys to pay off debt. That being said, it wasn't for Steam buys, it was for bringing investors. No, it wasn't for bringing investors. The company was already upside down on debt to income. He did send it to Steam to try to pay off debt, but at that point, I don't believe Steven was in control. I don't believe Stephen was in control of the company with that Steam decision. Is there any legal repercussion regarding him not disclosing the fact he had investors as a way to gain more backers for his Kickstarter? Okay. I do not know if Stephen committed fraud by not disclosing they had shareholders. What I know is that, according to this timeline, there is enough evidence here that the Attorney General of California needs to look into the situation. And up here, Stephen needs to be... I know this is going to sound mean. This song... Hey, look at that. Sprocket is working today. This is love at first sight. I think there is enough there that Stephen needs to be prosecuted for fraud and let a jury of his peers decide whether or not he committed fraud. Absolutely right here, Stephen is a lying bag of dicks. 5.3% of the company was sold. 4.4% of the company was already in the hands of Yaya Trust. So that's 9.7% of your company. But you said, I'm funding the projects to no investors, but you already had an investor. Somebody had already invested. So you're a lying bag of dick. You can look at a company income statement and know if you're spending more than making. He for sure knew how much time was left before there would be no money. Yes, absolutely. And this is one of the things where all the haters, right? All the haters. We're talking about John doesn't know what he's talking about. That's funny. I'm 100% out of one. I got an A+ on this exam. I didn't miss a single question. That's not a brag, that's not a boast, because it's the one time I don't want to be right. I'm 100% right. There's no I'm wrong. I'm sorry, Stephen acted like a child. Stephen resigned in anger. Stephen had every and I know Stephen had some personal stuff going on in his life. I don't know what that personal stuff is, but he acted like a child. You resigned. And then because of that, you effectively staged a coup. And all your senior leadership resigned. All that senior leadership is going to struggle to get a job. Because their name is attached to a shitburger. When you own a corp, the corp is its own entity. Think of it as a new person. In this analogy, just because Bob got 8 million doesn't mean Stephen gets it because Stephen created Bob. Right, exactly. Once money is inside of a C corporation, you cannot take money out of a C corporation without a legal way to do it. In a C corporation, the way that you take money out is through a dividend. Yeah, McDonald's is hiring. Just saying. So Stephen really is the asshole of creation because he concealed all debt, and in a recent video with Dusty Y flatly asked him if he was out of money, and he said, no, we are not out of money. Yeah, here's the thing, folks. I don't have a problem with Dusty Y, but Dusty Y should be the maddest motherfucker on the planet because Stephen lied to him and then lied. When you lie to me on my show with my community, you didn't tell, like right now, if Stephen was in here and he lied, you didn't lie to one person, you lied to 218 people. I mean, he technically could have had money at the time. No, I don't think he could because he didn't have enough money to make all through January's payroll. Stephen decided to get in bed with pyramid scheme and MLM people, and he called those people his friends. I want to remind everybody, the biggest problem with the way Steven said it, I think I have it on the screen here. I have made some very good friends in my previous business endeavors who are dying to invest. Your friends are MLM pyramid scheme scumbags? If you guys aren't aware of this, here's Intrepid Studios, and their CFO position was held by a guy named Ryan Ogden. There's a company out there called Jenice Global. Ryan Ogden was also their CFO. Steven's main contributor is the Yaya Legacy Trust. The Yaya Legacy Trust backed multi-level marketing people who were selling Jenice Global products. So he would front them money, they would default, he would sue them. Why the hell are all these people at your company and they're all interconnected? And everybody wants to defend Steven's credibility to me. Actually, New World, Amazon did run out of money. Amazon Game Studios ran out of money. That's why they shuttered New World and canceled all their products. Remember, a division of a company has to be profitable. A division of a company has to be profitable, especially if it's a publicly traded company like Amazon, because of a 1913 court ruling where companies have one obligation. Why are people defending Steven after all this? I don't know. Companies have one obligation, and that is to the shareholder, not to the customer, not to the worker. In a court ruling in 1913, some motor company versus Henry Ford, or shareholders of Ford versus Henry Ford, the courts ruled that in a publicly traded company, your first and foremost obligation is to the shareholders in maximizing profitability. I don't claim to be a financial person. Dodge versus Ford. Thank you. It's been a long show. Dodge versus Ford. I don't claim to be a financial person. Do you think if Steven had hired a truly trustworthy CEO to handle the financials of Intrepid, there would have been any hope? It feels like it's terrible leadership to not bring in somebody for that role. Yes, I absolutely 100% feel that way. Not only do I feel that way, I actually offered to be the vice president of getting shit done with all executive operating authority for Steven so that he could just focus on being the creative director. I also offered to do that job for room and board. Give me a place to sleep and give me meals, and I'll be your VP of getting shit done. Because the problem is, how does project management work? Here's how project management works. You have what's known as a champion. And I know this is a Lean Six Sigma term. This is the process owner. This is who owns the process. And this is Steven as the CEO. And then you want to do a project. And that is traditionally run by the creative director and the senior producers, which is also Steven. So the champion says to you, I need this project. Now there's two ways to do it. You say at the very beginning, I need X dollars, I need Y manpower, I need Z time. And the champion says, okay, I can live with that. And so in 2017, you say, I need X dollars, Y manpower, Z time, and we'll launch in 2027. Because we think we're going to launch in 2025, and we have 2 years of buffer. And the champion says, okay, if I give you more money or more people, do you need less time? Maybe yes, maybe no. The answer is not always simple. The other way to do project management is the champion comes and says, I want a launch date of December 31st, 2025. No later. So working back the timetable, I said, well, then I need $300 million. I need 250 staff because you've taken away the Z variable for me. You've set the Z. Now the champion says $300 million, 250 staff. That's ridiculous. Okay, well then shrink the scope of the project. You can't have the same person building the army and deciding where to go to war. As a boneheaded AOC gameplay fan, is there any of this salvageable? Yes, but not in the way that you're going to like. This is going to end up getting sold off to some third world shit tier developer who's going to take whatever is the game design document. They are going to slap it together with a hodgepodge collection of fast code, shitty assets. They'll probably gut huge parts of the game because it's just the juice isn't worth the squeeze. And then we'll get to the point of what we get is what we get. Yeah, it'll be a Korean buyer. It'll be pay to win. You could have shrunk Ashes and released it with 2 zones that are finished and add more later. No, you couldn't have. Let me tell you right off the bat, no, you couldn't have. You could have done that if you had changed the way the node system works. Again, on paper. And guys, can we all just agree that back in the day of Ashes 101, I knew the game better than even Steven and Jeff did because I was asking them questions about things they said and they'd forgotten about things they said? Let's just all be real for a second. Nobody loved Ashes more than me. I asked Steven once about citizenship tickets, and motherfucker forgot a whole system that he planned on putting in his game. Okay? Dude forgot a whole system. I asked Steven what a citizenship ticket was on a live stream. What the fuck is a citizenship ticket? Oh, I'll check Ashes 101. Like, it was on my website. I needed clarity so I could fill that in. They forgot what they were. They forgot what they were. They forgot what citizenship tickets were. The way it was designed was brilliant. Right? Yeah, Tristan is back. Oh, and people wonder why I have no sympathy for Steven at all, because I don't like liars. I don't like liars. Just tell the truth. Anybody remember this? And you all, not you all, but people attacked me for saying Steven was a liar.
I think our community often asks where Nodes 3 is at because one time, remember we were at that panel at PAX and people were like, when's Nodes 3 coming out?
Nodes Part 3. So actually one of our team members is now currently with us here at PAX, and his name is Tristan Snodgrass, and the reason for that is because he's currently back at the studios working on Nodes Part 3.
And I'm like, Tristan's back at the studio and he's editing it.
Yeah, I remember that and I was like, what's he done? Yeah, I remember that and I was like, what's he done?
Now, unfortunately, because enough time has passed, I don't say anything derogatory here. I don't really tolerate disrespect for the dead. Tristan Snodgrass was a sea activist. He was an ocean activist. Tristan Snodgrass has passed away. That's why he's not on the team anymore. Tristan passed away several months ago. It might have been a year ago or so now. I'm sorry. I have a neurological condition going on. Tristan passed away. Tristan was responsible for breaking up an animal. A guy killed an awful lot of sea creatures. Stingrays, maybe? He was responsible. Yeah, stingrays. Tristan Snodgrass, back in 2018, discovered a guy who was going around killing stingrays for fun. Now, I don't know how Tristan passed away. And even if I did, unless it was relevant, I wouldn't tell you. I was never able to find out. I was actually interested. I thought Tristan was a good person. But you put Tristan in such a terrible, shitty position by saying he was back at the studio. What do you think about the director of communication role that Margaret had? Margaret should have never been at Intrepid Studios and given any of the authority she had, because Margaret Crone is a completely inappropriate person to try to be coordinated with content creators, because a good content creator program, doesn't just foster white knight meat puppets. It fosters a way for each individual content creator, whether or not they have huge followings or not, to give pointed feedback. Where Steven is dismissive of me for being a jackass because I have a small, yeah, go ahead. Just because I have a small following doesn't mean I didn't at one time have 900 subscribers. And if you have 900 subscribers on Twitch, it means you're reaching a lot of people. When you run the #1 podcast for years about Ashes of Creation, when Lazy Peon did his first big Ashes of Creation video, and I did a 13-hour stream, and then a 7-hour stream, and then I spent 7 hours in their questions chat answering questions, that doesn't make me a jackass. It means I may have a small following, but I say a lot of inflammatory things that stunts my own growth, because I'm not a sellout. I am not a sellout. I don't do this for the money. Just today, I've had people that want to say dumb things. The problem is, and I'll show it again because we've been rotating through. The problem is Steven shouldn't have tapped Margaret to be the content creator liaison, because she doesn't know how to talk to people. My very first day of meeting Margaret, I asked Margaret a question and she said, "That's on my AMA on Reddit." Number one, no, it wasn't. Number two, what does it matter if it's an AMA and you're on a different platform? Then answer it. Now, this, just so we're clear, if this is real, right? If this is real, and I don't know if this is real or not, this is what DA has said, which I'm glad he said it, because setting yourself up, admitting to corporate espionage is so amazing. I'm doing good. I'm on hour 7, but we're gonna keep rolling as long as I've got voice left. If this is true at all, Steven deserves to lose his company. Steven deserves to lose his company. He deserves to lose his personal wealth. He deserves every single bad thing that comes of this. DA admitting that Steven unbanned his RMT alts that got banned for selling gold. Given the state of people raging right now, it might be smarter to let him cool down a bit. He says, yeah, that's fair. Sorry, my vision is going really bad, guys. I just removed you from a ban list. You gotta be good example and reinforce that in your guild. No more exploits character tracks from mules. Okay, so if this is true, then look at all the money that DA was making selling gold. I don't give a shit about Steven losing $50 million. I don't give a fuck if he goes to jail for fraud. And that right there is fraud. Fraud is any untrue statement made by a corporate officer. Steven turns around and says, I'm going to do a filing today about my investors, and your investors are going to turn right around and say, you squandered our investment because you had all these on the record. Like, if I was Steven, I would have already reached out to Lex and said, nuke the wiki and nuke all the videos. If Steven had been smart, he would have asked Lex to nuke it. Because the wiki is a walking, talking dictionary, encyclopedia. Yeah, I would have nuked the Discord. This is bullshit. He had me apply to other game studios and use them as a reference and would verify I worked for them in the past so I could leak NDA shit to them. Good job, DA. That's a felony. That's a really big felony. Even just saying that, you've admitted to a crime. Period. Dot. That's corporate espionage. You're federally fucked felony on that one. If that is true, Steven's fucked. If it's not true, Steven should have already had his lawyer release a statement that it's not true. If that's the case, and it's going to be easily verifiable, because it's going to come out, and then somebody's going to turn around and say, "Oh yeah," because if DA doesn't think people have his name, people have his name. They know who he is. DA is the guild leader or officer in Polar. I don't know if you saw my post earlier about a statement by Nice Gaming. He said he had DMs of Steven involving the same people data mining ArcAge for him. Yeah. Likely going to get denied, but I got a dispute placed with my bank for April 2022 charge. Let me tell anybody who does a chargeback. Let me just say this: if you go directly through your bank, so listen up and tell people this. If you get money from your bank on a chargeback, don't spend it unless you can afford to fill the kitty back up. No, I didn't see the part where Steven and DA were making fun of people wondering how DA was unbanned. I haven't seen that one. Is that on GigaBear's post as well? If you get a chargeback, don't charge back Steam. It will fuck up your account. That is true. Don't charge back Steam. If you can't get a refund through Steam, just have to eat it. But I'm being told you can't use the refund button on Steam right now. You have to use the I have a question about my product button, and then put in that Intrepid has gone insolvent and you want your money back, and you'll be willing to take credit. But Steven's like, oh, I'm gonna make these announcements. I'm gonna make these announcements. Dude, you're a jerk. You're a dick. And if you don't realize that you're a dick, right? How do you think it's going to look to people when... I mean, it's not like they have large followings between the Doomers, Richie, Jamie, and the jackass Jalan. And as I've said, man, I'm not the jackass who lost $50 million because I don't know what a fucking balance sheet is. I know what a balance sheet is. I saw there was another one. Do you know the number or breakdown of job roles they had? Like number of engineers, devs, artists, or QA members? 250 employees, so much bloat. No, 250 employees isn't bloat for an MMO RPG studio. I know they had 9, according to LinkedIn, they had 9 QA people. According to the results, they weren't even, according to my knowledge, okay, according to my knowledge, they weren't using a good process. And for anybody who's like, well, fuck this guy. Guys, I was a program manager. I was a program and a product manager. Those are two different things. I was a project manager. At one time, I had 300 projects going on globally. I forgot what my kids looked like. I had 300 projects going on. Steven's in the doghouse. Steven is in the doghouse. When I offered to help Steven, it was because Steven didn't know. Did we know for certain they employed over 800 people? They didn't ever said 800, 250. 250 plus about 100 contractors. Crazy how Margaret was lead community manager and she just left Discord, not even info to unpaid moderators. For some people, it's just all about money or work. I don't think she left the Discord. Hold on 1 second. Let me confirm. No, she's in there right now. Margaret, for the first time, logged off of Discord The problem is what the moderators told. Yeah, she keeps coming and going because people keep tagging the shit out of her. Some of the mods left, but the mods told me some of them didn't have their product, their powers. She won't get another job in the gaming industry. She doesn't deserve another job in the gaming industry. I don't even think Margaret is redeemable to say the same thing to Margaret as I said to Steven. Margaret should get out of the gaming industry and go back to being a content creator, which she can't do now because she pissed off so many people. Margaret is a chicken shit who sent me an unsigned letter. I'm a man. I don't like something. I will tell you I don't like it, and I'll sign my name to it. When they took away my interview with Steven, they sent me an unsigned letter. Why does everybody hate on her? Real simple. Margaret talks a lot of shit about a lot of people. Margaret brought in a moderator with her who didn't know the first thing about our community and who acted like a dickwhite. Margaret came in and did a bunch of AMAs, and then she was just an ass about it. Margaret made promises about things that weren't coordinated with Steven. Yeah, that guy, I don't even know who the fuck that creator is, so you're gonna have to give me a timestamp out of a 58-minute video. But no, there's never been, that person's factually incorrect. There's never been 800 employees at Intrepid Studios. Unless that's not what you were sending it to me for. Then you gotta give me a... Yeah, and at least she always has her degrees in medical billing. If you get Smurg into a QA for your game, you are clueless and know nothing of the space. Yeah, they let Smurg into the chat space. And they kicked me off of the panel because I was mean, abrasive, condescending, whatever the fuck else it is. But at least I wasn't buying my viewers. Oh, and Karthos may or may not be here, but let me tell you this. Any isms in my presence, and you're fired. Any isms in my presence, and you're done. Racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, you are fucking out the door. Before, you're out the door with an egg fucking timer. Isms. Autism is a diagnosis. It's actually spectrum disorder now. Karthos is the crybaby Jew. Karthos wasn't even my friend at the time. Oh, about Steven and DMing, making fun of people. Yeah, what's the time stamp? Is it right at the beginning? Because I can't be watching 58 minutes of a video at the moment. You called a Jew guy a crybaby Jew. How the refund is going to work? It's not going to work. You're not. The only way you're going to get a refund is if you purchased on Steam. Okay, let me see if he has a Steven's statement. The board, Discord. Karen wants their money. It gets worse. It gets even worse. Chatting with friends. More financial details. Creator program. Was it always a scam? Yeah, I'm not going to go through all that. So the trick is, and I can't find the Smurg thing right now. Smurg got yeeted off of Twitch. Probably no issue with anti-Christian or anti-white, right? No, I have a problem with anti-Christian views. I have a problem with anti-white views. If I hired a person, I hired them for their merit, not for the color of their skin. If you work for me, all people should be treated equally. You think I'm a jackass? Tell me where I'm wrong. You think I'm caustic? Tell me where I'm wrong. You want to know why I'm caustic? Because I have people sending me death threats. I had to be gone for 10 weeks from all of streaming because of some jackass sending me a picture of my house and a picture of my daughter's school. Honestly, I laugh my ass off that individual got their parole denied in December. Great, fuck them. You go after my kid, I'll bury you. You want to come after me? I'm a big boy. You know my address. Why didn't Mr. Big Balls show up on my doorstep? Instead, Mr. Big Balls thought that the FBI couldn't find him. Day and a half. Boom. The only good part about the person is they spared everybody the cost of a fucking trial because the FBI was like, you're federally fucked. Oh shit, I better take the fucking plea deal. take a picture of my daughter's fucking school. My daughter. No, I'm 5. Dude, I'm 5'11", about 225. I'm a 5'11" guy. 5'11" guys always admit we're 5'11". Oh, there it is. I had it. 5'11" guys don't lie. We don't have a point. We don't need to. This is what was fucked up about Smurg. I sent this to Intrepid and they didn't care because all they cared about was numbers. I hope the guy Steven bullied off YouTube comes back. He didn't get bullied off YouTube. He rebranded. And the problem is Narc doesn't have a lawsuit to stand on because Narc misrepresented the reality. Even though he was right, the way he proved he was right went about it the wrong way, so he doesn't have any stand. Look at this. So at the time, this was Smurg. Smurg had peak viewership of 47,000 hours, but his average viewers were only 91. He says that this was a big social media or big promotion push day. No, it's not, you dumbass. You bought your fucking embedded viewers wrong. You busted into the top 10 of Twitch and you had 5 chatters. Then he saw me push this out, so he started running chat bots. You literally have 3,000 out of 11,000 followers are bots. This is me above that. 0 bots. 0 bots. Hours watched. Hours streamed. Active days. I sent this to Amjalan. I sent this to Intrepid to say, hey, I get that. I understand you took me off the panel. I understand you don't want to be associated with me or my brand. I understand I'm an asshole. I understand I'm abrasive. I'm condescending. I'm all those things. But you got a guy who's literally driving smaller creators out of your space. I don't have any dogs. I have cats. Was Smurg botting? Yeah, he was. Smurg botted so bad that Twitch yeeted him off the platform. After he got exposed, appreciate all the follows, guys. After Smurg got exposed by Asmongold and then another creator, Twitch yeeted him off the platform. The last I heard, this is just speculation, it's the last I heard, he was being sued by one of the sponsors that had paid him 5 figures and they got like no conversion out of it. But all I know is he's gone. That motherfucker is gone out of the creator space. Can I check DMs? Yeah. Smurg is back? No way. No, his channel is gone. Oh, that's from 2023? Oh yeah. His numbers were, he gained 1 million followers on Twitch. And then what he said, what he claimed once, Smurg was such a fucking class act. Smurg turned around and he said, well, I can't control if people view bot me or not. And right in the creator chat, I said, you do know that you can run Twitch tools and you can remove all of the follow bots. Copium Clinic removed all his vids. That's because he got completely shit on and destroyed. Because it's one thing to be wrong, it's another thing to be embarrassingly wrong. It is what it is. But yeah. And Chibi, Brie, and Vertec are friends of mine. They've sent me mead. I've sent them chocolate. They sent me cufflinks. I always stopped my show on Fridays to coincide with the Golden Feather. Now, if I could, I rated them. If I couldn't stay on, like if Chibi messaged me and said, hey, we're running about 30 minutes late, I would try to go 30 minutes longer so I could rate them. Because I thought it, like, keep it in the family, right? Pass my viewers to them. I hated Smurg because the Golden Feather ran 1 show a week on Fridays. And Smurg would start streaming right on top of their time slot. It's like dickbag. You have 7 days a week to stream, you do not have to walk on their 3-hour show. They were one of the better podcasts. And it's just like, dude, you don't give a shit about your fellow creators. Then you're botting and you're view botting and you're chat botting so that everybody goes to you, but you have 5 people talking. You stole content from Shaz. I used to always tell people, go to Shaz. Even though Lex has got a fucking problem with me, because Lex is a douchebag, I still always cite the, I still always would cite the wiki. So, you're gonna keep the, hold on, I'm gonna take a real quick bio, and then I'm gonna talk about how pissed I am about this. I'll be right back. Okay, so I should buy out the Ashes of Creation IP and make it PGN Studio. I wish to God I could. I wish I had that kind of money. But the truth of the matter is, if I had enough money to make a video game, I would make a video game infinitely better than anything that Steven could come up with, because I understand what people really want and not selling people a bunch of bullshit. I don't have a God complex. I don't want to be liked. Kickstart it, yeah, but the problem is I need to Kickstarter it, and I need, like, honestly, you need about $200 million to make an MMO. Because you need $200 million because you need to have enough money to fund the game and enough money to fund the game again. Because you're going to have problems. You're going to have things go the wrong way. I would love to build an MMO, but I don't need Steven's shitty IP world setting and all the crap that he wanted to put in that on paper doesn't work. Like earlier today, people were like, oh, well, the combat system's great, the class system's great. No, on paper, it's flawed. And if it's flawed on paper, you can't over-execute a bad plan on paper. For example, the class system was too daunting right out of the box. The class system should have been straight 8, period. Content of 8 people is not realistic. Content of 8 people is great for a 1997 to 2004 MMO when all these nerds just gamed all the time. But the problem is, we're in 2026 now. Look at major game developers, the legends of the industry, okay? Jake Song, Lineage 2, ArcAge, literally turns around and says, we need to focus on the individual player because the average player play window is no longer 3 hours. XL Games has data that shows the median game session is less than an hour. So your game, if you want to appeal to people, your game has got to consider, if the median is an hour and the bulk of people are above 45 minutes, you can disregard the people under 45 minutes a day. They're not looking for an MMO. But you have to start considering how much time are we gonna have? I say fuck the 1 hour people. You're right, but here's the problem with fuck the 1 hour people. Okay? This is all of MMORPG interested people. And you say fuck the 1 hour people. Well, now you have 45% of the target audience. And you say I want non-consensual PvP. And you want a mandatory monthly sub. You're at 12.5% of the target audience. Right, you say a game for everyone is a game for no one. Fuck the 1 hour people, but here's the problem. Look at how small of the population in 3 decisions, you've cut your target audience down too much, so now you're gonna have to make a change. If you say fuck the 1 hour people, you've lost 55%. Right? Now you want to have non-consensual PvP. Well, these are the people that won't play a game with non-consensual PvP. That's a cut out of what remains, not a cut off the total. You've just lost half of what you had. And now you want a monthly sub. Well, your 3 cuts took you down to you now have to build a game that 12.5% of the community can support. I won't play a game with non-consensual PvP. I'm one of those people. It's not 12% of the target audience. It's a target audience of 12%. No, it's not. That's not millions of people. That's not millions of people. And if you don't understand the number, now add action combat. In 3 cuts, you're down to 12% of the total target audience. Because remember, not all gamers are MMORPG players. By virtue of making an MMORPG, there's millions and millions and millions of gamers on the planet. But this is already the MMORPG player cut. That's why I say, when you look at the cut of people that are MMORPG players, you've just cut all of these people out. 12% of which because monthly sub is on there. I'm sorry. I forgot that should have been the last one. I apologize. This playlist has the Christmas carols. I gotta fix that. Listening to this for a while. We'll listen to Adventures of the 3 and then we'll put something else on. The problem becomes, I understand what people are saying, but you have to be careful when you make your first 3 cuts. Your first 3 cuts are what's going to determine what's left. I know what you're saying. A game for everyone is a game for no one. And I respect that. I do. But then you have to think, which people do we want? And this is what got me in a lot of trouble with people, right? You take combat, for example. You have a cut of people that will only play tab, which these people are my people, and I try to tell them all the time, you haven't played a straight tab target only game for 25 years. You take the people that will only play it if it's all action. They're 5 to 10%. They're 5%. You have 85% of the group back if you do some sort of tab enhanced. Ooh, tab enhanced? Oh, we divide that in half. We divide that in half. We just got people back. We didn't change anything. We just changed what we call it. I understand what people are saying, but what people don't like is they hear things that aren't exactly what they want, and then they say, well, don't do that because I don't like it. You're right. You don't like it. You aren't the majority. I hate to tell people this. You want all these things that when you do all of your cuts, your game looks exactly like this game. Good job. There is what happens when you say, well, if you do this, this, and this, then you'll have a fine game. 420 people. It's still running. Yeah, it's catching strays. Is it running? Yes. Is it healthy? No. And that's the problem. WoW and Final Fantasy are doing at the moment. They are catering to everyone, and it ends up being for no one. This is a great comment, but what I want to push back on with you is this. Okay? This is my pushback to you. I think it was the end of last year. Can't do Blade and Soul because they have their own launcher. Any game that has its own launcher, you can't use the Steam charts for. You said... that's the problem with WoW and Final Fantasy. They're catering to everyone. WoW released a chart that shocked everyone. that said they have never dipped below 4.8 million subs on WoW. And a lot of the players push back and they say, yeah, but the player count. WoW doesn't give a shit about the player count. It's a monthly sub game. They are beholden to the shareholders. If what they're doing, and they've never dipped below 4.8 million monthly subs, they don't give it, yeah, straight cash, cha-ching, they don't care. You're like, well, I don't like the direction WoW is going. They don't give a fuck about your opinion. They're 4.8 million people are giving them money every month. That's what Blizzard cares about. When people say stuff like, this is a reality people have to face. They don't like it, they have to face it. I don't think the game is very good. Well, the game is profitable. And this is the argument that people get into. I don't think the game is very good. Yeah, the game died with WoW died with Burning Crusade, except they capped at 12.8 million people in Wrath of the Lich King. I don't think your opinion of WoW died in the Burning Crusade is very valid, considering that's WoW's population chart. Okay, if that's WoW's population chart, then WoW didn't die till Cataclysm. Sorry for you to be empirically wrong, but you're empirically wrong. Now, what we have a lot of people is they like to make this argument. I don't think the game is good. I think the game is not good, but the game is profitable. So you say the game is not good, they say the game is profitable. You double down and say, well, I don't think the game is good. Okay, well, 4.8 million people pay for it, so they think the game is good. Well, I don't know why they think the game is good. That's okay. You don't have to know why they think the game is good, because it's their credit card swiping. They know why they think the game is good. I heard that went away. They're making over... I don't have the most up-to-date numbers. The snapshot in time. Have you ever played WoW Vanilla on a PvP server? No, because why are you cutting it down to WoW Vanilla PvP server? Honestly, I don't give a shit about your opinion about WoW Vanilla PvP server. Guess what? Here, I'm going to talk about your point, and this is what you're not going to like. You're not going to like me, okay? You're not going to like me, and I don't care. Because what you have is an opinion, and I'm a dragon, I spit facts. You say, have you ever played WoW Vanilla on a PvP server? So, WoW Vanilla PvP server. If WoW Vanilla on a PvP server was so fucking good, then why did the classic PvP servers do that? If it was so fucking good, then why, when they brought it around a second time, did it not blow up to 12.8 million players? It's because it wasn't good. You were chasing nostalgia. WoW Vanilla PvP at the time was good. It was good then. Different time now. They removed the PvP servers in retail because no one played it. I could agree with your argument. When I said Final Fantasy, I love 14. I've played since 1.0. But the drop-off in 14 is scary. When I log in, they do not post subs, which is a shame. They do pander a lot to everyone, but I can't back that up. No, here's the problem with 14. Ready? Ready? Everyone will tell you. This right here is the problem with Final Fantasy 14. Dawn Trail was dog water. Dawn Trail, dozens of people I know anecdotally quit after Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail is complete dog water. It was a terrible idea. It would have been a great... Dawn Trail could have been an amazing setting for a single-player Final Fantasy PlayStation game. Dawn Trail is the expansion. You literally have saved all of existence. You literally have saved all of existence. You are the biggest, baddest motherfucker ever on the planet. You are a planet saver. You have saved 2 different shards of Final Fantasy. Okay? You have saved 2 different shards. And now all of a sudden there's things on Eorzea that your level 90 ass struggles with? Wait, we were about to be invaded. Why didn't we just go get these people? What they did was made no sense. You're still on Eorzea. You're still on the 7th. But... oh yeah, I've had gray hair for a while. It's just my hair is crazy long now. Ashes is dead. Yes. The warn notice was issued. They're shutting down the company. 5 years ago, I used to keep my hair really short. So I still had gray at the temples. It just didn't grow in because I used to keep the sides of my head high and tight. I paid to skip the main story quest. Then why'd you play? Honestly, when people skip the main story quest, why bother playing? Final Fantasy is a multiplayer story. The end game is bad. The problem is you have a lot of people, and here's the thing. I want you to have a game that you can go to. I don't want people to think that I don't want everybody to have a game they can go to. I really want a place for the PvP Andes to go, so that you get the hell out of the games I want to go to. I want you to be somewhere that you won't bother me. The problem is you're not happy with the games that get built for you, because I've played Guild Wars 2. I don't think it's great. But the problem is you have an MMORPG. Oh, they don't think their game is good. They stay because the community is good. Their social contracts are there, so they stay. Yeah, but here's the thing. They stay because the game is good enough to warrant the monthly sub. You cannot say people are paying for a bad game. You can certainly say it, but I can't take you seriously if you say it. They think it's good enough to stay. They think it's good enough for their dollar. If the game wasn't good enough for their dollar and they're still staying. Are you thinking a company going to buy and continue Ashes of Creation? No. Why? I know Steven's probably going to get some of these clips and be so mad at me. What about Ashes of Creation is worth buying that you can't just... if you were interested in starting an MMO, like, guys, there is nothing great about Ashes of Creation. There's nothing amazing about it. There is nothing that isn't... it'll be sold for parts. Right. It'll be sold for parts. There's not... you're gonna have to scrap everything anyway because so many things are broken. Yeah, it was terrible. The combat was meh. And the combat was the best part. The vision is great, but the game is trash. Right. And this is some of the stuff that people have seen if they've been on my show for a while. But one of the things that's always driven me nuts about Intrepid, I'm going to just show a couple of things. So in the coming weeks, when Intrepid and Steven tries to come at you and he tries to get the sympathy card from you, just ask him why he lied so goddamn always. Here's a great little lie that Intrepid used to tell. What they used to say was, our over 17,000 square foot studio. Your studio wasn't 17,000 square feet. Appreciate the Prime sub. Your studio was 5,826 square feet. And I know that you weren't in any of the other suites because when I got challenged by people, I pulled your fucking blueprints. 6-7 was one studio. I don't know why you felt the need to lie about it. It made no sense. If you turned around and said, well, maybe they had other suites in the building, which ones could they have had? Because The other suites were occupied. Why lie about something so small? Steven once yelled at me, or I'm sorry, this isn't the time he yelled at me. He mocked me because I asked the question. I said, why didn't you let people know that APOC was going onto Steam, right? We didn't know in Feb we were going to put APOC on Steam, so we couldn't have said that. Oh, really? Well, that's interesting, because walk me through the truth here. On December 17th, you installed Steamworks.net, and any of the developers will tell you Steamworks.net doesn't add anything to your game except functionality that you have to have your game on Steam for. It's not like Steamworks.net does anything else for you. It is only a Steam application. Monday the 17th, you did it again, and then Tuesday, December 18th, you included login with Steam. Steamworks is two things. It's the developer portal for managing everything about your game's presence on Steam, from changing your game's banner picture to managing sales to listing controller support. Secondly, it's a SDK Valve provides that lets you interoperate with everything else Steam provides, like workshop, leaderboard, servers, achievements. It's only required to upload your content on Steam. This means you can totally forego tackling all the nearly aforementioned stuff of the SDK and just focus on how to get your game on Steam. So, walk me through the truth. You put Steamworks.net in your launcher on 17 December, but you didn't know in February that you were going to put the game on Steam? Then why did you put Steam code? Ashes of Creation's combat is garbage. They didn't manage to copy the gathering system. The crafting was trash. They didn't manage to copy the gathering system from New World. I will say this: the New World gathering system feels immersive. It's immersive. It's good stuff. Steven in the coming weeks is going to try to bullshit. And some people are going to fall victim to that. The crafting was trash, but the gathering in New World was good. If I said crafting in New World, I apologize. The gathering in New World was good. If I said crafting, please remember, it's a 7-hour and 30-minute show. When do I usually stream? Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 11 Eastern to 3 Eastern. Thursdays and Saturdays is when I do video game content mostly. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, I normally do a politics show. But today I had to do this show because a lot of people had a lot of really bad information. So I felt that they needed to get the information. But honestly, Steven is going to try to play the sympathy card. Don't let him. Don't let him. Hold his ass accountable. What do you usually talk in the politics stream? Is anything off limits? The only thing that's off limits in the politics stream is isms. You can, like, real quick, I don't want to talk politics right now, but real quick, on my show, if you say the black community, the black this, the black that, I'm going to stop you and I'm going to say, do you mean the impoverished community, or are you talking about something other? Because when you start throwing around the black community, I don't know if you're talking about race, class, or poverty. As long as you don't come in and say women don't have a place in the workforce, I will say, well, why do you feel that way? Well, you'll be like, well, the financial ramifications of the women entering the workforce after World War II and the Rosie the Riveter changed households to a 2-income family. I will be like, right, but you're ignoring the fiat currency change. Scammers don't like smart people. Why did Steven call me a jackass? Steven called me a jackass because he's a petty little fuck who doesn't understand that with his company falling apart, 100.00 to infinity% of what I said was actually accurate. Steven failed. Steven failed. He failed his community. He failed his company. He failed his employees. He failed himself. He failed his spouse. He failed all the people that left jobs to come and work for him and now have a turd on their resume. Steven didn't care about anybody other than himself. And then he's going to cry poor mouth when I say that. Jalon is so mean. Dude, you unbanned DA who made thousands of dollars trashing your game. You selling gold in a game. Steven should have hired me. Steven absolutely should have hired me. Steven absolutely should have hired me. Because I am the guy that comes in and says, what's your lane? What's my lane? You want to have fun. You want to be the nice boss. You want to be the MMO Lord and Savior. You want to be the Messiah. You want the God complex. You have the external locus of control. As you can figure out, I don't have an external locus of control. There's an individual, his name is Unknown. He used to be Unknown System Error. I do want to give a shout out to him. If you guys don't know this about me, I'm neurodivergent. I'm neurodivergent. I don't understand some things. Until I was 40 years old, I didn't understand the idea of trolling. My community will tell you, I have to sometimes be reined in by my community. They're like, yeah, dude, just ban him. That's why people will PM me and they'll say, dude, just ban him and move on. And that's because I don't get trolling, because I don't understand the idea of people wanting to be stupid. In my brain, wanting to be stupid doesn't compute. Wanting to be wrong doesn't compute. So I'll have my community be like, dude, move on, you're being trolled. And there's no shame in that. If Steve, when did he call me a jackass? On 9/11/2025. Probably right when I started making all the videos that were called. Wait, hold on. Let's find out. Let's not guess. We have the interwebs. Let's find out. And did you know that even after all the shit he did, I still would have flown out there as long as he paid a hotel room for me and gave me per diem to buy food. I would have flown out there several times a year and done whatever he needed, because I wanted his project to be accurate. Okay, so Steven said that on 9/11/2025. Probably corresponds with the first in a series of videos. September 5th was when I did the 2021 restart theory. 5 years late, what went wrong? After that, it was the accused of masquerading, time to clear the air. And then was the ashes of illusion. If you guys really want the receipts, if you want the receipts of all the shit Intrepid did, there's those 3 videos on my YouTube that are gonna educate you more about what was going on in Intrepid and all the fucking bullshit lies. Some of them are petty. I started with petty stuff to see if he would retract his statement that I was masquerading the truth. He never did. At the same time, I feel empathy for him. Now, I saw somebody say, I don't think he failed his spouse. He did fail his spouse. He did fail John. He did fail John. Because he invested 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours a day, every work day, weekends, for 10 years. I know what a toll it takes on your marriage to be working all the time. There was a period of time when we started bombing Libya. My wife was a military spouse. She knew what was going on. My wife got off duty that day. She was military. She drove home. She went into the basement. She grabbed all of my uniforms. She grabbed 2 uniforms, my other pair of boots, PT gear, socks, underwear, shirts, and pajamas. And she brought it all. She brought me snacks. She brought it to my office. She brought me my girls so that I could say hi to them. And she says, when are you going to be home? 6-7 days, maybe? And I never left the base. My wife brought the kids up. I went to Burger King with them. Because we were airlifting out cargo plane after cargo plane after cargo plane of ammo And at the time, I had to be on station because my counterparts were gone. I literally could not leave the airplane patch. I'd be in my office asleep on my cot. Lieutenant, yeah, what's up? Can you sign this? Shit, man, fuck, give me 2 minutes. Let me read this. This isn't what hold on, this is wrong. I know, things have changed. Well, I can't just sign what's changed. Walk me through it. I know what toll that takes on your family. Steven chose to live in the God complex. And you know that because he turned it into every time somebody said something negative about him. If I was wrong all those times, if Narc was wrong all those times, right? Then why didn't Steven just come out and prove we were wrong?
I think our community often asks where nodes 3.
Why didn't Steven just come out and say Jalon's fully like why is it that when Narc talked out of turn, Steven went on Asmongold, Steven went on Pirate Software and was like, Narc is all wrong and blah blah blah. But whenever I did stuff, Steven couldn't because I don't lie.
Jalon was right. Jalon probably was right, but went about it the wrong way and self-sabotaged himself.
Absolutely true. You knew Steven from Arcade. We learned all of his background then, and we all knew Ashes was going to be another pyramid scheme, called himself a billionaire gamer, and always offered to pay real money for everything. So, I have seen the comment from Neckrage about the billionaire gamer thing. I don't think Steven was ever claiming he was a billionaire. I think he was using the billionaire gamer expression. Which is dumb as fuck because we know all of the billionaires in America. It's not like the billionaires are fucking hidden. He did offer to pay real money for everything. He did offer to buy people. He did offer to buy Neckrage, which was a shame because didn't Steven threaten to sue Narc for defamation or something? Here's the thing. Well, let me finish the Neckrage thing. I think Neckrage is a walking meat puppet, but when it comes to Steven Sork, Arcade, he does have the receipts. Now, here's the weird thing, and this isn't a weird flex. I'm a millionaire. A millionaire isn't it's a weird thing to say, like Ben Affleck says in Boiler Room. I'm a millionaire. It's a weird fucking thing to say when you were born dirt poor to an Irish immigrant. It's a weird thing to say. But I'm not a multi-millionaire. I have one. It took my whole lifetime to accumulate one. Steven is richer by an order of magnitude than me. Okay? But I'm not the dumb fuck who lost $50 million on a company. I'm not the guy who runs around calling other people jackass when all they did for years was try to help. What I said was, you have bad leadership, you have bad project management, you have bad processes, you have bad policies, you have bad pipelines, you have bad procedures. That's what I do. That's what I did for my career. Continuous process improvement, Gemba walks, and refining, and how do we make something better? Steven cares about what people say about him. I don't give a shit what you say about me. People on live stream were getting banned just for giving criticism on the systems they are showing, but somehow the white knights who bully the critics somehow never get banned. That's because Steven wanted to be surrounded by sycophants because he needed hero worship. There is a big difference between people who get really offended and you get a boss that comes in and says, so you have a boss that comes into your office and that boss says to you, you dumb fuck, you fucked this up. Okay? There's a lot of people that are gonna, get their feelings hurt here, and that's fine. Yeah, right there. Be like, yes, sir, I did. Your response is gonna be, what did I fuck up? I had a boss come in one time. I had a colonel come into my office, kick a fucking trash can across the room. You dumb fuck, you fucked this up. Had a whole bunch of things. You dumb fuck son of a bitch, you fucked this up. Da-da-da-da-da. I said, what did I fuck up? He told me what was fucked up. I said, sir, give me 10 minutes. I'll meet you in your office. I'll walk you through it. I walked him through it. I told my people are like, oh my God, he can't talk to you that way. I said, ladies and gentlemen, that is my boss. He was talking to me. He talks to me the way I need to be handled. I went to my boss's office and I said, sir, here's what I did. Here's what you approved. Here's how it went. I don't know who gave you the bad information, but you don't have that information. It only looks like the fuck up is mine, which means the fuck up belongs to you, which it doesn't. Here's the truth. My boss calmed down immediately. And he said, I probably overreacted. I said, permission to speak freely. He said, go ahead. I said, sir, you probably need to go apologize to the people because you kicked a trash can. I don't care about that, but if you ever bring my mother into a conversation again, it's going to be you and me in the parking lot. And he kind of looked at me and he's like, what? I said, you said, you dumb fuck son of a bitch. You ever bring my mother into a conversation again, we're going to go in the parking lot, just so we're clear. He's like, well, you really shouldn't say that. I said, number one, you gave me permission to speak freely. Number two, if I shouldn't talk to you that way, I'll go talk to your boss. How about, no shit. Let's just do it that way. I said, no, I'm gonna go get to work on cleaning up this mistake. It's not my mistake, but I'll clean it up. My boss went and bought me a coffee. It was his way to apologize, which was cool. We're good. We're good. I told Steven many times on stream, directly to him, I will do whatever you need a person to do to help your company because I'm bored in retirement. Give me a hotel room and give me meals and I'll work my ass off for you. Just because I'm bored. Right? Just because I'm bored. I said, I'll go be your vice president of getting shit done. Steven, but will that work in California? No, because when I work with people, I'm polite. I'm not vulgar. I don't cuss. I don't swear. When I work with people, I will rip the shit out of a group of people, but I always talk calmly to a single person. The problem here is that Steven hired friends. Steven had nepotism hires. Look, don't ever walk up to me if I'm the owner, I'm the boss, and say, will you hire my son? No. I will give consideration to your son because you're bringing me a resume. But if your son fucks the pooch, then you fuck the pooch because he gets nested under you. Even if he doesn't work for you, his fuck-ups go on you. Now, do you really want to use your friendship consideration to move this resume to the top of the pile? No? Okay. If your kid is shit hot, yeah, if you know it, but then it's anybody. If you know a shit hot person, bring me their resume. I had lots of waitresses at my bar say, hey, my friend Sandy needs a job. Can Sandy count to 14? And can she wait tables? Yes. Oh, okay. If she fucks up, it's on you. No, my waitresses didn't bring me dumb fucks. They didn't want it on them. Steven lost control of his company because he didn't know how to structure it properly. Steven lost control of his IP because he didn't know how to structure it properly. One of the first questions I would have done if Steven had hired me on, I would have said, hey, I want to talk about the IP real quick. Yeah, who owns it? Well, what do you mean? Who owns the IP? Well, it's mine. Who's me in this conversation? Does the company own it or do you own it? I own it. Okay. What we need to do is we need to spend $53. We need to spin of not company money. You have to pay it out of your own pocket. You need to spin up a limited liability company that all of the creative is provided to Intrepid Studios from Steven Sharif Creative Enterprises, Creative Designs. You could have made it I wouldn't have named it the World of Vera because then it's tied. You might have a little bit of blurring there. But create Steven Sharif Creative Writing, LLC. Then when you provide us the lore, you bill us $1 every quarter. Yeah, you license it. Do I think Steven kept selling equity to keep the development going? I know he kept selling equity to keep the company going. I know it for a fact. That's the only way this can happen. Despite what that other Redditor posted, the only way you can lose control of your company is if you sell equity. I could have $1 million in debt. We can see sold equity by being shut down. We can see sold equity because I have the fucking... we don't have to guess. We don't have to guess to say we know he sold equity because we can see it. We know he sold equity because I have the fucking agreement. I know a lot of content creators are jumping on the ass. They want to fuck the ass of Ashes into the ground and make their last couple of bucks. I don't have to guess. I don't have to guess. There you go. There is one of 37 pages of a lawsuit that's the stock agreement. I have the other one where he sold stock outright. I don't have to guess. Let me show you the other one. And again, if you guys are wondering, I don't mind sharing. The reason why I squint and I have a problem with my vision, I normally cue everything up. My nerves in my body are dying, including my optic nerve. Which sucks ass, because I don't know what I'm gonna do if I go blind. Why aren't you wearing glasses? Glasses don't fucking help when your optic nerve is fucking turning into liquid shit. Where the fuck is it? I'm gonna shit on a law firm right now. This law firm didn't know how to fucking put this together either. Where the motherfuck is it? Oh, here it is. This is so sloppy. What causes that? I have small cluster neuropathy. It's in my hands and my feet. I also have it in a nerve near my heart, apparently, and my optic nerves. I have my nerves are dying. Unfortunately, when my mom was pregnant with me, a year before my mom was pregnant with me, she had a blood clot. She was on a drug called quinine. It's a blood thinner. She was supposed to discontinue it if she got pregnant. She didn't know she'd gotten pregnant. She was on it for 6 weeks or so. Because I'm the result of a bottle of brandy in a snowstorm. Corporation agrees to sell and purchaser agrees to purchase from corporation 45. And then this is a fucking typo, which is fucking pathetic. Because if that's 5.3%, it needs to be 5.3%. When you put, I know people are going to be like, oh my God, you're being so semantic. Yes, it's called the law. 44 needs to be then immediately after 44. Right? So when you spell out 44, you put 44. If you're saying 44 and it's 5.3%, then you have to put 5.3%, which they do down here. So, corporation agrees to sell and purchase, agrees to purchase from corporation 44 of its authorized shares of preferred stock, which constitutes 5.3% of the corporation in exchange for $2,200,000, $5 or $205,000. Yeah, they either forgot to change the written 44, or they meant to put 5.3%. But either way, it's a typo. You've seen $1 million cases over a single comma. I've seen criminal court cases get thrown out because of a comma. What possessed Steven to sell over 50% of his company? Well, I don't know if he did. Here, somebody said, what if the new shareholders voted to issue the remaining shares of stock? I don't believe Intrepid was holding any shares of stock, and if they are, then John's dumb. I don't have this particular one queued up. It might be in this video. Yeah, it's in this video. So, let me actually grab it from Biz. 1 second. Let me grab this so you guys can see it. Let me check. Oh, let me refresh because they may have filed something today. I don't think it would be in there today. Active John Moore, 2015. This is it. Open this. Initial filing, download. So, on Intrepid's original Articles of Incorporation of a General Stock Company, they issued 10 million shares of stock, and that would be common stock. Now, I'm not going to go into the differences between common stock and preferred stock. Preferred stock generally can never be diluted. Common stock can. What is odd to me, and these are the forms, like, Kira was absolutely right when he said nobody has everything. Nobody has everything. According to this filing, they can only issue common stock. Right, but they're not required. No, he's not saying he sold 44 of 53. That's not what that's saying. It's either a typo or. But the thing is that this form doesn't preclude them from issuing preferred stock. The form that they would have to fill out to issue preferred stock isn't a form that's publicly available. It's not a forward-facing form. California has a lot of. It does say 5.3% later in the document. It doesn't matter. It's still a typo. A typo is a typo is a typo. It doesn't matter what. So the thing here is, it says the total number of shares this corporation is authorized to issue. Now, in my articles, no, they didn't incorporate in Delaware. They incorporated in California. In my corporation, the officers of the corporation are hereby authorized to issue and sell shares of common stock of the corporation at 1/10 of a penny per value, which the board hereby determines to be fair market value of the corporation's common stock as of the date hereof, to each person named below the shareholder in amounts specifically opposite each name in exchange for cash or contributed property as follows. Jalan, 10,000 shares, total purchase price, $10. I do not know why, in God's green earth, you would authorize 10 million shares of stock to be issued and not immediately draw them out. Big number of shares like that suggests a lot of splits. Not necessarily. It's actually a smart move to issue a lot of shares, because then what you're doing is you have an awful lot of things that you can sell. But as you heard, when I started my company's valuation was $10. My company's valuation at creation was $10. Why? Because I needed a paper corporation. But the human being, they were probably waiting for the valuation to go up before issuing the stock. But they're not a publicly traded company, so that doesn't matter. What you do at the very beginning is you have 10 million shares of stock. Well, you have to draw out some. You have to draw out some percentage because somebody has to have voting rights. So the belief is, in the very beginning, and let me bring up the document, and I'm sorry, the way this law firm assembled this document is, I knew better when I was a pre-law student. At the very beginning, and let me double check my math here. Yeah, at least one must be issued on day one because you must have somebody with voting rights. Oh, hold on. Nobody gives a shit about Sleep Number Bed. So the valuation of the company at creation was 45,454,545. Now, let me just say off the bat, this is dumb shit. Okay? This is a dumb fucking way to value your company out. And if the stock finance person is still here, he'll tell you why. Because that means you can't... Yeah. What the fuck is that number? Gross. Right. Like, that... And how do I get to that? Just so people know that I'm not making shit up. This is when they took their first $1 million loan. And this is where we would have to spend a long time digging through everything. So just trust Papa Jalan here. When they took their first initial loan, they set a valuation because they took $1 million loan at 2.2% of the company. So if 2.2% equals 1 million, then 100% equals 45,454,545. But when you did that, and then subsequently you converted those common stocks to preferred stocks, which locked in your valuation, it meant you could never sell the stock for more, because then you have to go back to your original holder and either get that stock back, which they're not required to sell, or you can never issue out the remaining stock at any value other than what the person already has. Not that you can't, but because the way you wrote it, that there would be no devaluation, meant you locked your price. Well, no wonder why you ran into so much financial trouble. So that everybody knows, I don't believe Steven Sharif had the kind of money sitting around in cash to fund 30 million. I think when Steven said he was self-funding 30 million, he was going to fund it by diluting his ownership share of Intrepid to investors, which technically is self-funding because you're taking something that's due you in value and selling it. How did you pay for that car, Jay? You don't have a job. I sold the Black Lotus. Really? Yeah, $11,000. Jay, how did you pay for your daughter's car? Oh, I sold an Eve Online account. How much? About $5,000. Holy shit. Yeah. The problem comes, I don't have all the pieces. I only have part of I'm putting together a puzzle and I don't have all the pieces and I don't have the picture. Startup companies also like using stock issuance and bonus structures, which is very risky when giving out stocks with no dilution rights. Right, exactly. What is this? For those affected by news over the weekend or those affected by the ongoing state of the industry, we're looking for driven, passionate, and great folks to help deliver the League MMO to players. Yeah, I'm still going. My daughter is at a thing, so. The problem is I've seen a lot of content creators that are talking about a lot of things, but none of them can do the money breakdown the way I have. In fact, Dusty watched my video on his show yesterday. Somebody told me he was watching it, so I popped in just to provide some clarity. Steven in the next coming weeks is going to look for sympathy from his audience. He should get none from you. I said it 9 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 7 years ago probably, when I started noticing Steven's leadership was terrible. I started pointing it out. You aren't qualified to run this. I mean, not saying this is a victory lap, but it's a bit vindicating to finally have all the shit out in the open after years of being told I was just being negative. If you have years and years and years and years, Dusty Y was one of the white knights in the content creator circle in Ashes. Yeah. I suspect Steven has already been leaking his part of the story to some creators. I will say this about that. If any creator is going to accept leaks from an Intrepid staff member, you need to spend the $5 or $10 to get a simple document notarized. And let me see if I can bring mine up real quick. You got to have if you're going to accept leaks, then what you have to do, and you can tell any, you didn't realize Steven and his mom basically made their money with MLM. Oh yeah, Zango. So mine is a little bit longer. But it takes $5 to do this, right? And it's real simple. All you got to do is get this notarized. On this date from me, because I have a corporation, effective this date, Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated formally establishes a media division as an official arm of the corporation. The media division exists to research, report, and publish matters of public interest. We are committed to editorial independence, journalistic integrity, and the free exchange of ideas. Our work is distributed through both digital and physical channels to ensure public access and to preserve the role of a free press. The media division is created for the express purpose of researching, reporting, publishing content of public interest. This includes, but is not limited to, coverage of gaming, entertainment, politics, culture, and other matters of public concern. You type this up, right? You have it notarized. That way, you literally now are covered as a member of the free press. And I know what some people are going to say. You don't have to declare yourself a member of the free press. You're right, you don't. But if you do, like earlier today, I could have turned around and I could have said, the developer, I have that developer's audio, and the developer asked me not to play it because he didn't know he was being recorded. And oh yeah, I forgot about this one. The developer asked me not to play it because he spoke out of turn. He didn't know he was being recorded. And I'm not playing the video to protect Steven. I'm not playing the video to protect the young developer who spoke out of turn. What the fuck is your problem? Yeah, I remember this one too. I did a video, Steven didn't like it. And he said, in my opinion, this video is the textbook reason why projects and developers don't talk to communities during development. Yeah, because you're a lying jackass. I never told one lie about you. I never told one lie about your company. You didn't like my videos because when my videos make it more difficult for you to recruit talent, it's because you're lying. You're lying. Let me say this, if my video about the hidden investor was a lie, why did I not get slapped with a DMCA takedown request? Why didn't I not get slapped with a lawsuit? In one of the videos, I so much as tell Intrepid which court to file it against me in. You know why Intrepid would never file a lawsuit against me? Because they know that I'm pre-law, they know I have a good attorney, and they know that the moment they file a lawsuit against me, I get discovery. They can't sue because of discovery. Exactly. If you sue me, I get discovery. You want me to have discovery? Because my discovery is financials. So now you're suing me for libel, slander, defamation of character, impact to profitability. Great. My discovery is then give me your financial records from the very inception of your company. When they ask the judge to put a gag order on it, I'll say, Your Honor, we're a member of the free press. It would impact our profitability if all of our time is tied up with this and we can't talk about it. Yeah, I didn't go through it. I don't really want to cover that, T-Elf, until I have a chance to look at it. If I do this again on Wednesday, I'll try to take a look at that, but I don't want to... I don't know what's going to pop up, and I can't, at the moment, look at it. I have a question. The thing Steven mentioned about the board, what is the board, and is it true? Yes, the thing about the board is true. And what you're going to see... Oh, it's a pick? Okay, let me go 28 minutes in. A lot of people are going to show you this document and they don't understand it. And what they're going to say is, Steven's a lying piece of shit. He doesn't have a board. It's just him and his husband. Steven's not lying in this one because this form, these are the corporate officers. These are the C-level officers. Steven lists himself as one of the directors. California law by default requires a company with 2 or more shareholders to have 3 directors. But you also can have in your shareholder agreement that you don't need to have multiple board members. You also have the whole idea where you can have a board of investors that are operating as voting shareholders who haven't been seated formally as board members. If they are seated formally as board members, they must be listed on the addendum to this form. But I believe, and this is where I'm going to say, I don't believe this form has enough space on the first page for more than one director. I believe in California, this form, it requires you to attach an addendum page. Now, in my state, it's different, and I can't show you mine because mine has mine is different. In my state, mine says the names and addresses of all officers and directors must be listed here. And for every one that you list, it will say, do you have it's an internet wizard. It's a form wizard. It'll say, please list the director, please list the treasurer, please list the secretary. And then the next one is, do you have any other directors you need to list? If you put no, it kills the form. If you say yes, it does more. What was the information about some woman he owed money to and owns the game now? I'll jump back. I'll get to that in a second. So that's what this form is. Now, I'm coming over here. You said 28. Let me let the thing play through. So I do not... People keep saying that this Karen woman now owns Intrepid Studios because of this form. Not because of this form. This is a UCC-1 lien statement in California. There are 6 of these filed against Intrepid. All this is a line that says, I am a creditor of Intrepid Studios. I want my place in line if the company goes defunct. I want my place in line for recovery of assets. I'm choosing to list all of these assets. Now, if anybody says I'm wrong, I don't know what I'm talking about, they can feel that way. But then what I would say to them is if they believe that form makes Karen the owner of Intrepid, then why does this form not make Robert Dawson the owner of Intrepid? And it's the same form. She just wrote more. She has a much more aggressive list of assets that we're going to go after. So a lot of people are saying she owns the company. She doesn't own the company. Steven is still an owner of the company. Now, let me make my disclosure here. I have not had an opportunity to pre-watch this video. 28, you said.
I think it could get worse, guys.
Stephen's home was sold by Stephen Sharif to John Moore. California Attorney Present, you're correct. I've seen many people misunderstand or misrepresent the meaning of a UCC1. Thank you, California Attorney. And just by the way, Van Fleet was here. Aaron Van Fleet was here earlier at the beginning of the show, and he confirmed the same thing. He's another person that's familiar with these sort of things. So,
ownership history sold by Stephen Sheriff to John Moore. Oh my God.
Okay, so on this one, why would Stephen sell the family home to John Moore? Well, they've been bouncing this house around back and forth. Not avoid collateral. The family home cannot be seized. The family home cannot be seized. If you staked the home, it could be seized, but then there would have been a lien against the family home if you had staked it as collateral. I never found a lien against Stephen's home, and I did go looking. Divorce, I have looked to see if John Moore and Stephen Sharif have dissolved their marriage, and I have not been able to see that they've dissolved their marriage. That doesn't mean they haven't, because not all family records are immediately available, and sometimes divorces aren't at all. A divorce with no kids should have been more likely to have been public, but also family court isn't exactly Johnny on the spot about making those records public. Generally, you can find that information out if you go to a terminal in the courthouse. I sure as shit am not flying from St. Louis to San Diego County to find out if they got divorced.
Yeah, there's been a lot of shit going on in the back end, and it's all catching up. The shitty part is Intrepid got caught up in it. Well, because he uses it as leverage to get fucking loans. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. I just have done a lot of shit for him when the studio was early on, but yeah, so many times people would ask, why isn't he getting banned? And Steve.
So I'm going to say this about DA. I don't like DA. I think DA is a walking diaper stain on the underwear of humanity. If Stephen was leveraging a person like DA to do stuff for him, and he had the opportunity to leverage people like me, BCG, a couple other people that I know who've asked me not to put their name into there, but one is a tester who found a bunch of flaws in APOC. He said, I literally will give you the answer. I just would like a couple of bucks because I'm like homeless and poor, and they didn't want to give him a couple of bucks to solve their problem. So fuck them.
Steven and me and Steven and me are in DMs laughing. Wow, yo, what the fuck? Oh my God. Yes, come to our attention that your account was used to exploit a bug during the Ashes of Creation Alpha 2 testing phase. Blah, 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 violation. And then what? What's the follow-up email? After further review, we've decided to revert this action. Oh my God. This is so bad, man. I think it's crazy, guys. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, hey, that's me.
So we went from mysterious...
So, yeah, that's all shit that we've known about. If DA says it's 100% bullshit, you can take that to the bank. No, I think the problem is, I think DA, with his bullshit that he said, doesn't understand just how much trouble he's going to cause for himself, because you literally said, right? I engaged in corporate espionage on behalf of Intrepid Studios at the direction of the CEO of Intrepid Studios. And if you don't realize that and I'm sure a person like DA is going to be like, well, I can't get in trouble for that. I'm sure the person who sent the death threat to me thought I'm going to be able to, and that's the second person who's gone to jail for making death threats against me in my life. The first one was great. Let me just say, when you're an active duty officer in the military and somebody doxes you and starts releasing a bunch of information about you because you beat them in PvP, I wasn't even a content creator at the time. I was just a fucking gamer. Yeah, the Office of Special Investigations doesn't take kindly to when you start, threatening and doxing an officer. They tend to show up at your house pretty quickly and is like, well, my freedom of speech stopped when you started breaking federal law. And then this other asshole a couple of years ago sends me a picture of my house and my daughter's school. That's not I call the local police. That's I pull out the phone and I say, yeah, FBI field office of St. Louis. Yeah. How can they find out that information from a game? Well, because you can find out a lot of things about a lot of things when you spend the time to socially engineer somebody, and somebody saying something off the cuff about you is a thread. Like, for example, I mentioned the first person. I mentioned that on TeamSpeak, I just happened to say something about my day. And then somebody asked me a question. I was like, oh yeah, I'm a lieutenant in the Air Force. Well, now they know what base I'm at and they know I'm a lieutenant. Well, there's only 75 lieutenants at the base. So somebody who was bored went digging. My stupid ass, because I didn't maintain OPSEC. Normally, people ask me what I do. I just do logistics. I'm a vehicle fleet manager. It's like when you're a cop. Lots of cops don't tell people they're cops. They say, I'm a garbage man. Yeah, people don't realize how much of a footprint they leave, even with normal innocent stuff. Like the guy, as I close up here, because my voice is about to go and I want to be able to do more show on Wednesday. Like the guy who got into an argument with Karthos, and Karthos had his name, address, home phone number, place of employment within 15 minutes. The guy was having a go at me. I didn't want to get involved with it. Karthos was bored and found everything out about the guy in 15 minutes. Why? Because the dumb fuck had linked his Spotify and Discord with his real name, and he had a really unique name that it was really easy. Once you ran his name, it came up with the same avatar that he used on Discord. Well, luckily Karthos said, hey, jackass, you really shouldn't be talking shit when you make it easy for people to find you. And then the guy changed it. As far as everything else, I will come back. Wait, so we did CBTs because of you? No, well, maybe. Probably, in fact, that year you probably had to double up. I will be back on Wednesday to talk about this more if anybody develops any questions between now and Wednesday, or if new stuff comes out. I am interested to know if Steven actually does a filing today or tomorrow. Steven needs to be operating quickly with a sense of urgency. He also needs to operate with a sense of shut the fuck up. If I was Steven, I would absolutely have shut down the Discord by now, because it's out of control. Do I think the servers will shut down tonight? I was told by a staff member at Intrepid the servers would go down tonight, because there's nobody there. That nobody was planning on going to work today. Now, I don't know if anybody did go to work today. I don't know if anybody was told your job is protected, but the warn letter said all jobs are affected and shut down. So I have no idea. If anybody has inside information, or if anybody knows a developer that wants to pass out some inside information, I will happily do that. I will keep you anonymous. I'm interested in the truth. If not, I will see you guys. Oh, by the way, thank you for everybody to sub, who followed, who shares my work. That's why I do it. I don't do it to get rich. I don't do it to get famous. I just do it to keep the truth out there. Everything you heard on the show today in the background is PGN music. It's all DMCA free. If you're a streamer and you need music, PGN music is your go-to source. And I will see you guys on Wednesday. That's not the right fucking button.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale?